Chapter 1591. On the other side, Lan Luo returned to Auntie Bai's side with an unsightly expression. Then, she handed over the money from Xiao Chen's auction. 80,000 medial-grade spirit jades. This discount is really impressive. Why did you take a liking to him? Auntie Bai teased as she looked at Lan Luo. However, Lan Luo's expression seemed somewhat strange. Lan Luo shook her head and said, Auntie Bai, don't laugh at me. However, the owner of VIP Room 3 seemed to have figured out my identity. That can't be. How can anyone figure it out in this place? However, even if it is, it does not matter. After your experiential training ends next month, you will return to the headquarters. After the experiential training ends, returning to the headquarters? A strange light flashed in Lan Luo's eyes. The headquarters was a complicated and heavy place. To hide from some things, she had to come to this desolate Purple Sun region. However, no matter how much she hid, from the moment she was born, it was destined that some things could not be changed. The blood that flowed in her body would not change. Auntie Bai, send people to protect those people in secret. I believe that the Ice Snow Sword and Yen Xian will definitely make a move on him, Lan Luo said softly after collecting her thoughts. Although Xiao Chen rejected her kind intentions and did not admit that he had helped her before, he still had to repay this favor. Haha. This is really rare. This is the first time I've seen you take the initiative to plead on someone's behalf. Lan Luo argued, this is not considered pleading. Protecting the guest's safety has always been the aim of our Purple Cloud Pavilion. That is within the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Outside the Purple Cloud Pavilion, no one can do anything about it. This is the rule of Purple Sun City. However, Auntie Bai did not agree to Lan Luo's request. She said softly, you should know that Purple Sun City has existed for thousands of years. Many of its rules have been imperceptibly influenced. Although there are no explicit rules, everyone understands them. Otherwise, there will be chaos. When Lan Luo heard this, she felt slightly stunned. Then, she understood. This Purple Sun City was already at the edge of the territory of the noble clans. Those Rank 2 sects knew the existence behind the Purple Cloud Pavilion and did not dare to mess around with the Purple Cloud Pavilion. However, the Purple Cloud Pavilion was doing business, after all. They could not openly offend those factions. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not fall out with them. I understand. Auntie Bai nodded and said, it's good that you understand. To the headquarters, Purple Sun City is more of a longing for tradition. After Auntie Bai left, a strange light flashed in Lan Luo's eyes. She said softly, Dark Moon, you should understand what I mean. Go. In the darkness, there was no response from anyone. Only upon closer inspection would one discover that there seemed to be one less shadow in the room. Since he could not use the Purple Cloud Pavilion's strength, he could only use his personal guards. Xiao Chen led Fei and the others out of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. A few figures flashed continuously, following closely behind him. However, Xiao Chen didn't seem to notice. He only sneered in his heart. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow. Xiao Chen finally exited the steps of the Purple Cloud Pavilion and arrived on the streets of Purple Sun City, heading for the Pirate Alliance. Brother Xiao Chen, why the need to leave so quickly? The auction is very awe-inspiring. After you come out, are you going to run away with your tail between your legs? A voice rang out, and a cold intent assaulted Xiao Chen, startling the people behind Xiao Chen. There's no need to bother with them. Continue walking, Xiao Chen said indifferently. He did not stop walking, continuing to walk unhurriedly. Whoosh! 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 However, just at this moment, two figures appeared from behind. The Ice Snow Sword held his sword and smiled faintly. Brother Xiao, why are you in such a rush to leave? Yan Axian looked at Xiao Chen and said softly, I overestimated you. I thought you had some magic skill. It turns out that you are just running away. Do you think you can leave? In the distance, many cultivators coming out of the Purple Cloud Pavilion immediately noticed the situation here. They immediately felt excited. Indeed, how could the Ice Snow Sword and Yan Axian possibly let Xiao Chen off? However, they did not know why the wind-chasing sect's new talent, Feng Buyu, did not show up. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's annual auction already brought 2 new talents, but Feng Buyu did not show up. Otherwise, this place would be even more bustling. Yan Axian looked at the Ice Snow Sword and smiled. Brother Luo, it seems like no one in this vast Purple Sun region can make us attack at the same time. The Ice Snow Sword said softly, there will always be some people in this world. Before they learn a lesson, they will always think that they are infallible. Earlier in Idle Cloud Restaurant, the Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng, already disliked Xiao Chen's group. However, Luo Feng felt that there was no need to start a fight over one sentence. Now, it looked like these people were really shameless. Do they think that they can do whatever they want in Purple Sun City just because they have a minor primal core venerate? However, speaking of which, that girl following behind him is rather nice to look at. Yan Axian glanced at Fei and a look of lust flashed in his eyes. It looked like he was the one who incited the disciple to molest Fei earlier. As the two spoke, they treated Xiao Chen's group like air. This made the people who came out of the Purple Cloud Pavilion in the distance shake their heads. These two were toying with Xiao Chen like that. These two did not care about him at all. Clearly, they were extremely confident in their own strength. They only felt pity for Xiao Chen. He really should not have offended these two. The Burning Moon sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor were both ranked 2 sects of the Purple Sun region. Furthermore, these two were the peak new talents of their sections. How could they be so easily offended? However, no one noticed that rage had appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes at some point in time. Although Xiao Chen had killed people and gotten angry since he stepped into Purple Cloud City, he had never truly gotten angry. Xiao Chen said indifferently, I'll leave the white-clad one to you. I know that you have been wanting to make a move for a long time. Ha ha ha. I was waiting for you to say that. Xiao Suo, who was carrying the pirate flag, laughed loudly. His figure flickered, looking like a black tornado. Dust flew up from the ground. Then, under Xiao Suo's rage, it turned into powder. Xiao Suo used the scarlet pirate flag as a saber and swung it down. The tattered flag fluttered and gave off a low hum. Eventually, it buzzed and trembled. Unexpectedly, this tattered flag gave off a piercing, berserk whistling sound. The surrounding crowd exclaimed. Unexpectedly, the first to make a move was Xiao Chen's side. The Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng, grasped his sword hilt with his right hand and said softly, it looks like this sword is going to drink the blood of a venerate again. When Xiao Chen drew his sword, a cold light spread out. Snow drifted down, and the entire space gave off a chill. It was so cold that it made everyone flustered. However, what was even more horrifying was the condensed sword light. It was so sharp that no one dared to look at it directly. The instant Luo Feng made his move, the Burning Moon sect's Yan Axian moved as well. Yan Axian and Luo Feng were like 2 extremes. Yan Axian's figure moved like a volcano erupting. His aura was incredibly berserk, and a burning bright moon soared up behind him. As the bright moon burned, its light encased Yan Axian's body. Then, Yan Axian gathered this energy into his fist. Immediately, Yan Axian's fist light burned with a resplendent light, no weaker than Luo Feng's sword light. How strong! Startled exclamations came from the crowd. Yan Axian and Luo Feng truly lived up to being the 3 strongest new talents of the Purple Sun region. If Yan Axian's punch landed, no one doubted that it could completely crush Xiao Chen. After all, Xiao Qin was a nobody. Furthermore, he was only a Yin Essence stage cultivator. How could he block the half-step Primal Core Realm Yen Xan? Many people thought that this punch would instantly kill Xiao Qin. As for Xiao Suo on the other side, no one thought highly of him either. However, he was an early-stage minor Primal Core cultivator, after all. He would not die so quickly. Senior brother, crush him with one punch. The Burning Moon sect disciples shouted incredibly loudly. They were extremely confident in Yen Xan and the others, their voices filled with pride. Die! As the fist approached, Yen Xan spat out a clear word. A berserk, scorching aura seemed like it wanted to burn Xiao Qin. With just you. You can't do that. Xiao Qin smiled coldly and threw a palm strike. Boom! A palm wind blew, and a bright moon also rose from behind Xiao Qin. That bright moon also burned. When the fist and palm met, neither moved back. The Burning Moon sect's Yen Xan looked at the other party in confusion, his face filled with horror. The vital qi and saber energy contained in Xiao Qin's palm strike, as well as the boundless veritable essence energy, made Yen Xan feel like he was facing a surging sea. Vast and profound. The crowd of onlookers was even more shocked. This scene was really out of their expectations. To think that they were evenly matched. Xiao Qin managed to block this punch. However, the even more shocking thing was yet to come. The bright moon behind Xiao Qin suddenly burned even more intensely. The moon was like fire, illuminating the sky for 5 kilometers around. Blood filled the sky. That was Xiao Qin's hot-bloodedness burning fiercely. This scene was very shocking. Yen Xan vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying back and landed on the ground. The burning bright moon above Yen Xan's head shattered. He vomited another mouthful of blood, his complexion pale and devoid of color. Genius! You are merely a suso. Xiao Qin waved his hand, and the bright moon vanished. The blood scattered, leaving only a group of stunned Purple Sun City cultivators in the strong wind. Chapter 1592. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect such an ending. Originally, they were expecting Xiao Qin to explode with a single punch. Who knew that Xiao Qin would defeat Yen Xan with a single palm strike? However, this solution did not surprise Xiao Qin at all. The two of them were not opponents on the same level at all. Unless the other party really broke through to the Primal Core realm, he would not be able to put pressure on Xiao Qin. Otherwise, with the 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy that Xiao Qin refined, his current veritable essence energy could easily withstand the other party's half-step Primal Core veritable essence energy. This was the difference in foundation, and it was not something that could be made up for by 1 or 2 small realms. Without the advantage of cultivation realm, it would be impossible for Xiao Qin to defeat Xiao Qin, whose will, mental state, strength, and Taoist rhyme were superior to his. And Yu, who was hiding in the shadows, had a surprised look on her face. She muttered to herself, who is the person that Miss wants to protect? The ice snow sword, Luo Feng, who was fighting Xiao Suo, was stunned as well. He had not expected Xiao Qin to defeat Yen Xan so quickly, far surpassing his expectations. Damn it, how could it be like this? Yen Xan, that trash. For a moment, he was under immense pressure. The fight with Xiao Suo was unexpectedly difficult. Xiao Suo was not an ordinary minor Primal Core venerate. Not only did he have rich combat experience, but his fighting style was also extremely valiant. Luo Feng's killing chi was startling. He believed that he had killed enough people, but the killing chi he accumulated was not enough before Xiao Suo. Xiao Suo was, after all, the leader of the pirates. He was a vicious person who kept his head low all year round. The Ice Peak sword, Luo Feng, was gravely mistaken from the start when he treated Xiao Qin as an ordinary early-stage minor Primal Core cultivator. Now, there was an additional Xiao Qin eyeing him from the side. Even if Xiao Qin did not make a move, he would still be under great pressure. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best. The green robe should not be allowed to continue like this. In the future, there would always be a chance to get back at them. If they were to lose face like Yen Xan, then they would truly be finished. Thinking about this, Luo Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and 60% of his sword's soul condensed at the tip of his sword. The sword was unsheathed, the wind howled, and the snow and ice swept away. With a loud shout, he unleashed his peak sword strike. He wanted to advance as a way to retreat, seeking a dignified way to leave. Fight to the death with me. I'm not afraid of you. Who would have thought that Xiao Suo, who was truly enraged, would not be afraid in the slightest under his fierce sword strike? With the pirate flag in hand, he advanced instead of retreating. His aura merged with the heavens and the earth. As he leaped, it was as if the heavens and the earth were moving with him. The integration of heaven and earth was a technique that only supremacies could comprehend. As Xiao Suo's ferocious attack erupted, a mysterious scarlet light flashed on the tip of the pirate flag. Pu Ci. Luo Feng's perfect sword move suddenly had some openings. Xiao Qin raised his eyebrows. This flaw was a little strange. The so-called sword momentum and saber momentum referred to the complete momentum formed when the weapons were unleashed. From the looks of it, the edge of the sword or the edge of the blade only had one direction. It seemed like it could be broken from any other direction, but in reality, that was impossible unless there was a flaw in the shear. Otherwise, no matter how one changed, a bladesman or a swordsman could easily suppress one. The tip of the saber and the tip of the sword were just one point of attack. However, a flaw suddenly appeared in Luo Feng's sword move, surprising Xiao Qin. When the two clashed, they should have been equal. Given this, Luo Feng would suffer greatly. Indeed, it was as Xiao Qin expected. Xiao Suo ruthlessly grasped this opportunity. With a sinister smile, the pirate flag cut through Luo Feng's chest like a hot knife through butter. Boom! The pirate flag pinned Luo Feng to the ground. Pu Ci. Blood continuously leaked out of Luo Feng's mouth. He revealed a flustered and confused expression. How can it be like this? In Idle Cloud Restaurant, this old man showed you some respect. Don't think that I'm easy to bully. What did you say? I cannot casually discuss your Ice Peak sword title. This old man wants to say that you are trash. Clearly, the pirate leader had a bellyful of anger. Back then, he had just casually said a few words. However, this fellow had humiliated Xiao Suo in front of everyone, forcing him to drink a cup of wine. Since when had a junior humiliated Xiao Suo like this? The crowd was stunned. Unexpectedly, 2 of the 3 strongest new talents of the Purple Sun region were defeated so quickly. Xiao Qin, let me tell you this. This matter will not end here. The Burning Moon sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor are much more horrifying than you imagine. You absolutely will not be able to leave Purple Sun City. Luo Feng, who was pinned to the ground by the pirate flag, felt very sullen. This was the first time he had been humiliated like this since he made his debut. I will definitely return today's humiliation 100-fold. 100-fold. When Xiao Qin heard that, he was stunned for a moment. The human heart was truly hard to fathom. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the ice snow sword Luo Feng. You only sought your own humiliation. You can't blame others. Have you ever wondered why I did not slap you when I could have easily slapped you back in Idle Cloud Restaurant? It's not that I'm afraid of you or the Ice Snow Mountain Manor behind you. It's just that there is no need. However, after entering the Purple Cloud Pavilion, everyone has the right to auction off what they like. I did not do anything wrong. You are the one who forced me. Luo Feng did not listen to anything Xiao Qin said. He rudely interrupted and pointed at Xiao Qin, saying, "Shut up, you trash. I am the strongest new talent of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor. I am the Ice Snow Sword Luo Feng. How can you compare to me? You trash, don't think that you are really incredible just because you trampled on me. I'll tell you this, don't even think about it. Sorry, you are mistaken. I really never thought of it that way." Bang! Without any warning, Xiao Qin suddenly flicked his finger, and a sharp saber chi shot out. The Ice Snow Sword Luo Feng's head flew off, drifting in the air. Luo Feng died with his eyes wide open. This was a result that he had not expected. Xiao Qin glanced back and saw Yan Xian lying on the ground. When Xiao Qin's gaze landed on him, Yan Xian felt an indescribable fear spread in his heart. Yan Xian circulated all his vital qi and crawled on the ground with great difficulty, all so that he could distance himself from Xiao Qin, this demon. Yan Xian was in a sorry state, crawling away in fright. There was no trace of his earlier arrogance or despotism. With just one look, Yan Xian was so frightened that he crawled on the ground. The people watching this scene were all stunned. They were speechless for a long time, completely flabbergasted. The shock of this scene was simply too great. "Let's go." Xiao Qin shook his head and did not make a move on Yan Xian. This person was already crippled. The crowd looked at the departing white figure, at the headless Luo Feng on the ground, and at the crawling Yan Xian. Such a result was simply unacceptable. Two new talents had tried to kill Xiao Qin in a grand manner. However, one died, and the other lost all his dignity. White-robed Xiao Qin. This person is now famous in Purple Sun City. After this battle, the Purple Sun region has only one new talent left, Feng Buyu. I wonder where he came from. His aura, mental state, and strength all seem to surpass the Purple Sun region's 3 new talents. Just watch. This matter will not end so easily. The experts of the Burning Moon sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor will deal with this soon. Only after Xiao Qin was far away did the crowd burst into an uproar, turning incredibly noisy. At this moment, the last new talent that many people talked about, Feng Buyu, led the sect elders and disciples outside Purple Sun City, waiting for a certain person. The wind-chasing pavilion's group of people, led by Feng Buyu, waited quietly amid the surging yellow sand. Feng Buyu did not appear at the Purple Cloud Pavilion's auction, but he went outside Purple Sun City. Everyone found Feng Buyu's actions strange. Gallop! Gallop! Suddenly, the sound of hooves rang out. An old man on a horse appeared in Feng Buyu's vision. When the owner of the horse saw the crowd in the distance, he quickly retreated in fright. "Senior brother, the target has appeared." Feng Buyu revealed a sinister smile as he said indifferently, "Martial uncle, I'll leave it to you. Don't worry. He won't be able to run." The one who replied was actually a major primal core elder. Then, his figure flashed, vanishing from everyone's sight. When this person reappeared, he was carrying a yellow-clad man and tossing him to the ground. The yellow-clad man was in incredible pain. Clearly, he had been tortured before he came. When this yellow-clad man recognized Feng Buyu, it was like he saw his savior. "Young Master Feng, I have no grudge with the wind-chasing pavilion. Why did you capture me?" Feng Buyu said sullenly, "Cut the crap. Let me ask you, where is the pirate flag that you obtained from the Grave Sea now?" "Ah!" Upon hearing that, the yellow-clad man's face filled with panic. "What pirate flag? I don't know. I don't know anything." "Beat him up ruthlessly. Beat him until he confesses everything," Feng Buyu instructed coldly, not bothering to speak nonsense. Chapter 1593. Let's go. I'll bring you to my friend to sell off the goods that Big Brother wants to sell. As the captain token continued to rise in rank, the privileges gained by the pirate alliance would increase. The periphery of the silhouette looked like a city wall. The black-clad old man laughed dryly. Just as he was about to speak to Xiao Qin, his expression suddenly changed. At the mention of the pirate hall, Xiao Suo felt deep veneration and some pride. The entire west side of the city was in a frenzy. Everyone was shouting at the top of their lungs, "The golden setting sun! Golden setting sun!" Xiao Qin reminded the others. Only then did Xiao Suo, Fei and Luo Nan reluctantly shift their gazes away from that three-star pirate ship. Xiao Suo's incredibly rough and calloused hand slowly rubbed the rusted flagpole. Xiao Qin nodded and said calmly, "Xiao Qin greets Senior Gue." Xiao Suo smiled. Unexpectedly, he did not argue. When someone asked about the pirates, Xiao Suo was happy to answer. He smiled and said, "Naturally, it is difficult. There are only 109-star pirate captains in the entire Great Thousand Realms. As for pirate kings, there are only 7. From 1 star to 9 star, the difficulty of the subsequent tests increases with every increase in star." Words flickering with golden light were carved on the palace walls. After passing through the palace walls, there was a row of statues of famous pirate kings in history. This was the first time Xiao Qin, Fei and the others entered, so they felt somewhat shocked. "Old Gue, cut the crap. Hurry up. My big brother wants to sell off some goods. Just help me take a look and give me a good price," Xiao Suo said somewhat impatiently. Rather than calling this a pirate hall, it would be more accurate to call it a pirate city made up of countless palaces. An unremarkable tattered pattern appeared at the end of the flagpole. Its position was rather special. Piracy itself was not a very reputable occupation. The black-clad old man looked at Xiao Suo and said, "Show me that pirate flag you are carrying." "Wang Suo, I heard you changed your name." When the black-clad old man saw Xiao Suo, he immediately teased him rudely. "Xiao Suo, what grade is your pirate ship?" No matter where one went in the bustling Purple Sun City, one could feel a strong commercial atmosphere. Auction pavilions, medicine pavilions, profound weapon pavilions, and markets could be seen everywhere. Their voices boiled like a tsunami, each wave louder than the last. This Xiao Suo seemed to be a pirate with a story. As the distance between them drew closer, Xiao Suo said embarrassedly, "Old fogey, you are really well informed." Before Xiao Suo could reply, the black-clothed old man stepped forward and directly snatched it away. Just the pirate ships that they built were a secret that many large sects could not grasp even to this day. One's martial prowess is the foundation. After that, the distance traveled and the completion of the Pirate Alliance's missions will add points. Only the west side of the city presented a completely different appearance. It was as if they had walked into another city. I remember hearing about the Golden Setting Sun pirate group when I was young. Luo Nan said somewhat uncertainly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Suo said somewhat embarrassedly, "Pirate ships are divided into 9 stars. Above the 9 stars are kings, and above kings are legends. That broken ship of mine is not good enough, it is not even 1 star. Golden Setting Sun. Only by becoming legends would their statues be erected in every pirate alliance. How many stars are you?" As the group spoke, a shadow suddenly shrouded them. When they looked up, they discovered an incredibly tyrannical huge pirate ship slowly descending from the sky. Me. I had a chance to become a 3-star pirate ship in the past. However, there is no need to mention the past. Now, I am not good enough. That was the 3-star pirate ship, the Golden Setting Sunday. It stood out among the group of 1-star and 2-star pirate ships, like a king, receiving the treatment of the stars. "TSK, you must be bragging." All the pirates cheered. Only Xiao Suo showed a somewhat complicated expression as he said softly, "It came from the Purple Sun region. It is also the only 3-star pirate group in the Purple Sun region. It is the pride of all the Purple Sun region's pirates. Xiao Suo's voice sounded somewhat dispirited. As he carried the tattered pirate flag, he appeared somewhat miserable. He said weakly, "Indeed. I can only brag. I am just a mediocre pirate." The Pirate Alliance of Purple Sun City was located in the west of the city, in a desolate and vast lake in the inner city. It looked like aside from being strong, this Golden Setting Sun pirate group should have some special history. Otherwise, it would not receive such treatment. Some of the rust on the pirate flag peeled off, and the pole of the pirate flag gave off a faint scarlet light. Xiao Suo explained excitedly as he carried the pirate flag. Along the way, Xiaochen did not say anything. However, he saw everything. The helpless expression on Xiao Suo's face quickly disappeared. Then, he smiled and led the way. Overall, it looked like a palace but also a huge independent castle. The procedures for handing over the captain's medallion was not complicated. In the palace that specialized in such matters, Xiaochen successfully obtained his own captain's medallion. "Let's go. Just take a look at someone else's honor. I still have to go to the pirate hall to sell some things. The handover procedures need to be done quickly as well." Soon, the strange feeling vanished. What appeared before them was a world of connected palaces. The vast lake, which was originally filled with pirate ships, suddenly parted, revealing an empty lake. It was indeed very old. It was a somewhat sloppy, black-clad old man with wrinkles all over his face and an ancient expression. "Is it difficult?" Fei asked after seeing the magnificent scene before her. She seemed to be very interested in pirates. "I told you to take it, so take it. Be quick." The scene was very spectacular. If one did not know what was going on, one would think that this was a port. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt somewhat stunned. Why? There was a blue clump of light at the shore of the lake, giving off a watery glow. Fei asked interestedly, "How do I raise my rank as a captain?" At every moment, there were pirate ships taking off and landing. The place was very busy. Simply put, I have no money. Also, my rank is not high enough. Any pirate can freely purchase a mediocre pirate ship, but a 1-star pirate ship requires the identity of a 1-star captain. On the bow of the ship was a golden pirate flag. The flag was painted with a golden setting sun, and below the setting sun were embroidered 3 resplendent golden stars. After looking for a while, Xiaochen and the others passed through the blue water screen. Everyone had a strange feeling, like the world was spinning. After passing through the streets of the western part of the city, a vast lake appeared before the group. Many pirate ships filled the lake. That is easy to deal with. I have some old friends in Purple Sun City's pirate hole. Come, big brother, I'll bring you there. That is the pirate hall, the core of the Pirate Alliance. Even the Cloud Sea realm cannot break into that place. It is absolutely secure. You are overthinking. When those bastards of yours came to repair my ship, they told me about it. This should be the new captain of the Black Scimitar, right? The blue clump of light grew larger and clearer. Indeed, it was the silhouette of a palace. Suddenly, Xiaochen raised his eyebrows in shock. The flagpole actually slowly turned bright. Shaw! Shaw! Xiao Suo was very familiar with this. He was a pirate leader in the first place. He had also bought his new pirate ship from the Pirate Alliance. When Xiaochen looked around, he felt shocked. He saw several pirate ships that were unbelievably strong. Xiao Suo's pirate ship was extremely inconspicuous among the numerous pirate ships. After about 7 minutes, Xiaochen met with Xiao Suo's old friend in the underground palace. The black-clad old man said unhurriedly as he looked at Xiaochen. From today onwards, Xiao Chen was a legitimate pirate. Compared to the Alchemist Guild and the Wanxiang Pagoda, the Pirate Alliance was somewhat special. While it looked loose, in reality, it had a clear division of labor and many different organizations. Fei looked at the three-star pirate group with a fervent gaze, not noticing Xiao Suo's strange expression. She smiled and said, "I knew that you were bragging. Look at how incredible the three-star pirate group is. The entire city is cheering for it." The black-clad old man's expression changed drastically. He exclaimed in horror, "The Scarlet Blood War Banner. The legendary Scarlet Blood Pirate King Scarlet Blood War Banner." The Pirate Alliance's full name was the Great Thousand Realms Pirate Professional Alliance. This was a special alliance that treated piracy as a profession. The Pirate Alliance had the largest underground market in Purple Sun City. It was the fastest and most convenient place to sell some illegal goods. "What are you looking at?" "This is my treasure." "It is not for sale," Xiao Suo said anxiously. As Xiao Chen held the pirate token, he entered deep thought. To him, this might be a good card to play. The pirates everywhere stopped what they were doing and ran to the shore to cheer. The Great Thousand Realms Pirate Alliance. "Big brother, you have accepted my pirate ship. You need to go to the Pirate Hall to register it and formally obtain an identity medallion." Chapter 1594. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Upon hearing the black-clad old man say this name, Xiao Suo could no longer remain calm. "Old Gui, don't lie to me. Even the appraisers of the Purple Cloud Pavilion could not appraise it, and you know it just by touching it." The black-clad old man looked at Xiao Suo with disdain. "Everyone has their own specialties. How many years have I been in the Pirate Alliance? How many times have I gone to the sea? Those appraisers do not even know how many pirate kings the Pirate Alliance has produced. How can they compare to me? However, they must have noticed the extraordinariness of this pirate flag. It's just that they could not appraise it. Am I right?" Seeing Xiao Suo's shocked expression, old Gui clicked his tongue and said, "I know the answer just by looking at your expression. However, this thing is too troublesome. I suggest you hand it over to the Pirate Alliance. That way, you can directly rise to a 3-star captain. However, you will have to choose how to do it." Xiao Suo showed a complicated expression in his heart. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Big brother, you make the decision. After all, you are the one who paid for this pirate flag." When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt confused. He waved his hand and said, "Wait a moment. Tell me what's going on first." The black-clad old man looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "What's going on? Did you see those statues before you entered the Pirate Alliance?" "I saw them. Xiao Suo told me that one is qualified to have a statue erected in front of the Pirate Alliance only by becoming a legend among pirate kings." Old Gui nodded and said, "That's right. However, outsiders do not know how difficult it is. To ordinary pirates, the identity of a pirate king is already a legendary character. However, every pirate king's lifelong goal is to have their own statue erected in front of the Pirate Alliance after they die, for later generations to worship. However, just becoming a pirate king is not enough. One needs to be a legend among legends to have the qualifications. The Pirate Alliance was established not long after the martial epoch began. However, there are less than 100 legendary pirate kings. Since the birth of the martial epoch, there had been less than 100 legendary pirate kings. This was really difficult. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he reacted and said, "The Scarlet Blood Pirate King is one of them." "Yes, he's the one holding the blood-colored war flag and the statue. Now you know how high his position is in the hearts of the pirates. And the flag that made him famous has actually reappeared in the world. It goes without saying how valuable it is." Xiao Suo interrupted, "Most importantly, every legendary pirate king would bury their treasures in the depths of the sea after their death. Having the Scarlet Blood War banner is equivalent to having the possibility of inheriting the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasures. This is also why Old Gui suggested that I hand it over to the Pirate Alliance. This is because it is too valuable. If news of it leaked out, it would immediately startle the entire Purple Sun region. That's not right, the entire Grave Sea cluster would be shaken. When Xiao Chen heard that, he had to be cautious. On the other side, Luo Nan and Fei Er were somewhat startled. Xiao Suo smiled foolishly and said, "What a surprise. I didn't expect my eyes to be so sharp. It's the legendary Pirate King's war flag. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King is the pirate I admire the most. Rumor has it that he has cleared all 7 forbidden starry seas without exception. There is no place in the boundless starry heavens that his Scarlet Blood pirate group cannot reach. I caught a legend." The sloppy, black-clad Old Gui smiled coldly and said, "Stop dreaming. Think about how to protect yourself first. I don't believe that there is an impenetrable wall in this world." Xiao Suo felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, chilling his heart. Damn it. What should I do? Normally, if I could become a 3-star pirate, I would smile even in my dreams. However, I can only become a 3-star captain while holding the Scarlet Blood War banner. I really can't accept this. Xiao Chen, who was standing at the side, appeared rather calm. After all, this Scarlet Blood War banner was just a tattered banner right now. Let me take a look at the war banner. When Xiao Chen received the war banner from Old Gui's hands, his first reaction was that it was heavy, far heavier than he had imagined. Following that, a boundlessly ancient aura spread from his palm to his entire body. It was like scenes of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King from a distant era appearing in Xiao Chen's mind. An intense battle hunger spread throughout his entire body. His blood surged endlessly. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. No wonder Xiao Suo held the upper hand in his battle with the Ice Snow Sword, easily defeating him. It looked like this was closely related to the war banner. This was truly a good treasure. If this war flag was repaired, just how powerful would it be as a weapon? Big brother, what do you think? Even now, Xiao Suo was still somewhat nervous and excited. When he spoke, he could not speak fluently. Xiao Chen handed the war banner to Xiao Suo. Then, he turned calmly to the black-clad old man and asked, "Senior Gui, how confident are you of repairing this war banner to its peak?" The sloppy old man shook his head and replied, "I do not have that ability. At best, I can recover 20% of its peak might. However, the greatest use of this pirate war banner is to raise the overall strength of the pirate ship." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Senior Gui is really humble. To be able to recover 20% is already very incredible. I would like to do business with Senior Gui." When Xiao Chen first saw Senior Gui, he felt that the other party was extraordinary. When the other party appraised the Scarlet Blood War banner, Xiao Chen was certain of his guess. Hee. I only do big business. Coincidentally, I want to do big business. 1 million medial grade spirit jades, is that big enough? The moment Xiao Chen said that, Senior Gui withdrew the smile on his face and slowly turned grave. His eyes released a sharp light, as though he wanted to see through Xiao Chen completely. Unfortunately, Senior Gui could only fail. His aura and gaze did not put any pressure on Xiao Chen. Senior Gui said sullenly, 1 million medial grade spirit jades. Xiao Chen, white-robed Xiao Chen, who exactly are you? At first, Senior Gui thought that the other party was just an elite disciple of a rank 3 sect. Now, it looked like it was not that simple. Suddenly, Xiao Chen released a trace of his blue dragon bloodline, which was suppressed by the Buddhist pendant. Suddenly, the great desolate divine eyes appeared. A resplendent and dazzling golden light appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. That golden light disappeared in a flash, so fast that no one noticed it. Great desolate divine eyes. Senior Gue took a step back and looked at Xiaoqin in shock. After a long time, he said, "I'll take this deal. However, just repairing the Scarlet Blood War banner does not require such a large number of medial-grade spirit jades, right?" Xiaoqin nodded and waved his hand. The cycle throne appeared. "I still need you to help me upgrade this cycle throne. Merge the advantages of the pirate ship with my throne. Also, Xiao Suo's pirate ship needs to be modified. It needs to be at least as strong as a peak 2-star pirate ship." This throne, with a thought, the cycle throne turned into a war chariot before the black-clad old man's shocked gaze, shocking the black-clad old man. Senior Gue circled the cycle throne and stared at it. He praised, "Excellent. This is truly excellent. I can see the shadow of the Immortal Epic's magic treasures in it. His attainments in artifact forging and formation techniques are also extremely high." This old man's eyes were indeed unique. Mo Chen had used the Book of Heavenly Works to control the refining techniques and formations. Naturally, they were extraordinary. However, Mo Chen had not considered the spatial structure and levels of the Great Thousand Realms back then. Hence, there were flaws and needed to be upgraded. Senior Gue revealed a difficult expression. He said, "However, privately modifying a pirate ship is not in accordance with the rules of the Alliance. Otherwise, how could it be a big deal?" Xiaoqin smiled. When Xiao Suo heard that, he felt incredibly excited. He immediately tried to undermine Senior Gue. "Old Gue, don't play dumb with me. Your subordinates have done a lot of private work. Back then, you also helped me modify that pirate ship of mine. Stop acting dumb." Hearing that his pirate ship was going to be modified, Xiao Suo was naturally happy. He had thought of doing so long ago. However, he did not have any spirit jades. "You bastard. Never mind, I submit to you. However, I'll say this first. Give me 1 million medial-grade spirit jades first. I will not pay for it myself, nor do I have the capital to pay for it. Upgrading the throne, modifying the pirate ship, and even repairing the war banner. Why do I feel like I am at a disadvantage?" Senior Gue muttered to himself as he did the math. He wondered if the 1 million medial-grade spirit jades had clouded his mind. "Brat, you know why I'm working with you. Great desolate divine eyes, I really underestimated you at the start. However, I'll tell you the truth. No one dares to modify a pirate ship, especially to a 2-star one. I'm only letting you take the risk on account of Wang Suo and your great desolate Ian bloodline." Senior Gue's voice projection rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. "Many thanks, Senior. Hey, I don't know if I made a profit or a loss on this deal. Just take it as making a friend." Senior Gue sighed as he spoke softly. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Thank you, Senior Gue, for helping me. In that case, I'll share my thoughts on how to upgrade the throne with Senior first." Just at this moment, a group of people walked into Senior Gue's shop with heavy footsteps. The leader of this group wore gorgeous clothes, a standard captain's attire adorned with resplendent gems. This person looked very spirited and had no facial hair. He looked exceptionally spirited, exuding an extraordinary aura. When Xiao Suo turned his head and saw this person, his expression changed drastically. The hand holding the war banner trembled, and veins bulged. He did his best to suppress his rage. When the middle-aged captain saw Xiao Suo, he revealed a surprised expression. After being stunned for a while, he sized up Xiao Suo and smiled. "I heard that you have been in a miserable state for the past few years. Unexpectedly, you are so miserable that you have to carry the banner for someone else." Seeing that this person had an extraordinary air, Thea walked over to old Gue and whispered, "Old master, who is this person?" Bai Yan, the captain of the Golden Setting Sun pirate group, a 3-star captain, the light of the Purple Sun region's pirates. Xiao Suo, my former deputy. Old Gue muttered with a complicated expression. Fei Er gaped, clearly surprised. She had not expected this at all. The captain of the Golden Setting Sun pirate group that the entire city cheered for was actually Xiao Suo's former deputy. However, you are really ambitious. You are willing to carry the banner for someone else instead of coming to my Golden Setting Sun pirate group, Bai Yan said in a gentle and natural tone as he looked at Xiao Suo from top to bottom. Shameless fellow. Xiao Suo, who had been suppressing his rage, could no longer resist cursing. Then, he tossed the war banner aside and rushed forward to grab Bai Yan's collar, pulling him up. You don't deserve to wear these clothes. You don't deserve to be a captain. Even if I'm worthless and have no dignity, and end up begging for food, I'm still better than a shameless bastard like you. The expressions of the 4 people behind Bai Yan changed slightly as they unleashed killing chi. These 4 were actually late-stage minor primal core experts. All of them were veterans of hundreds of battles. With one look, it was clear that they were not weaklings. Bai Yan waved his hand and stopped the 4 behind him. He smiled faintly and said, I like to see your face filled with rage and helplessness. Boom! A strong aura burst out from Bai Yan's body, and Xiao Suo vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying. Bai Yan tidied his clothes and said calmly, You should thank me. If my subordinates had made a move, you would have died. I will wear these clothes properly. Occasionally, I will return to Purple Sun City. I want to tell you that not only can I be a captain, but I can also do better than trash like you, going further. You. Xiao Suo vomited a mouthful of blood in anger. Rage burned in his eyes. Just as Xiao Suo was about to charge out, a hand landed on his shoulder and stopped him. Chapter 1595. Naturally, the person who stretched out his hand was Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin possessed strong vital qi, at least 2 cauldron force. When he pressed down, he was like a mountain pressing down on Xiao Suo. Then, he stepped forward and picked up the tattered Scarlet Blood War banner. You are Wang Suo's new captain. Not bad. Although you are young, you have an extraordinary air. I am Bai Yan. I have a lot of friends in the Grave Sea Cluster. Little friend, will you tell me your great name? Bai Yan's status and cultivation were higher than Xiao Chen's, so he felt very confident before Xiao Qin. Bai Yan asked Xiao Chen with the air of someone in a superior position. Xiao Chen acted like he did not hear anything. He looked at Senior Gue and said, Senior Gue, there are too many flies here. Since you are not going to make a move, then I can only do it myself. Whoosh! Right after Bai Yan spoke, for cold killing chi immediately came from behind him, firmly locking onto Xiao Qin. What shameless boasting! I'll smack you to death with one palm strike. Let's see who is the fly. A person came out from behind Bai Yan and sent a palm strike at Xiao Qin. That person used his palm as a saber and chopped down. The saber wind brought strong pressure. Before the palm strike arrived, cracks appeared on the ground. Xiao Chen's long hair and white robes fluttered about. Scram far away. Before Xiao Chen could make a move, the sloppy-looking Senior Gue suddenly came out. No one noticed how Senior Gue made a move. They only knew that he suddenly stood in front of Xiao Qin. Then, Senior Gue kicked out and sent the person crashing into the wall. That person grunted and fell down while vomiting blood. Bai Yan, I'm not doing business here today. Look for another place. The black-clad old man sent a voice projection. Bai Yan, on account of our past friendship, I'll advise you to leave quickly. You cannot afford to offend this youth, nor can you touch him. When Bai Yan, who already had a murderous intent in his heart, heard that, it was like a bucket of cold water splashed over him. immediately extinguishing his murderous intent. What kind of status did Elder Ghost have? He knew very well that Elder Ghost's words could not be false. He was very smart. He thought that Old Ghost's action this time was to prevent Xiao Qin from acting up, and to reduce his losses as much as possible. My apologies, my subordinates have offended you just now. I will take my leave now. For Bai Yan to be able to make it to where he was today, he was extremely tactful when dealing with matters. With a smile on his face, he prepared to leave as if nothing had happened. Who gave you permission to leave? Xiao Qin said calmly the moment the other party turned around. Bai Yan, whose back was facing Xiao Qin, scrunched up his face in anger. But when he turned around again, his face was full of smiles again. Little friend, don't be so unforgiving. How about we let today's matter rest here? Unforgiving? Well said. Why? Do you feel wronged now? Xiao Qin said sarcastically. Just now, he had done his best to humiliate Xiao Suo in front of him. Now, he actually turned the tables on Xiao Qin, saying that he was unforgiving. Furthermore, that subordinate of his attacked Xiao Qin. Without Xiao Qin's permission, how could that subordinate dare to act rashly? First, Xiao Qin humiliated and injured Xiao Suo. Then, he got his subordinate to attack Xiao Qin. If Xiao Qin were not strong enough, he would have died here for nothing. Now that Xiao Qin knew how powerful Xiao Qin was, it would not be that easy to leave. When Bai Yan heard that, he felt stifled. His face sank. Don't think that I, Bai Yan, fear you. If not for this being Elder Ghost's place, Xiao Qin smiled coldly. So what? I am standing here right now. Do you dare to make a move on me? Suddenly, a small black snake appeared on Xiao Qin's shoulder. Its scarlet eyes looked coldly at Bai Yan. Under the Jiao snake's gaze, Bai Yan trembled. He felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, a bone-chilling cold. A late-stage major primal core ferocious beast. Furthermore, it was an existence just short of breaking through to the Cloud Sea realm. Bai Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. Now, he understood why Elder Ghost said that. As an early-stage major primal core cultivator, Bai Yan should have been able to survive against this Jiao snake and flee. However, his 4 subordinates would not be able to retaliate at all. In just a few moves, they died here. Sir, what do you want? Just say it directly. As long as I can do it, Bai Yan will definitely do it. Without hesitating for long, Bai Yan chose not to fight when the odds were against him, preserving his strength first. Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Suo felt somewhat startled. He had not expected Xiao Qin to interfere and stand up for him. Scram! I only need to see your helpless appearance. That will be enough. Xiao Qin showed disdain on his face as he spoke indifferently. These were the words that Xiao Qin said when he knocked Xiao Suo into the air. Who could have imagined that the affairs of the world were unpredictable? Soon, it would be Xiao Qin's turn. You tricked me. Bai Yan reacted and immediately trembled in rage. It turned out that Xiao Qin had been fooling him from the very start. I'm not fooling you. I just want you to know that you are nothing now. Put away that pitiful pride of yours and stop acting aloof and disdainful. I will not interfere in the grudge between you and Xiao Suo. One day, he will personally settle it. Bai Yan's expression flickered. Then, he gritted his teeth as he looked at Xiao Qin. Many thanks for teaching this bio lesson. However, if you expect this trash to surpass me, you are overthinking it. Life is full of ups and downs. Who knows what the future holds? Scram and don't appear before me again. Xiao Qin did not show any fear. He enunciated every word clearly as he looked coldly at the other party. You will regret this. A venomous gaze flashed in Bai Yan's eyes. Then, he glanced at Xiao Chen and quickly left. At the side, Xiao Suo's eyes were somewhat moist. He had clearly vented his anger. However, for some reason, as a man, he still felt flustered in his heart. Little friend Xiao Chen, you should not have let him go. This person is a venomous snake. He knows how to endure silently. In the future. Old Gue sighed softly at the side. Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Suo and said, "Did you hear what Senior Gue said? However, I am confident that one day, you will help me kill this venomous snake." Senior Gue was startled. It turned out that Xiao Chen purposely spared this person to motivate Xiao Suo. Similarly, Senior Gue could tell that Bai Yan could not be spared. However, he spared him. Such courage and boldness were truly admirable. For today's grace, I will personally kill Bai Yan in the future. Xiao Suo was extremely moved. He knelt on one knee and said solemnly. Seeing Xiao Suo's stance, Xiao Chen was stunned at first. Then, he revealed a gratified smile and helped Xiao Suo up. Rage was not scary. What was scary was getting carried away by rage and losing the will to fight. Such a person would truly be crippled. When Xiao Chen saw Xiao Suo's gaze, he knew that this man of steel had been enlightened today. He had undone the knot in his heart and regained his will to fight. In this case, it was worth it for Xiao Chen to make a move today. At this moment, Xiao Chen did not know about Xiao Chen's actions. In the future, Xiao Chen would become a legendary pirate king willing to sacrifice his life for the 7 great forbidden seas. Senior Gue, let's begin. Where should we start first? Help me advance to the throne first. Without my help, it will be very difficult for others to understand the trick behind it. Hee hee. That suits me. I, Old Gue, am very interested in this throne as well. In the following 2 days, Xiao Chen remained in the pirate hall, mingling with Senior Gue and making all sorts of preparations. However, these things were huge projects and could not be completed in a short time. However, 2 days later, Xiao Chen had no choice but to leave temporarily and rush to Idle Cloud Restaurant. This was because Xiao Chen's appointment with Senior Lu was in another day. He needed to meet Senior Lu at Idle Cloud Restaurant. Not only would Senior Lu bring medicinal pills for reshaping the Dantian, but he would also bring the various ingredients needed for the Heavenly Yang pill. However, Xiao Chen killed the ice snow sword Luo Feng, causing Yan Xian to lose all his dignity and form a heart demon. The entire city was in an uproar, and everyone knew that this trip was bound to be full of waves. Xiao Chen already anticipated all sorts of situations and made plans for them. However, when the true storm arrived, it far surpassed his expectations. Chapter 1596. Lan Luo, I said enough. I told you not to say any more. Let me tell you, there are many things in this world that are more important than your life. It is just that you, Lan Luo, do not understand. After killing a jumping clown, the commotion was greater than Lan Luo imagined. In merely 2 days, she actually became famous in Purple Sun City. One had to listen to her in everything. Otherwise, one would be in the wrong, angering her. One would be rude and unreasonable. No matter how one tried to explain, it would be useless. Look, Xiao Chen is coming out. If such a person was of extraordinary birth and held a noble status, it would be even more so. When Lan Luo, who was walking over, heard this, she felt somewhat angry. However, the situation was urgent, so she could not be bothered with him. Lan Luo's heart sank. Why is this person like this? I saved his life out of kindness, but he has a stern expression. Sorry for causing a misunderstanding between you and Miss Lan Luo. Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed. He looked at the other party and asked, "Are you threatening me?" When Fei Er heard that, she paled slightly. She lowered her head and said, "Big brother Xiao Chen, how about, did I say anything wrong? Speak. What is more important than your life? What is there to prevent you from leaving Purple Sun City? Lan Luo immediately felt wronged in her heart. She had come to save him out of kindness, but Xiao Chen actually lost his temper at her. Ha! That is natural. He has been spending a lot of money in the Purple Cloud Pavilion. It would be hard for people not to be envious. There has never been a lack of fugitives in Purple Sun City. With so many discussions entering his ears, even Xiao Chen felt somewhat stunned. I heard that some of the small gangs outside the city have their eyes on him as well. Although Lan Luo said that she would not care about Xiao Chen, before she left, she still told Xiao Chen about the Temple Ghost sect seeking trouble for him. Xiao Chen had a rather good impression of this girl. Previously, it was just a small misunderstanding. Of the 3 new talents, one was dead, one had lost all his dignity, and his whereabouts were unknown. Only Feng Buyu remained, a topic of discussion. Miss Lan Luo, are you looking for me? Just at this moment, a melodious voice rang out outside Idle Cloud Restaurant. Xiao Chen looked around and saw Lan Luo walking in, wearing a red dress. Tears welled up in Lan Luo's eyes and slowly flowed out. She said in a somewhat hoarse voice, "If I do not leave, will you still attack me?" "All right, I don't understand." "I'll go." "Xiao Chen, whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. I heard that he appeared in the Purple Cloud Pavilion once yesterday. When he came out, there was a trace of anger on his face. If the other party had turned against him and left because of a misunderstanding, then this time, Xiao Chen really found it hard to be angry. Lan Luo calmed herself and explained the pros and cons, hoping that Xiao Chen would listen to her. However, in Xiao Chen's heart, he did not regret it at all. 2 days ago, he was the one who killed the Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng, and humiliated the Burning Moon sect's Yen Axane. Even now, his whereabouts are unknown. Misunderstanding. There is no misunderstanding. I know why he is here. However, never mind. She has not experienced it before, so it would be hard for her to understand the promise of going through thick and thin together. Naturally, Xiao Chen and the others ignored her, continuing to drink and chat. Fei Er felt somewhat nervous. Her senior brother would be saved soon. She hoped that nothing unexpected would happen. They would arrive at Idle Cloud Restaurant soon. Think whatever you want. Give me the pirate flag, and I will return the spirit jades to you in their original state. After that, I will send someone to escort you away. Purple Sun City will immediately become a land of trouble. The game that follows is not something you can play. Lan Luo's words struck Lan Luo's soft spot, making her feel helpless and flustered. Indeed, what was more important than Xiao Chen's life? Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Thank you. However, I still have things to do and cannot leave." Xiao Chen had a clear conscience. He did not kill the innocent and gave the other party many chances. All of this was the Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng. He only had himself to blame. Xiao Chen took a sip of wine to drown his sorrows, no longer talking about Lan Luo. There would always be some people who stubbornly believed that, since they had given 100% of their sincerity to you, you had to give 100% of your sincerity back. Xiao Chen looked at Lan Luo coldly. I know that you have a noble status and an extraordinary background. However, in my eyes, there is nothing special about you. Don't think too highly of yourself, thinking that just because you gave me something, I should be deeply grateful and kowtow to you. As for the obvious gazes, there were countless of them. Big brother, Beauty Lan Luo is here again. When Xiao Suo saw the situation, he immediately smiled and said, Your charm is really extraordinary. You underestimate me, Xiao Qin. It doesn't matter if you sincerely want to save me or if you covet my pirate flag. You'd better disappear immediately. I wonder if he will seek trouble for that white-robed Xiao Qin. If he does, that would be interesting. He is really bold. I thought that he had already left Purple Sun City long ago. To think that he dares to remain here after offending 2 large sections. Why are you not listening to me? Is there anything more important than your life? Lan Luo raised her voice and advised, do you think that after killing the Ice Snow Sword, you can do as you please in Purple Sun City? Have you heard? One of the 3 new talents of the Purple Sun region, the wind-chasing Sex Feng Buyu, has appeared, someone in the inn said in a low voice at this moment. Big brother, there are so many eyes on us. There are people in the open and in the dark. Xiao Suo sized up the surroundings, appearing extremely cautious. Xiao Suo's blood surged, and his body tensed up. Even when he robbed those large sects, he had not experienced such a feeling. Fei said softly, Big brother Xiao Qin, so, he came here to look for me for the Scarlet Blood War banner. Since Xiao Qin already knew the origins of the Scarlet Blood War banner, he naturally would not hand it over. However, he is someone who can even kill the Ice Snow Sword. If you want to target him, you have to think about it carefully. The moment Xiao Suo said that, this topic immediately ended, as someone discovered Xiao Chen's presence. Xiao Chen did not hesitate, directly stepping in. Then, he took a seat and ordered some food, waiting for Senior Lu to appear. Xiao Suo was indeed somewhat afraid. After all, who was not afraid of death? However, he also felt some excitement. Xiao Suo immediately did not dare to continue the conversation. Afraid? Naturally, I am afraid. Who would not be afraid of causing such a huge commotion? However, if we really fight, I absolutely will not cower. Xiao Suo's words attracted the gazes of many people, and they all revealed curious expressions. Lan Luo nodded and said, right. Hand over that tattered pirate flag to me. Quickly leave Purple Sun City. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. He appeared 2 days ago. However, he was outside the city. I don't know what he is doing, being so mysterious. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. This Xiao Suo was speaking the truth. Xiao Suo did not have as many trump cards as Xiao Chen did, so it was hard to avoid fear. Seeing Fei Er's expression, Xiao Chen truly felt angry. He held his wine cup and slammed it down heavily on the table. Then, he said coldly, enough. Xiao Chen had seen too many major scenes. His heart was as calm as an ancient well, calm and unperturbed. The white-robed Xiao Qin came out from the Pirate Alliance. Since Xiao Suo killed him, so be it. There was no need to think too much. Xiao Qin did not want to explain too much. One day, when the other party truly matured, he would naturally understand who was right and who was wrong. He would also know that there were many things in this world that were more important than his life. Don't overthink. Things are not as bad as you think. Xiao Chen. Bang! Lan Luo simply did not want to see such a person, who had helped her and made her think highly of him, die in Purple Sun City like that. Xiao Chen asked calmly, are you afraid? Lan Luo had never suffered such grievances before. She felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. Xiao Chen smiled consolingly and said, it's fine. Don't overthink. No matter what, I will wait for Luo Nan to recover before leaving. If one did not die, one would not die. Since young, Lan Luo had always been the pearl of her family and friends. Just as Xiao Chen left the western side of the city, his sharp spiritual sense immediately detected several dozen gazes on him. The Temple Ghost Sect's 3rd sect master outside the city will come looking for you to hand over the dazzling sunlight true flame. Then, you can die at his hands. Chapter 1597. Xiao Chen held his wine cup and pondered. He said to Xiao Suo, what kind of existence is the Temple Ghost Sect? Xiao Suo, tell me about it. Xiao Suo smiled and said, Big brother, do you really believe what that girl said? I think she just wants to snatch the Scarlet Blood War banner. Xiaochen shook his head and said, you don't understand women. Although her personality is a bit bad, and she doesn't understand many principles of how to conduct herself in the world. Otherwise, before he left, he wouldn't have told me about the Luocha school. Xiao Suo scratched his head and said with a smile, I'm just a boorish person. However, I do know a bit about this temple ghost sect. There are many bandit gangs outside the city. They might not be worth mentioning in front of second-rank sects, but in the eyes of ordinary people, they are tyrants. Xiaochen gestured for him to continue. These bandit gangs typically bully the weak and fear the strong. When they encounter a rank 2 sect's disciple, they are all respectful, but when they encounter a lone wolf, they immediately reveal their ferocious side. Xiaochen had sensed this when he entered the city. Who's Xiaochen? Show yourself. Suddenly, a rumbling roar came from outside Idle Cloud restaurant. It was deafening. This shocked all the people drinking in the restaurant. Someone actually dared to challenge Xiaochen. Did he not know that he had even killed the Ice Peak Sword? Could he be an elder of the Burning Moon sect or the Ice and Snow Villa? No, this voice sounded like a bandit and did not have the demeanor of a disciple of a sect. Xiaochen's eyes narrowed slightly. The one who came should be the Killing Luo sect's third sect leader. He didn't expect the other party to arrive so quickly. His tone was arrogant to the extreme. Big brother, this person must be the Temple Ghost sect's third sect master. His nickname is Black Tiger, and he is an early-stage minor primal core cultivator. He has experienced many battles and is good with the saber. Xiao Suo's expression changed slightly when he heard this voice. Xiaochen got up and put down his cup. He said softly, you guys stay here. I'll go out and take a look. At this moment, a lot of people had already gathered outside Idle Cloud restaurant. However, they were all hiding far away. They did not dare approach Idle Cloud restaurant. As a result, the area outside the gate was empty. Only a dark-skinned, ferocious-looking man stood in the middle, looking extremely domineering. You are the white-robed Xiaochen? Black Tiger asked in a deep voice when he saw that the person who walked out was wearing white clothes. A terrifying baleful aura emanated from his body, causing others to not dare approach him. As he spoke, he stared at Xiaochen like a wild beast. Xiaochen nodded. That's me. However, the one I killed was the Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng. What grudge do I have with your Killing Rakshasa sect for you to attack me? Ha ha ha, that's right. Our Rakshasa sect is looking for trouble. What kind of grudges do we have? You won the bid for the Extreme Yang Real Fire, right? Our big brother asked you to hand it over, and then the Killing Luo sect will naturally not trouble you anymore. He threatened, but his eyes were still fixed on Xiaochen. Xiaochen looked around. Just you. He smiled and said, I alone am enough to get you to hand over the dazzling sunlight true fire. He looked very awe-inspiring as he held a black saber in his hand. It was like he already had Xiaochen in the bag. Xiaochen said indifferently, it is not impossible. You just need an earth flame of the same grade to exchange for it. If I am satisfied, perhaps I will hand the dazzling sunlight true fire to you. Interesting. Are you looking down on me? Who revealed a sinister smile as he looked coldly at Xiaochen. In Purple Sun City, there are very few veritable personages who dare to speak to me like this. Even the 3 new talents do not dare to. The veritable personages who dared to speak to me like this are already dead. Whose tone was cold, revealing confidence and indifference. When the others heard what Hu said, they shook their heads and their hearts. The Rakshasa sect's people were indeed overbearing. Hu was indeed very strong. Furthermore, the Rakshasa sect was considered a peak existence among the factions outside the city. Few people dared to offend Hu. After all, Xiao Chen was not a local. Furthermore, he had offended the Burning Moon sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor. If he did not hand over the dazzling sunlight true fire now, Xiao Chen would probably die here before the people of the two sects arrived. You only have one life. However, in your long life, you will definitely meet the dazzling sunlight true fire a second time. You understand what I mean. He who looked at Xiao Chen and issued a final ultimatum. Did he want to keep his life or keep the dazzling sunlight true fire? Xiao Chen's gaze was as calm as still water. He glanced at He Hu indifferently and said, "Many people have said similar things to me. However, I have always lived well. However, I killed the person who said that, even if he was the Ice Snow Sword. I'll give you a choice as well. Before I truly get angry, scram." Unexpectedly, when faced with He Hu's ultimatum, not only did Xiao Chen not make a choice, but he even told He Hu to scram immediately. Otherwise, only death awaited him. Xiao Chen's calm eyes flashed with some arrogance and sharpness. This fellow. Actually, Lan Luo had not gone far from a tall building in the distance. She still paid attention to the situation in Idle Cloud Restaurant. Lan Luo cursed in her heart. Xiao Chen is too arrogant. Killing the Ice Snow Sword does not mean that he can defeat He Hu. He Hu was an excellent cultivator among the minor primal core cultivators. Furthermore, he was a veteran of hundreds of battles. The Ice Snow Sword, Luo Feng, did not dare to offend such a person. However, not only did Xiao Chen not show any weakness, he even turned the tables and threatened He Hu. Indeed, when He Hu heard Xiao Chen's words, he laughed sinisterly. Ha 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 ha. This is interesting. Xiao Chen, you are the first to dare to threaten me like that. However, you will definitely be the last. Whoosh. A sharp, furious roar came from He Hu's mouth. Then, his physical body turned into a black afterimage and vanished. In the next moment, He Hu held his saber with one hand and appeared at He Hu's side. Then, he pounced over like a ferocious tiger. A strong wind blew, making it hard for the people watching in the distance to open their eyes or stand firmly. The black saber gave off a cold and sinister light in the air. Then, it turned into a ferocious black tiger, ferocious beast descending on Xiao Chen. This movement technique was so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. This saber light was strange and sinister. There was a terrifying ferocious spirit on the saber. What terrifying strength! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This black tiger was indeed much stronger than the Ice Snow Sword. Xiao Chen gathered his veritable essence energy and punched. Bang! The fist light and saber light clashed. Xiao Chen took a step back, feeling his arm go slightly numb. He Hu laughed maniacally and took advantage of the momentum to charge forward, sending out 3 saber strikes. With each saber strike, Xiao Chen took a step back. Instantly, he took 3 steps back. Xiao Chen thought to himself, this black tiger is indeed not simple. Even though I absorbed the 10,000-year-old baleful energy, my veritable essence energy can barely block the other party's attacks. After all, He Hu is an early-stage minor primal core cultivator. The difference in cultivation between us is too great. Of course, Xiao Chen only has a slight advantage in cultivation. You are somewhat strong, but that is all. I heard that you are a bladesman as well. What's wrong? You don't even have the courage to draw your saber before me. Black Tiger laughed maniacally as he held the upper hand in the fight, suppressing the other party. Whoosh! Whoosh! Black Tiger took 2 steps back. For some reason, his right hand, which held the saber scabbard, felt a slight pain. Unexpectedly, the other party's fist light contained a saber intent that was hard to break. After exchanging a few hundred moves, it had already penetrated deep into Black Tiger's arm. While Black Tiger retreated, he quickly suppressed this saber intent. Then, he looked at Xiao Qin and said, "I'll give you a chance to draw your saber." How arrogant! It looks like this black tiger wants to toy with Xiao Qin. He can't do anything about it. The difference in cultivation is too great. Clearly, Black Tiger advanced to the primal core realm steadily. His veritable essence energy is exceptionally dense and firm. Xiao Qin is too arrogant. This is the result of his arrogance. He cannot retaliate at all. When the spectators in the distance heard Black Tiger's words, they all discussed it. This made Black Tiger reveal a cocky expression. "You want me to draw my saber?" Xiao Qin revealed an expression of surprise. Is the other party tired of living? While it looked like the other party held the upper hand earlier, the flawless saber intent in Xiao Qian's fist light and great Tao energy were not to be trifled with. Others might not understand, but could it be that this Black Tiger did not? Or was he just pretending to be relaxed? If I tell you to draw your saber, then draw your saber. Otherwise, don't blame me for not even giving you the chance to draw your saber. Black Tiger said coldly. Not only did he want to kill this Xiao Qin, but he also wanted to kill him beautifully. He wanted his name, Black Tiger, to spread even wider in Purple Sun City. Flawless saber technique, void-breaking stance. Since Black Tiger wanted to die, Xiao Qin could only satisfy him. When Xiao Qin drew the lunar shadow saber, Great Tao energy appeared. The strong saber Tao Great Tao energy instantly shattered Black Tiger's saber technique like breaking dead branches. The other party had only comprehended 8 saber souls, not even a saber domain. However, Xiao Qin had already surpassed the saber domain long ago, comprehending Great Tao energy. The two were on completely different levels. The instant the Great Tao energy appeared, Black Tiger felt like his brain temporarily lost its ability to think. When he looked around, Xiao Qian's figure suddenly vanished. Just as he was feeling horrified, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Just as Black Tiger was feeling horrified, a resplendent saber light flashed like the blazing sun in the sky, blinding everyone. The saber light flashed and stabbed into Black Tiger's chest. In that instant, it shattered all his internal organs. Chapter 1598. You! Black Tiger vomited a mouthful of blood. His expression changed drastically as intense pain spread throughout his entire body. He found it hard to understand. Why? Why did Xiao Qin break through his defense with one saber strike? Why did Xiao Qin instantly shatter his saber move, leaving him unable to resist? What exactly was that aura that made his entire body tremble in fear, to the point where he could not even hold his saber? The level of the saber Tao's Great Tao energy was too high. Given Black Tiger's cultivation, he simply could not understand it. Black Tiger did not even know how he lost. How did he lose so quickly, with just one saber strike? The resplendent saber light was incredibly dazzling. It also contained boundless sharpness and the power of lightning, as well as Great Tao energy. Great Tao energy pointed to the Great Tao. The flickering light of the saber light was incredibly frightening. Everyone watching in the distance was stunned. Originally, they thought that Black Tiger was toying with Xiao Qin, telling him to draw his saber. However, who could have imagined that after Xiao Qin drew his saber, he immediately restrained Black Tiger? The advantage of speed was inconceivable. Black Tiger's expression was horrified. His internal organs had already been completely crushed. At this moment, he did his best to drive the energy in his Dantian essence, trying to recover from the damage to his physical body. However, the force contained in Xiao Qian's saber light not only included saber energy but also Great Tao energy. This force was incredibly sharp, firmly suppressing Black Tiger's veritable essence energy. Not only did Black Tiger's physical injuries not show any signs of recovering, but they even worsened. The fear of death spread throughout Black Tiger's entire body. He said sullenly, "I don't want it anymore. I don't want the dazzling sunlight true fire anymore. Black Tiger could not block this saber strike at all. If this dragged on, only death awaited him. Begging for mercy. The Temple Ghost Sect's third sect master, Black Tiger, actually begged for mercy before Xiaoqin. This incredible scene startled everyone. When the strong Black Tiger arrived, he was extremely arrogant. He directly told Xiaoqin to get out, wanting to snatch away his dazzling sunlight true fire. Everyone thought that Xiaoqin was in trouble. At the very least, he had to hand over the dazzling sunlight true fire. When Xiaoqin said such arrogant words and rejected Black Tiger, everyone thought that Xiaoqin would definitely die. But who would have thought that the result would be the scene before them? Even the three rookies did not dare to provoke the Black Tiger, who admitted that he was no match for Xiaoqin, was actually begging for mercy in front of Xiaoqin. It's too late now that you know you don't want it. The quintessence in Xiaoqin's body flowed continuously into the saber hilt and entered the Black Tiger's body. The halo of the great path behind him condensed and did not dissipate. Boundless might of the great path emanated from his body, making people's hearts tremble inexplicably. Xiaoqin did not intend to let the other party off at all. This Black Tiger's thinking was too simple. When they came, they called him out by name, demanding him to come out and hand over the dazzling sunlight true fire. If he didn't give it to him, he would take his life. Now that he realized that he wasn't a match for Xiaoqin, he wanted to save his own life just by saying that he didn't want it. How could the matters of the world be so simple? That was not the case for everyone. How could he yell at Xiaoqin, step on him in front of everyone, and then walk away after saying a few words? Was that even possible? Impossible. Black Tiger had to die. Xiaoqin, I'm a member of the Temple Ghost sect. If you kill me, you will die a horrible death. Black Tiger's injuries worsened, and his complexion turned incredibly weak. When he saw that Xiaoqin still had not let go, he panicked. Black Tiger had no choice but to use the Temple Ghost sect's name to scare Xiaoqin. The Temple Ghost sect was a peak existence among the gangs outside the city. Moreover, the entire gang was very united. If any one of them were to be touched, they would definitely be killed. If anyone touched a single person, they would definitely be hunted down by the entire Temple Ghost sect. A large part of the reason why Black Tiger dared to be so arrogant in Purple Sun City was that he had the Temple Ghost sect supporting him. Xiaoqin, let me tell you this. The Temple Ghost sect is not like the large sections. They do not have that many formalities. As long as someone is killed, they will turn out in full force. Furthermore, it was my big brother who sent me here. Black Tiger grew increasingly weaker. The fear of death made him place his last hope of survival on the threat of the Temple Ghost sect. If I let you go, the Temple Ghost sect will not seek trouble for me. Xiaoqin's cold voice made one's heart tremble. Indeed, if I let Black Tiger go, the Temple Ghost sect will not seek trouble for Xiaoqin. So, you should just die. A ferocious roar resounded in the air. Black Tiger let out a furious roar of despair. His life force was rapidly diminishing. Amid his despair was boundless regret. He regretted offending Xiaoqin, this malefic star. However, now, it was all too late. Pu-ci. Light exploded, and the saber light completely shredded Black Tiger's physical body. Black Tiger turned into a pool of blood drifting in the air. Dead. The Temple Ghost sect's third sect master, Black Tiger, died. Black Tiger, who was an early-stage minor primal core cultivator, could not even block a single saber strike before Xiaoqin. The result was very surprising. Black Tiger's incredibly tyrannical words, "Draw your saber," would probably become the greatest joke in Purple Sun City. How arrogant and tyrannical was it to give you a chance to draw your saber? However, when Xiaoqin drew his saber, he did not have a chance to regret it at all. Xiaoqin looked at the white-clad figure holding a saber with fluttering long hair. The onlookers in the distance all revealed strange expressions. This youth was truly decisive in killing, not hesitating at all. Xiaoqian sheathed his saber and scattered his great Tao energy. His emotions did not fluctuate too much. If someone wants to kill me, I will kill them. This was a very simple principle. Young man, quickly leave. The temple ghost sect's people will charge in soon. In the past, someone killed the temple ghost sect's people. In the end, their corpses littered the streets. Half a day later, an old man suddenly said. He could not bear to see Xiaoqian die just like that. Thank you, but I can't leave. Xiaoqian had an appointment with Senior Liu to meet at Idle Cloud Restaurant today. Since the other party had not appeared yet, he naturally could not leave. This matter concerned Luo Nan's life and Fei Er's expectations. Xiaoqian had to do this. Young man, you are just seeking your own death. The Temple Ghost sect has the advantage in numbers. Furthermore, the second sect master and the first sect master are even stronger than Black Tiger. Many discussions came from the crowd, all of them suggesting that Xiaoqian leave immediately. This person is really going to be unlucky. Seeing Xiaoqian ignore the crowd's advice and enter Idle Cloud Restaurant, that old man shook his head slightly. Xiaoqian did not have to wait for long. In less than 15 minutes, a group of cultivators exuding a heavy baleful aura rode over on tall horses, kicking up a cloud of dust as they galloped towards Idle Cloud Restaurant. These people had the same air as Black Tiger, similarly cold-blooded, tyrannical, and unreasonable. Aside from Xiaoqian's group, Idle Cloud Restaurant was already empty. The guests in there all knew that Xiaoqian killed Black Tiger, so they all feared getting caught up in the crossfire. The entire Idle Cloud Restaurant turned extremely quiet, heavy, and oppressive. The cavalry in the distance rushed over to Idle Cloud Restaurant, kicking up a cloud of dust. The person leading the group had a cold expression. As he looked at the pool of Black Tiger's blood on the ground, he could not help releasing a murderous chi. This person was Black Tiger's second brother, the Temple Ghost sect's second sect master. He was known as Shueshou. Those who kill will pay with their lives. Blood Hand suddenly roared. His voice was like a clap of thunder that shook the surrounding 50 kilometers. The huge Idle Cloud Restaurant shook under this explosive roar. Incessant clanging sounds could be heard coming from the restaurant as the wine cups and wine bottles inside shattered. Boom! Following that, all the doors and windows fell to the ground. The sound waves turned them into powder in the air, scattering with the wind. How strong! The crowd, who had already hidden very far away, all calmed down when they heard this roar. It was just one roar, but it nearly caused Idle Cloud Restaurant to collapse. After all, Idle Cloud Restaurant was supported by formations. After everything quieted down, Idle Cloud Restaurant remained quiet, devoid of any sound. Could it be that the white-robed Xiaoqian had already sneaked away and was not in there at all? If someone wants to kill me, I will definitely kill them. No one is an exception. Naturally, the Temple Ghost sect's Black Tiger is no exception. Just as everyone was feeling bewildered, Xiaoqian's calm and collected reply came from the damaged Idle Cloud Restaurant. Everyone became excited. What a great Xiaoqian! To think that he did not flee. What a great, if someone wants to kill me, I will definitely kill them. Chapter 1599. The Temple Ghost sect's second sect master roared ferociously, a murderer must pay with his life. His voice shattered the windows of Idle Cloud Restaurant, leaving half of the building damaged. Under such pressure, Xiaoqian responded tyrannically with, "If anyone tries to kill me, I will kill them." He clashed head-on, not backing down at all. You are seeking death. The Temple Ghost sect's second sect master snorted coldly and shouted, "Charge in. I want to let him know the consequences of offending the Temple Ghost sect." Boom! With a furious shout, the many Temple Ghost sect disciples dismounted and charged into Idle Cloud Restaurant. However, the moment they stepped through the doors, a cold aura made them tremble. What kind of feeling was that? His entire body trembled, and the cold energy seeped into his bones, making him unable to move at all. A huge suction containing an irresistible force came over. Horrifying miserable cries rang out as the Jiao snake swallowed up the group of people, unable to retaliate at all. Such a strange thing caused the group of killing Rakshasa sect members behind to feel a little uneasy. The doors of Idle Cloud Restaurant were like the gates of hell. After they entered, there was only a startled cry, and then there was no more movement. There were no sounds of fighting or cries for help. There was no sound of Xiao Qin and the others speaking. The silence of the environment coupled with the terrifying startled cries felt exceptionally horrifying. Such a scene was equally strange in the eyes of the others. They did not know what Xiao Qin did, much less what happened in Idle Cloud Restaurant. The Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master's sullen expression turned extremely complicated. Many of the sect disciples circled the entrance of the restaurant, pacing back and forth, not daring to enter. It was very dangerous inside. No one who went in ever came out again. Clearly, these sect disciples did not dare to enter rashly and send themselves to death. After all, everyone only had one life. Go in 2 by 2. No matter what, you have to tell me what happened in there. The Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master was incredibly frustrated. Even he was somewhat startled by the current situation. What was even more despicable was that this happened before everyone. If the second sect master could not kill Xiao Qin, then the Temple Ghost Sect would no longer be able to mingle in Purple Sun City. Now, he was anxious to know what had happened inside so that he could deal with it. When the Temple Ghost Sect members heard that, they were stunned. They simply did not want to enter Idle Cloud Restaurant. However, when he saw the second sect master's dark face, he could only bite the bullet and charge in. However, the huge Jiao snake in Idle Cloud Restaurant was like a chicken eating rice. Every time 2 people came in, they would lower their heads and peck gently, and 2 Temple Ghost Sect members would disappear for no reason. 2, 4, 6, 8, the members of Killing Rakshasa sect entered but never came out. All of them died silently. At this moment, he couldn't even let out a scream. Hiss! A chill spread through the nearby streets. The many cultivators watching from afar all sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling a chill run down their backs. Terrifying, it was simply too terrifying. The normally bustling Idle Cloud Restaurant was now incomparably sinister in the eyes of the crowd. It had become a haunted building. What exactly happened inside was still unknown. This Xiao Qin is really not simple. That's right. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Looks like killing him won't be that easy. Almost all of them are dead. Interesting. I wonder if the Temple Ghost Sect's people will demolish Idle Cloud Restaurant. I don't think so. If they really demolish it, they will be utterly embarrassed. To think that one person forced them to not even dare to enter the door. Regardless of whether the Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master was willing or not, the members that he brought over never returned. Everyone who went died. The second sect master sent out his mental energy but discovered that it was shrouded in fog. The interference prevented him from seeing anything. Is this all the Temple Ghost Sect has? In that case, it is best not to enter this door. Otherwise, every person who enters will die. No matter how many people come, it will be useless. Xiao Chen's cold shout came from the quiet Idle Cloud Restaurant, making the hearts of many sink. If it were before, no one would dare to believe Xiao Chen's words. They would only think that he was bragging. However, now, no one dared to doubt Xiao Chen's words. He did indeed have the ability to do so. You are seeking death. Back off. I'll go. The Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master shouted ferociously. Then, he turned into an afterimage and flew towards the doors of Idle Cloud Restaurant. However, just as the second sect master approached the doors, his body suddenly bent upward at an inconceivable angle. He was like an eagle soaring into the sky, directly barging into Idle Cloud Restaurant from above. A cold smile flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes when he saw the other party enter in such a manner. Xiao Chen's figure flashed and arrived on the second floor, coldly eyeing the other party. The Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master was dressed in yellow. He was a peak minor primal core cultivator, more than one grade higher than Black Tiger. The second sect master was only one step shy of advancing to the major primal core realm. Of course, this was the final step. Without any special fortuitous encounter, he would never be able to cross this step. Die! When the yellow-clad sect master saw Xiao Chen appear, he shouted ferociously, and 3 streams of veritable essence energy that had undergone refinement appeared. 3 streams of refined veritable essence energy came from the primal core in his body and charged at Xiao Chen. The veritable essence energy split into 3 and turned into yellow venomous snakes that flicked out their red tongues like they were alive. Then, they charged at Xiao Chen. The veritable essence energy was very fast and came from a tricky angle. In the next second, it arrived before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. The other party was indeed much stronger than Black Tiger's. Just these 3 streams of veritable essence energy gave Xiao Chen the feeling that he could not block them. If Xiao Chen clashed head-on, he would suffer greatly. After all, he was only a Yin essence stage cultivator. Xiao Chen drew his saber and instantly executed the fish dragon art. In that instant, Xiao Chen quickly took 3 steps, swinging his saber with each step. Every saber strike targeted the weak points of the veritable essence energy venomous snakes. After 3 saber strikes, the veritable essence energy venomous snakes scattered. The yellow-clad sect master's expression immediately turned grave. Xiao Chen, who was only a Yin essence stage cultivator, actually managed to receive 3 moves before him. Xiao Chen could not be underestimated. This Xiao Chen definitely had an extraordinary background. He might be a genius disciple of a rank 3 sect. That's right. That must be it. Otherwise, he could not fight across cultivation realms and display such strong combat prowess. Aside from this, the yellow-clad sect master also felt that this idle cloud pavilion was somewhat strange. From the moment he entered, it felt like someone was watching him. That feeling lingered, unable to get rid of. Suddenly, the yellow-clad sect master thought of retreating. He felt that he could not remain in this restaurant. He should wait for his big brother to arrive before making a decision. After all, his big brother was a major primal core cultivator. He was very knowledgeable. Even if the other party was a genius outstanding talent of a rank 3 sect, he would definitely be able to kill Xiao Chen. With this thought, the yellow-clad sect master pushed off with his feet, wanting to leave the way he came. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not chase after him, the yellow-clad sect master heaved a sigh of relief. He could finally leave this place. However, suddenly, a huge black shadow swept towards the yellow-clad sect master. This shadow carried a dense cold chi that made one's entire body go numb, so cold that one trembled. Before the yellow-clad sect master could turn his head to look, the Jiao snake's tail struck him. All the bones in the yellow-clad sect master shattered, and he vomited a mouthful of black blood. He felt like his soul was trembling. The yellow-clad sect master felt dizzy, and intense pain spread out. The Jiao snake strike took away most of his life. No! The yellow-clad sect master was even more horrified. In the next moment, Xiao Chen chopped down with the lunar shadow saber, as if he had predicted that the Jiao snake would strike him. Pu Ci. The saber strike knocked the yellow-clad sect master out of Idle Cloud Pavilion amid his startled cry. When the yellow-clad sect master landed, all signs of life vanished. A saber wound cut the yellow-clad sect master's body from top to bottom. If not for the yellow-clad sect master's strong physical body, this saber strike might have chopped him in half, leaving him without a complete corpse. Finally, someone came out of Idle Cloud Pavilion. However, the person who came out was a corpse that could not speak. Outsiders still did not know what happened in Idle Cloud Pavilion. As the crowd looked at Idle Cloud Pavilion, their expressions changed completely. Even the Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master died. How horrifying was that place? Da. 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 The sound of horse hooves rang out. A strong aura surged over, and the crowd quickly made way. When the crowd clearly saw who it was, their expressions changed slightly. The people of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor and the Burning Moon sect had finally arrived. Chapter 1600. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's new talent, the Ice Snow Sword, was killed. As for the Burning Moon sect's new talent, Yen Xan, he was in an even more miserable state. Yen Xan had been frightened into crawling and fleeing with just one look, losing all his dignity. Not only himself, but even the Burning Moon sect had lost face. Yen Xan probably knew that he would not be able to escape punishment when he returned to the sect, so he went missing. Even now, no one knew where he was. A sect's new talent represented that the sect had a successor. When they roamed the world, they represented the face of the sect. However, of the two rank 2 sects, one died and the other fled because of Shao Qin losing all face. Shao Qin alone slapped the faces of 2 rank 2 sections. Such a thing would be unacceptable in any sect. Furthermore, the rank 2 sects of the Purple Sun region were overlord-class existences. However, because the sects were too big, there were too many formalities. Since the 2 sects wanted to send people to resolve this matter, they had to discuss who to send, who had the time, who was willing, and who was suitable. The strength of the person to send was very important. Naturally, they had to discuss it carefully. However, the Temple Ghost sect did not have so many worries. They came when they wanted to. Hence, they rushed ahead of the 2 sections. Although the experts of the 2 sects did not come, there were people keeping an eye on Shao Chen's actions in secret. When the decision was made, the efficiency of the large sects became apparent. The Burning Moon sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor arrived at nearly the same time. The Burning Moon sect and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor each sent 100 people. The leaders were major primal core cultivators. The weakest of the 100 disciples was a young essence cultivator. It was clear that these were all elites and experts. The 2 sects were truly enraged. In the Purple Sun region, a major primal core cultivator could be considered a peak expert. Even in Purple Sun City, major primal core cultivators were rare. Han Feng, unexpectedly, you came personally as well, the leader of the Burning Moon sect, Bai Su, said calmly as he looked at the other party. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Han Feng said coldly, I only have this one disciple. I was hoping that he would surpass me and become famous. Now that he was killed, how could I not come? It turned out that these 2 were the masters of the new talents of their respective sections. They were also in the upper echelons of their sects and were very strong. Although our sects usually have some disputes, why don't we join forces to kill this white-robed Shao Qin today? Bai Su of the Burning Moon sect suggested to Han Feng. In the past, people had heard that the 2 great sects had gathered hundreds of people to deal with a single person. They would definitely think that it was impossible. How could there be such a person that a rank 2 sect would be so cautious? But now, no one was surprised to learn that the person they were going to deal with was Shao Qin. Not long ago, the Temple Ghost Sect's second sect master and third sect master, as well as a large group of gang members, had all died at Shao Chen's hands in Idle Cloud Restaurant. All these facts told everyone that Shao Qin was not simple. Sure. Han Feng's eyes flickered for a moment, and he agreed with the Burning Moon sect's Bai Su's decision. From the bottom of his heart, he did not approve of joining forces. To deal with the Yin Essence stage brat, they still needed to work together with others. This was a great humiliation. However, in the current situation, they had no choice but to work together. It was better to be cautious. If he were to fail miserably in such an easy task, it would be a huge joke. Da-da-da. Galloping rang out again. The crowd opened up a path. It was the Temple Ghost Sect Master Yen, charging over with his men. Sect Master Yen raged, killing intent radiating from his entire body. He felt an indescribable depression in his heart. Unexpectedly, Yin Essence stage brat nearly wiped out most of his Temple Ghost sect. If Black Tiger had underestimated his enemy, then Xiao Qin had to be very strong for killing the second sect master's group. Han Feng. Bai Su. Sect Master Shui was greatly startled. He quickly pulled on the reins and withdrew his killing intent. Then, he stepped forward and performed a cup-fist salute. Greetings, elders. The three of them were about the same strength, all early-stage major primal core realm cultivators. However, their statuses differed greatly. No matter how powerful the Temple Ghost sect was among the gangs outside the city, it was an insignificant existence in the eyes of a rank 2 sect. Without an inheritance or accumulations, the Temple Ghost sect was just a group of bandits. Han Feng and Bai Su did not show any good expressions. Bai Su said softly, "I heard that your Temple Ghost sect just lost 2 sect masters and more than 100 gang members. Truly a motley crew. More than 100 people did not even get to see the others." Compared to Bai Su, the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Han Feng was even more arrogant, directly mocking them. Sect Master Shui immediately became enraged. He said sullenly, "No matter how great the losses of my Temple Ghost sect are, it cannot compare to the losses of the 2 of your sections. One new talent was killed, and the other was in an even worse state." The new talent crawled away like a turtle. "You must be tired of living." Han Feng snorted coldly. Suddenly, a frigid cold wind started blowing wildly. Between heaven and earth, the temperature plummeted, and everyone felt an icy chill. Snowflakes drifted down, and the cold wind blew. The dancing snowflakes spun around like sharp knives. How strong! The people watching in the distance quickly retreated in a fluster. Who could have expected that Han Feng could easily bring out such a strong will of ice with a thought? This will of ice was already infinitely close to the domain realm. Furthermore, Han Feng's major primal core realm cultivation allowed his veritable essence energy to be continuously refined and refined. Now that it was contained in the snowflakes, it made sense that it gave off such strong pressure. In mere moments, a thick layer of snow blanketed the ground. This clearly showed how vast Han Feng's veritable essence energy was. Humph! Do you think this old man is easy to scare? Not to be outdone, Sect Master Shui released a scarlet light from his body. Together with a strong baleful aura, he quickly clashed with the boundless snowflakes. Enough! Seeing that the two were about to fight, the Burning Moon Sect's Bai Su quickly made a move. A heat wave surged up from the ground, instantly melting everything. Bai Su forcefully suppressed the two's wills. Immediately, Han Feng and Sect Master Shui became cautious. Sect Master Shui snorted coldly. "Although my Temple Ghost sect is not an impressive existence, we cannot tolerate being humiliated. Don't think that we are easy to bully. At the very most, I can just run to another astral region. Your Ice Snow Mountain Manor will not care." Seeing that Han Feng was about to fight again, Bai Su quickly said, "Stop. We are here to deal with Xiao Qin. Don't let the people in Idle Cloud Restaurant laugh at us." Inside Idle Cloud Restaurant, Luo Nan, Fei and Xiao Suo all felt immense pressure. It seemed like the situation was getting more and more chaotic. Not to mention the Temple Ghost sect, 2 rank 2 sects actually charged over as well. "Big brother Xiao Qin, how about we leave first?" Fei suggested in a soft voice. Xiao Suo shook his head and said, it is already too late to leave. They have already surrounded Idle Cloud Restaurant. There is no way out. Xiao Chen used his spiritual sense to size up the scene outside. Then, he released his bated breath. Clearly, the Rank 2 sects had late-stage major primal core experts. However, there were too few of them. Furthermore, the time of these people was precious. They would definitely not leave the mountain just for one Xiao Qin. Furthermore, they had to guard their sect's territory and could not move casually. The ones that came were all early-stage major primal core cultivators. 3 early-stage major primal core cultivators. The pressure on Senior Jiao Snake increased significantly. However, he could still handle the situation, so there was no need to panic for now. As Xiao Chen expected, the late-stage major primal core peak experts of the Rank 2 sects would definitely not come. As for the Supreme Elder of the Cloud Sea Realm, the death of a new talent was not something that could be passed on to the Supreme Elder. Xiao Chen communicated with the Jiao Snake. Then, he said to Xiao Suo and the other two, "With me around, there is no need to panic. Just listen to me." Fei Er said sullenly, "There is no need to panic. Senior brother and I are just worried about implicating you." When Xiao Chen heard that, he laughed loudly and said, "There is no need to talk about implicating me. We have all gone through trials and tribulations together. If we really reach a dead end, we will definitely live and die together. Killing one is breaking even, and killing two is already a gain." A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. The hot-bloodedness in his bones blazed as he said, "That's right. Live and die together." Outside Idle Cloud Restaurant, the people of the 3 factions had already surrounded Idle Cloud Restaurant so tightly that not even water could trickle through. For a time, the Idle Cloud Restaurant became an isolated existence on the street. Everyone in the distance broke out in a cold sweat for Xiao Chen's group of 3. With the 2 Rank 2 sects working together, Xiao Chen no longer stood much of a chance. At this moment, Sect Master Xue and the other 2 had already reached a consensus under Bai Su's mediation. Whoosh! 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 The 3 soared into the air, and the auras of major primal core experts spread out, encasing the entire Idle Cloud Restaurant. Rumble! The ground trembled. It was like 3 mountains had fallen on Idle Cloud Restaurant, on the verge of collapse. Upon seeing the actions of the 3 experts, everyone exclaimed. They were preparing to use violent means. They wanted to destroy the restaurant together with Xiao Qin. No matter what means they used, they would use their cultivation to suppress them. They would not even be able to enter Idle Cloud Restaurant. Chapter 1601. An indescribable light flashed in her eyes. If the earlier Xiao Chen had only inspired some admiration in her, now, her heart suddenly raced. But at this moment, her heartbeat suddenly sped up, mixed with an indescribable feeling of conflict. Inside Idle Cloud Restaurant, Xiao Chen expressionlessly placed a palm strike on the Jiao Snake's body. However, as expected, the scene of Idle Cloud Restaurant collapsing did not happen. If the Jiao Snake had succeeded, Xiao Chen's group in Idle Cloud Restaurant would have been crushed to pieces under the combined attacks of the 3 experts, dying without a grave. In this excellent opportunity to make a move, the 3 experts did not hold back. Xiao Chen did not hold back much. The scene immediately turned somewhat bloody and cruel. Without the support of the 3 leaders, everyone was caught off guard and injured by the shock waves. They were caught off guard and injured by the shock waves. Furthermore, Xiao Chen and Xiao Suo suddenly jumped out. This was called suppressing others with one's aura, using pure strength to suppress others. Feng Buyu, the last new talent of the Purple Sun region, appeared at the very last moment just as everyone was about to forget about him. Who was it that was so strong, able to receive the killing moves of 3 early-stage major primal core experts at the same time? When Xiao Chen died, that late-stage major primal core expert would definitely choose to leave. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor, the Temple Ghost Sect, and the Burning Moon Sect worked together with 3 major primal core experts. However, they still could not capture Xiao Qin. A cold, sinister intent spread throughout Idle Cloud Restaurant. The Jiao snake spat out a mouthful of cold qi, forcefully blocking the martial techniques of the 3 experts. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor, the Burning Moon Sect, and the Temple Ghost Sect suffered heavy casualties. Her pretty, soul-stirring eyes looked at Xiao Qin, whose white robes were stained with blood, holding his saber and facing off against 3 major primal core experts in front of Idle Cloud Restaurant. However, they did not expect to see such a scene when they arrived. 3 experts executing peak martial techniques at the same time was rather rare in Purple Sun City. This concerns my own safety and interests. Stop labeling me as cruel. I, Xiao Qin, have never been an indecisive person. A strong battle hunger surged in Xiao Qian's heart. As he held the lunar shadow saber, a treasure saber that surpassed profound tools, he unleashed his battle hunger, sweeping through everything in his path. Sky burning moon shadow. They instantly felt somewhat confused. What kind of existence was in Idle Cloud Restaurant? Hovering in midair, Han Feng, Bai Su, and sect leader Shui each vomited a mouthful of blood and were sent flying. Such a scene made many people feel deeply shocked, and their hearts thumped non-stop. Saber light flickered and blood splattered everywhere. At this moment, there was only one word: fight. Xiao Qin retorted coldly, "What a joke. If I did not kill them, would I give you the chance to reorganize these people and charge back into Idle Cloud Restaurant? Watch my friends and myself fall into danger." Then, Sect Master Shui led more than 300 people to surround and kill Xiao Qin. The original owner of the pirate flag was also pushed forward, expressing his desire to take back the pirate flag. Everything seemed reasonable. They were just waiting for Xiao Qin to speak. If someone tries to kill me, I will definitely kill them. On the other hand, Xiao Qin even killed the group of disciples and gang members, dealing a painful blow to them. Kill. If Xiao Qin reorganized himself, he would have strong combat prowess. If he did not take this opportunity to kill his way out, he would be soft-hearted. If he did not do so, he might very well be the next one to die. After a while, Xiao Qin shouted, "Dao! Feng Buyu, what are you doing here?" Not even dregs remained, extremely pitiful. Xiao Qian's words left the 3 at a loss for words. A figure flashed, and a figure flew out of Idle Cloud Restaurant. His white robes fluttered. It was Xiao Qin. This result was simply unexpected. When the 3 saw the scene before them, they were startled, their faces filled with shock. Only Xiao Qin stood in front of Idle Cloud Restaurant. His white robes were stained with blood, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. Blood flowed like a river in front of Idle Cloud Restaurant. Countless corpses littered the ground. Of the 3 factions, the people of the Temple Ghost Sect were all dead. The disciples of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor and the Burning Moon Sect were all frightened, fleeing in all directions. Boom! Feng Buyu ignored the other party. He looked at Xiao Qin and said, "Xiao Qin, I remember that you bought a pirate banner at the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Now, the seller wants to take it back. We have already negotiated with the Purple Cloud Pavilion, so hand over the pirate banner." The heavy Grey Dao energy supported Senior Jiao Snake, instantly breaking the stalemate between the Jiao Snake and the 3 experts. Han Feng and Bai Su were enraged as well. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor and the Burning Moon Sect had not suffered such a huge loss for many years already. That was right. That was what they thought. Was it worth it or not? Far away, in a tall building, Lan Luo covered her mouth in disbelief. To think that Xiao Qin did not show any fear when facing 3 major primal core cultivators. His aura even increased. Corpses littered the ground, as well as the flowing blood river. No one dared to doubt Xiao Chen's words. Feng Buyu nodded and said, "That's right. My wind-chasing sect can guarantee your safety. At the same time, I will agree to one of your requests." Then, he did not hesitate to make a move, Xiao Chen said indifferently as he swept his gaze across the surroundings. As the three looked at Xiao Chen, they suddenly discovered that this youth gave off a strong aura of someone who had experienced the vicissitudes of life and gone through many trials and tribulations. No one had expected that the three would use such a tyrannical and cruel method to deal with Xiao Chen. However, they firmly held on, not letting any of the energy from the three great killing moves leak into Idle Cloud Restaurant and injure Xiao Chen's group. Xiao Chen could not tell if it was his blood or someone else's. At this moment, it was silent. Only the dripping sound of the blood from the two sabers could be heard. Traceless falling snow. You are actually extremely cruel, killing all the people of my temple ghost sect. Sect Master Shue's entire body trembled in anger. The temple ghost sect that he established with so much difficulty was completely destroyed today. Ha ha ha. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor and the Burning Moon sect are actually going to submit to a foreigner who came from nowhere. Suddenly, laughter came from the distance. The wind-chasing sect's Feng Buyu led a group of people and appeared here. Behind Feng Buyu was the person in charge of the Purple Cloud Pavilion, the beautiful woman whom Lan Luo addressed as Aunt Bai. She slowly walked out and looked at Xiao Chen softly. "I'm sorry. However, we will return 5 times the spirit jades to you to compensate young Master Xiao Chen for your losses. We can even step forward and deal with the trouble that you are in." The shock waves from the fight between the Jiao snake and the three experts spread out, injuring most of the cultivators of the three factions surrounding Idle Cloud Restaurant. Don't even think about stepping into Idle Cloud Restaurant. Otherwise, no matter who it is, I will make them pay a heavy price. The things that happened today were sufficient to prove that clashing head-on with Xiao Chen would not end well. Originally, the Burning Moon sects by Su roared ferociously. However, the situation now did not seem quite right. The Burning Moon sects by Su roared ferociously. The bright moon could no longer be seen in the sky, but the shadow of the moon enveloped Idle Cloud Restaurant and burned fiercely. This was especially so for the Temple Ghost sect. Their members were the weakest. They were practically wiped out in an instant. The expressions of Han Feng, Bai Su, and Sect Master Shui changed at the same time. They all sensed that someone had blocked their killing moves at the same time. They were extremely shocked in their hearts. Xiao Chen stood upright while holding his saber. His scarlet clothes flapped loudly in the wind. An intense clash occurred invisibly. Although the Jiao snake felt some pressure, it did not feel anything. The killing moves, which should have ended in an instant, entered a stalemate. The three clashed with the Jiao snake and were forcefully held back. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Han Feng drew his sword, and a cold light flickered at the tip. A boundless snowstorm fell silently. Every snowflake spun rapidly. After 15 minutes, the three experts forcefully suppressed their injuries and rushed back to Idle Cloud Restaurant. They should have thought that they might be killed as well. Han Feng, Bai Su, and Sect Master Shui actually hesitated, not daring to attack again. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Han Feng, the Burning Moon sect's Bai Su, and the Temple Ghost Sect Master Shui, 3 peak early stage major primal core experts. Xiao Chen's heart sank. It looked like the secret of the Scarlet Blood War banner was still exposed. Sect Master Shui roared, and the baleful aura all over his body suddenly gathered, not releasing it. Just as these people followed the 3 experts and surrounded Idle Cloud Restaurant, preparing to kill Xiao Chen, Han Feng asked coldly with a somewhat unsightly expression. In the earlier exchange, Xiao Chen had already guessed that there should be a late-stage major primal core expert in Idle Cloud Restaurant. The three's plan was for Han Feng and Bai Su to delay that late-stage major primal core expert. All the onlookers felt a chill and broke out in a cold sweat. They were so shocked that they did not know what to say. When Han Feng and Bai Su attacked one after another, the Jiao snake suddenly attacked. A huge palm made of scarlet light ruthlessly pressed towards Idle Cloud Restaurant. Startled cries rang out. The three experts actually got knocked back at the same time. At this moment, the leaders of the three factions were severely injured and sent flying. Most of the cultivators were injured, and their morale fell to rock bottom. This was the best opportunity to make a move. If the three factions continued fighting, even if they managed to kill Shao Qin, the Ice Snow Mountain Manor and the Burning Moon sect would have to pay 10 times, even 100 times the price. Whoosh! Whoosh! They attacked at the same time. For a moment, Idle Cloud Restaurant was in a precarious situation. All the cultivators were shocked. These attacks contained horrifying sword intent and veritable essence energy, as well as a cold chill, silently fell in waves, dealing a huge blow to Idle Cloud Restaurant. Right now, these sect members and sect disciples did not seem to have much lethality, but once the three experts recovered, they would definitely be killed. Corpses piled up, and blood flowed like rivers. The area in front of Idle Cloud Restaurant turned into hell on earth. Chapter 1602. As expected, the secret of the Scarlet Blood War banner had already been exposed. It looked like Lan Luo had come for this earlier. However, due to her status, she could not tell Shao Qin. It looked like she had misunderstood the other party. Feng Biu looked at Shao Qin and continued, "Shao Qin, what do you think? Given your strength, talent, and mental state, the insignificant Purple Sun region is definitely just a stop in your life, not the destination. Why do you want to lose your life here?" Shao Qin looked up at the sky. The scarlet sun was slowly setting in the west, and dusk soon arrived. "Shao Qin, just hand over that pirate flag. In any case, it is not of much use to you, so why bother? Don't you agree?" Auntie Bai looked at Shao Qin with a sincere expression. Shao Qin smiled and said, "Woman, why the need to be so hypocritical? Do you think I do not know that that pirate flag is the legendary Scarlet Blood Pirate King Scarlet Blood War banner?" What? A huge commotion broke out in the surroundings. Shao Chen's words were startling. The legendary Pirate King Scarlet Blood War banner. What did this mean? This meant that one could obtain the treasure left by a legendary Pirate King. Even if one did not obtain the legendary Pirate King's treasure, just the value of that Scarlet Blood War banner was worth half a sec's worth. Han Feng's face sank. He looked at Feng Buyu and asked, "Feng Buyu, is what he said true?" Han Feng and Bai Su were already somewhat relaxed. They did not want to clash head-on with Shao Qin. They feared that even if they killed Shao Qin, they would have to pay an even greater price. That would not be worth it. If they paid an even greater price and still could not kill Shao Qin, it would be unimaginable. However, the expressions of the two, who had already decided to give up, changed drastically when they heard about the Scarlet Blood War banner. No matter what, they could not give up. At the same time, the spectators, who were just watching the show, showed greedy expressions in their eyes after the commotion. Several people left quietly. The news of the Scarlet Blood War banner reappearing would spread quickly. Naturally, the ones with the most interesting expressions were the Purple Cloud Pavilion's Auntie Bai and the wind-chasing sex Feng Buyu. The two of them put on the appearance of a savior, thinking that Shao Qin did not know the value of a pirate flag. He pretended to come over, saying that he was here to help Shao Qin. In the end, they were ruthlessly slapped in the face, tearing apart their hypocritical masks. Feng Buyu's expression was extremely ugly. Killing intent overflowed from his body as he said coldly, "Shao Qin, you're really shameless. Wind Buyu, speak. Is what Shao Qin said true?" Han Feng and Bai Su, on the other hand, were completely agitated at this moment, aiming their cannon fire at Feng Buyu in unison. Seeing Feng Buyu's conflicted expression, Xiaochen couldn't help but laugh. Feng Buyu, tell everyone, is it true? The beautiful Auntie Bai said coldly. Xiaochen, what do you gain by doing this? Why is there a need to force us and make things so ugly for everyone? What a great force. Who is the one forcing whom? I, Xiaochen, only auctioned off 2 things that I wanted. In the end, I was intercepted by some new talent on the street, wanting to kill and snatch my treasures. The 2 great sects are even more shameless, repeatedly coming to Idle Cloud Restaurant to seek trouble for me. Furthermore, right now, the 2 of you are clearly in cahoots, planning to split the Scarlet Blood War banner equally. Yet, you came before me, pretending to be benevolent and righteous, pretending to be sincere and putting on an act. Is there any meaning to this? Xiaochen revealed a cold smile as he looked at the Purple Cloud Pavilion's pretty woman, revealing a disdainful expression. Such people needed to be ruthlessly slapped in the face. Auntie Bai, we can't care so much anymore. Just kill this brat, search his body, and snatch his spatial ring. A decisive expression flashed on Feng Buyu's face. He prepared to work with the Purple Cloud Pavilion to kill Xiaochen. Stop. The 2 of you had better not think about monopolizing it, Han Feng shouted coldly. Clearly, he did not want to see the Scarlet Blood War banner land in the hands of others. When Bai Su and Han Feng stood together, they expressed the same thought. For ordinary benefits, there was no need to mobilize a late-stage Major Primal Core Elder. However, for the Scarlet Blood War banner, everything was worth it. When the distant setting sun shone on the blood-covered Xiaochen, it looked like scarlet light. The situation immediately entered a stalemate. Feng Buyu hated Xiaochen to the core. This was great. Now, Feng Buyu's plan fell through. If the Scarlet Blood War banner was exposed, it would definitely startle the entire Purple Sun City. At that time, the difficulty of obtaining the war banner would increase significantly. All the experts in Purple Sun City would move upon hearing the news. A bloody storm would be unavoidable. Everyone, I feel that this stalemate is not a solution. It is playing into this brat's hands. He must be delaying for time. The Temple Ghost Sect Master Shui, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said. These words startled everyone awake from a dream. It was indeed unusual for Xiaochen to take the initiative to give up the Scarlet Blood War banner. He might really be delaying for time. I feel that we should kill him first. If there is anything else, we can make plans later. Sect Master Shui revealed a sinister smile. He hated Xiaochen to the bone and wished that he could kill him now. A light flashed in Feng Buyu's eyes as he said indifferently, I have no objections. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's Auntie Bai said softly, I have no objections, either. Han Feng and Bai Su exchanged glances and said, that's true. I remember that his friend has the Scarlet Blood War banner. Soon, the group reached a consensus. Kill Xiaochen, enter Idle Cloud Restaurant, and snatch the Scarlet Blood War banner. Han Feng, Bai Su, Sect Master Shui, a wind-chasing sect elder, and the Purple Cloud Pavilion's Auntie Bai, a total of 5 early-stage Major Primal Core cultivators, locked their auras on Xiaochen. This immediately multiplied the pressure on Xiaochen. Xiaochen glared viciously at Sect Master Shui. This person must die. Even at death's door, you still dare to glare at me. Brat, you are truly reckless, Sect Master Shui replied with a cold snort, feeling extremely upset at Xiaochen's glare. Die. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me first. Divine Lightning Eye, 4th layer. Suddenly, 4 purple petals appeared in Sect Master Shui's right eye, spinning quickly. Black tribulation clouds immediately appeared in the sky from all directions, quickly gathering and encasing Sect Master Shui's head. Ka Xie. The instant the four petals overlapped, the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness instantly activated. 6 bolts of tribulation lightning overlapped and landed on Sect Master Shue's body under a situation that no one expected. 1 bolt of tribulation lightning was already startling. 6 bolts of tribulation lightning layered over each other. As the electric light shone, the entire Purple Sun City plunged into darkness. Only that bolt of tribulation lightning shone with a dazzling light, resplendent and eye-catching. All this happened in the blink of an eye. After that, the sky returned to normal. Sect Master Shui vomited a mouthful of blood. His body was blasted into a mangled mess, and he flew off somewhere. With one glance, Xiao Chen severely injured an early-stage major primal core cultivator. His heaven-defying magic skills stupefied everyone. Xiao Chen clearly told everyone that anyone who wanted to kill him, Xiao Chen, had to pay the price. Attack together. Han Feng, Bai Su, and the others felt horrified. However, they also knew that Xiao Chen could not execute this strange martial technique a second time within a short period of time. Without much thought, they swarmed over, preparing to attack together and finish off Xiao Chen. Ice Blood Lightning Dragon. Xiao Chen remained calm. A drop of dragon blood dripped from his right hand, and a 3-colored lightning dragon appeared on his palm, flying towards the Purple Cloud Pavilion's anti-by. That ice blood lightning dragon grew with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a ferocious and huge berserk dragon containing ice, lightning, and blue dragon blood. Anti-by was startled and retreated in a fluster. Her killing move immediately broke, and the ice blood lightning dragon knocked her into the air. The power of ice and lightning swept through her body at the same time, inflicting immense pain. Major magic skill, Dermic World. Xiao Chen's body trembled, and he suddenly turned into a 3-kilometer-tall giant. Then, he swung his saber, sending Han Feng and Bai Su flying at the same time. By the time Xiao Chen's body recovered to its original state, that wind-chasing sect elder had already arrived before him. Flawless saber technique, heartbreaking stance. This saber shattered the heart, shattering the self first before shattering the enemy. Xiao Chen's heart shattered, and intense pain spread throughout his body. All the potential in his body burst out amid the intense pain. Xiao Chen used the heartbreaking stance to clash head-on with this major primal core elder of the wind-chasing sect. Pu Ci. The wind-chasing sect elder vomited a mouthful of blood and fell on the steps of Idle Cloud Restaurant. The difference in strength was still too great. However, before that wind-chasing sect elder could reveal a smile, a crack suddenly appeared in his chest, and a boundless saber intent poured out. This startled the wind-chasing sect elder into retreating quickly, doing his best to suppress the saber chi in his body, not daring to take another step forward. A huge battle happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. 5 great experts attacked together, clashing with Xiao Chen. However, in the end, they were all knocked back. They fought with Xiao Chen until both sides suffered severe injuries. This was a humiliation, an absolute humiliation. After all, Xiao Chen was just an essence stage cultivator. After continuously using his trump cards and executing a self-damaging martial technique like the heartbreaking stance, Xiao Chen's injuries worsened. Fortunately, Xiao Chen possessed the Azure Dragon bloodline. His injuries healed very quickly. After a few battles, he recovered from his injuries. After a few battles, Xiao Chen's blood flowed faster, and his heart beat strongly like a dragon. Hu Qi. Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet and stood up with a somersault. The lunar shadow saber flew out of his hand and stabbed into the ground. He said indifferently, "With me around, no one can even think of getting close." Idle Cloud Restaurant. The tip of the saber stabbed into the ground, and the saber trembled. The wind-chasing sects and the Purple Cloud Pavilion's people were frightened into taking a few steps back. Chapter 1603. Everyone present was frightened silly by Xiao Chen's strength. They clearly knew that Xiao Chen was not in a good state right now, coughing with blood. Xiao Chen's complexion was pale, drained of blood. However, no one caught up to him. Even Feng Buyu, who was in perfect condition, was frightened into taking a few steps back. What exactly is Xiao Chen persevering for? Many people started to feel confused. After seeing Xiao Chen's combat prowess after exposing his trump cards, it was clear that he could leave easily. However, why did he remain in Idle Cloud Restaurant, unwilling to leave Purple Sun City? What was Xiao Chen guarding in the mysterious Idle Cloud Restaurant? This was an unsolved mystery, confusing everyone, inspiring wild and fanciful thoughts. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. When he looked at the western sky again, the sun had already set. The scarlet setting sun dyed the distant horizon red, covering a large patch of clouds. As the scarlet afterglow fell on Xiao Chen's body, it mixed with his scarlet robes, making him look somewhat miserable. An indiscernible confusion and anxiety flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. Did I get cheated? The sky is about to turn dark, but the person I'm waiting for still has not appeared. Is Luo Nan really going to die? I don't want to. I really don't want to see this friend I made after leaving the Kunlun realm fall here. I really don't want to see this pair of lovers part forever. All the more, I don't want to see the kind Fei cry over this. To Xiao Chen, love was somewhat extravagant right now. Perhaps it was because he saw in Fei and Luo Nan that he once had with Ryue, or perhaps it was because his original heart still existed, but Xiao Chen stubbornly persisted. Even though Xiao Chen was already very weak, he stubbornly stood in front of Idle Cloud Restaurant, not letting anyone near. The saber hummed endlessly. It was like the lunar shadow saber understood Xiao Chen's stubbornness, the perseverance in his heart, and the pride in his heart. At this moment, the lunar shadow saber hummed endlessly, connected to Xiao Chen's thoughts. The humming of the lunar shadow saber filled the entire place. The strong saber intent shook the entire Purple Sun City. Saber, my Dao, my saber. Ka Xie. At this moment, a certain bottleneck in Xiao Chen's saber Dao suddenly shattered. His Dao realm went from initial glimpse to minor success. The halo of light of the great Dao behind Xiao Chen condensed into a point. Then, it continuously rose, surpassing the bottleneck of 3 feet and reaching a height of 3 meters. Hua! For a moment, in everyone's eyes, Xiao Chen's body seemed to have grown several times taller. The shapeless pressure caused everyone present to feel unbearable, and they had no choice but to retreat once more. At the same time, he couldn't understand what kind of existence this was. Saber intent. Saber soul. Or was it the domain of blades? This, when Lan Luo, who was far away, saw this scene, she was stunned. This is the power of the great Dao. He comprehended a type of Dao and even increased his cultivation level by a level. What a surprise! I originally thought that such a genius who could comprehend the Dao would only appear in a third-grade sect. Lan Luo's bodyguard and Yu, who was hidden in the dark, exclaimed in shock. Breaking through in the face of adversity, improving in the face of despair. But what exactly is he protecting? A confused expression appeared in Lan Luo's eyes. Earlier, in Idle Cloud Restaurant, Xiao Chen had lectured her with a cold expression. He said that she did not understand, that there were many things in the world that were more important than her life. Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment, 3 strong auras suddenly approached from the sky above Purple Sun City. These auras were so strong that they continuously compressed Xiao Chen's overwhelming saber intent, forcing it back to a corner of Idle Cloud Restaurant. This was the immense pressure brought by absolute strength. It had nothing to do with saber intent or great Dao energy. The absolute advantage in cultivation brought absolute suppression. Even though Xiao Chen's Dao had just advanced, he still suffered from this suppression. 3 people landed in front of Idle Cloud Restaurant. Without exception, these 3 old men were all late-stage major primal core cultivators. However, the Jiao snake was slightly weaker than the Jiao snake. The Jiao snake was a peak major primal core expert that had already touched the edge of the Cloud Sea realm. However, the pressure that the Jiao snake gave the Jiao snake was no less than that of the Jiao snake. It was like an ant facing a lion or an elephant. They were both incredibly huge, but to the ant, there was no difference. Upon seeing the 3 old men arrive, the remaining disciples of the Burning Moon sect, the Wind Chasing sect, and the Ice Snow Mountain Manor all revealed joy on their faces. Greetings, First Elder. The ones who arrived were all existences second only to the sect masters of their respective sections. The expressions of all the onlookers changed drastically. A late-stage major primal core super expert. Super experts of the late-stage major primal core realm had not appeared in Purple Sun City for many years already. Furthermore, 3 of them appeared at the same time. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's first elder was a white-robed, white-haired old man. As he stood there, he looked like a block of ice. When he swept his gaze around, it felt like he would be sealed in ice. On the other hand, the Burning Moon sect's first elder wore fiery red, crescent moon robes. His entire body exuded a berserk aura, looking like a volcano as he stood there. As for the Wind Chasing sect's first elder, he wore azure robes. His long hair fluttered continuously like willow catkins. The 3 were very distinct, easily distinguishable. After they landed, they stared at Xiao Qin. "Move aside," the white-robed old man said indifferently. The white-robed old man said indifferently. The moment his voice rang out, everyone felt a bone-piercing chill. The chill in one's bones felt like needles pricking one's heart. The tone of the Wind-Chasing sect's azure-robed old man turned slightly warmer. "Young man, don't hold on anymore. The 3 of us have already lived for hundreds of years. We are ashamed to fight with you. As long as you leave Idle Cloud Restaurant and vanish from Purple Sun City, we will take it as you never appeared. Big brother Xiao Qin, let's go." Inside Idle Cloud Restaurant, Luo Nan, Fei and Xiao Suo finally convinced the Jiao snake to come out. Xiao Qin looked at the sky. Although the sun was setting, there was still a sliver of sunlight that had not completely set. Shaking his head, Xiao Qin said, "The sky is not dark yet. It would be too unfortunate to leave now." Luo Nan said sullenly, "Let's go. Brother Xiao Qin, I, Luo Nan, have received your grace and lived until now. I am already very fortunate. I really have no regrets." Fei Er's eyes turned somewhat moist. As she looked at the blood-covered Xiao Qin, she felt heartache. "Big brother Xiao Qin, let's go. That old man must be lying. He will not come. If senior brother dies, I will feel sad. However, if you die, Fei will feel sad as well." Many people came to a sudden realization. Only now did they understand. It turned out that Xiao Qin did not leave, remaining in Idle Cloud Restaurant to save his friend's life, waiting for someone to appear. However, from the looks of it, he seemed to have been deceived. That person would not appear. Is it because of this? In the tall building, Lan Luo felt stifled, feeling strangely flustered. In front of Idle Cloud Restaurant, Xiao Qin was about to say something when the black lotus mark suppressed by the Buddhist pendant on his chest suddenly erupted. He felt a slight heat on his chest. Invisibly, he felt a person with a similar black lotus mark quickly approaching Purple Sun City. That person must have used his trump card when he attacked repeatedly earlier. Then, he accidentally touched the Black Lotus mark. In the end, the Black Lotus Church's people sensed it. Xiao Qin revealed a bitter smile. He felt somewhat helpless. Unexpectedly, the person he was waiting for did not show up. However, the person he was waiting for was the malefic star that he did not want to meet the most. How reckless! To think that you still dare to delay even at such a cultivation. Xiao Chen, no matter where you come from, this is the Purple Sun region. Quickly hand over the Scarlet Blood War banner and scram out of Purple Sun City. The hot-tempered Burning Moon sect's first elder shouted ferociously. Heat waves surged out, forcing Xiao Chen's group to take a few steps back, unable to block. Interesting. Truly interesting. 3 undying old men are scaring a child, and their faces are not even red. This old man really feels embarrassed for you. Just at this moment, a sloppily dressed old man appeared on a tall building near Idle Cloud Restaurant. This person appeared silently, causing the 3 first elders' pupils to constrict. Their expressions turned strangely grave. Whoosh! The sloppy-looking old man's figure flashed and landed before Xiao Qin. Then, he glanced at Xiao Qin and said, "You said to wait for me for 3 days, and I meant it. I did not misjudge you." Xiao Qin smiled calmly and said, "I did not misjudge you either. The sky is not dark yet, and Senior Lu did not stand me up. Sorry, the things that you wanted were too difficult to find. I wasted too much time. However, I did not let you down and found them all." Senior Lu smiled. Then, he turned around and looked at the 3 old men. "You should all recognize me. However, for the sake of the Scarlet Blood War banner, you will still fall out with me. In that case, bring it on. In any case, I will protect Xiao Qin." Xiao Qin felt a strange warmth in his heart. Senior Lu was just a late-stage major primal core cultivator. Facing 3 of them alone would only result in death. However, Senior Lu did not hesitate to step forward and say that he would protect Xiao Qin. No matter who it was, when meeting such a senior who valued friendship, they would feel warmth in their heart. Senior Lu's thoughts were very simple. For the sake of keeping your promise, your white clothes were stained with blood. This old man is older and stronger than you. How can I be inferior to you? That is all. Who does not know the strongest alchemist in the Purple Sun region? However, Senior Lu, why did you do this? The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-clad old man sighed. The Burning Moon sect's red-robed old man said coldly, "You alone cannot protect him." Rumble. Idle Cloud Restaurant suddenly collapsed. The Jiao snake's gargantuan body finally revealed itself, appearing before the 3 old men. "What if you include me?" Chapter 1604. Suddenly, the Jiao snake appeared. With its huge body, it looked up at the 3 first elders. A peak late-stage major primal core ferocious beast. After all, these rank 2 sect elders had seen many things before. The moment they saw the Jiao snake, they did not get frightened. As for the cultivators watching, they fled in fright, no longer daring to remain on this street. Idle Cloud Restaurant was truly a wondrous place. Anything could happen there. Would anyone believe that a late-stage major primal core ferocious beast appeared? It was like a fantasy story, but now it was happening right in front of them. The people who witnessed this scene all felt that their brains were not working well. The Temple Ghost sect was destroyed, a Peking Essence cultivator defeated an early-stage major primal core cultivator, a Jiao snake leaped out of the restaurant where they ate, and the Scarlet Blood War banner reappeared. The series of events that happened today would be incredible if it happened on any other day. No one expected that the death of the Ice Snow Sword Luo Feng would trigger so many things. Old Jiao Snake, you are someone who has lived for more than 1,000 years and know the accumulations of a rank 2 sect. If you are wise, ignore the matter before you. Hand over the Scarlet Blood War banner, and everything can be discussed, the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man said with a calm expression. Gaga. It is just a rank 2 sect. How deep can its accumulations be? What's wrong? You want to call out the Cloud Sea old monsters of the sect. Do you have the courage and boldness to do so? What's wrong? You want to call out the Cloud Sea old monsters of the sect. Do you have the courage and boldness to do so? The Jiao snake was very knowledgeable and did not get frightened at all. Indeed, rank 2 sects had Cloud Sea old monsters. However, to a rank 2 sect, such Cloud Sea existences would definitely be extremely old and in closed-door cultivation. He was definitely very old and in seclusion all year round. Unless the sect was at a critical juncture of life and death, he would never come out. Or perhaps, they would go out adventuring and search for a way to break through. How was it possible for him to appear so casually? If he came out. If they were not careful, other factions might destroy their sect. That would be a great sin. The Scarlet Blood War banner was very tempting. However, they could not bear the risk of a disaster happening to their sect after they left. Unless Senior Jiao Snake sought death and ran to their sect's headquarters to hunt them down. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for those Cloud Sea old monsters to appear. After all, it was not a rank 3 sect. There were several Cloud Sea realm cultivators, which one could casually come and go. The Cloud Sea realm cultivators of rank 2 sects needed to guard the sect and protect the inheritance. The Jiao Snake's words made the 3 elders feel stifled. Forget it, let's do it. The Scarlet Blood War banner must remain. The 2 of you delay the Jiao Snake and Senior Liu. I will deal with this white-clad brat. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man had not expected the Jiao Snake to know the human sex so well. However, he still chose to attack decisively. No matter what, after paying such a huge price, he had to keep Xiaoqin. If they could hold on for a while longer, the other reinforcements from the 3 rank 2 sects would arrive. Since they were fighting in their own territory, they did not fear the strength of the Jiao Snake. Right after the wind-chasing sect's azure-clad old man spoke, his figure flashed as he charged at the Jiao Snake. He was the fastest, so he was the most suitable to deal with the strongest Jiao Snake. The Burning Moon sect's red-clad old man fought with Senior Liu. Both of them played with fire. When they faced each other, the fight would definitely be very intense. As for the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man, a cold light flashed in his eyes. With a whoosh, he charged at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin felt an extremely dangerous aura. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he executed the modified fish dragon art. Purple flames flowed on the surface of Xiaoqin's body as he dodged in the air. He relied on his movement technique to tangle with the white-robed old man. Such a late-stage major primal core realm expert could severely injure or even kill Xiaoqin in one exchange. As for Xiaoqin, he only had the Dragon Blood Soul-Breaking Finger, his only trump card. Attack! Capture Xiaoqin's group of friends. Anti-Bai, who was injured by Xiaoqin, worked together with Feng Buyu to gather the disciples of the Purple Cloud Pavilion and the Wind-Chasing Sect. Then, they charged at Xiao Suo, Fei and Luo Nan. Bastard! Xiao Suo felt incredibly frustrated. After cursing, he said, "Little girl, come behind me with that lover of yours." At this moment, the situation was urgent. There was no time to think too much. Luo Nan was injured, and Fei had yet to mature, so she had no choice but to hide behind Xiao Suo. A chaotic battle quickly unfolded. In the completely dark sky, several experts fought fiercely. Between the sky dome, all kinds of lights flashed and shone. Rumble. The area within 50 kilometers instantly turned into rubble in the aftermath of the battle between the late-stage major primal core experts. Even though most of those buildings had formations supporting them, they still could not withstand the attacks. It was obvious that the person who escaped first had foresight. Amid the chaotic battle, Xiaoqin's side clearly fell into a disadvantageous position. Xiaoqin executed his movement technique to its limits. However, he found it hard to escape the white-robed old man's grasp. The other party's will of ice was incredibly strong with the support of veritable essence energy. Even if Xiao Chen's ice domain was much stronger than the other party's will, it could not make up for the difference. The moment Xiao Chen's will appeared, the other party's will destroyed it like a storm, injuring him instead. Under the influence of the other party's will, Xiao Chen's movement technique was greatly affected, and his speed plummeted. "Brat, unexpectedly, you are quite good at running." The white-robed old man felt somewhat frustrated. Xiao Chen was as slippery as a fish. Several times, Xiao Chen was clearly about to be caught, but he still managed to slip away. Xiao Chen pushed himself to his limits, not daring to let down his guard at all. Despite his fatigue, he thought hard about how to escape. Right now, only the Jiao snake held the upper hand on Xiao Chen's side. However, the wind-chasing sex azure-clad old man held back the Jiao snake, preventing it from helping. After all, the azure-clad old man was a late-stage major primal core expert. He could not possibly be defeated so quickly. Furthermore, Xiao Chen could sense that mysterious expert from the Black Lotus Church getting closer and closer to the battlefield. The situation grew increasingly chaotic, becoming increasingly disadvantageous to Xiao Chen. "Caught you!" Whoosh! Suddenly, countless strands of cold qi wrapped around Xiao Chen's feet like formless tentacles, stopping him. The white-robed old man laughed maniacally and threw a palm strike at Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen looked up from the world that belonged to him, this palm strike seemed to cover the entire sky. Before this palm strike, Xiao Chen appeared extremely insignificant. Cultivation. Cultivation. Compared to this old man, Xiao Chen's cultivation was simply too low. Sharp spirit finger. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen executed the sharp spirit finger. All the energy in his body, 2 cauldron force, veritable essence energy, yin essence energy, and the mental energy in his sea of consciousness, gathered in this finger strike. The tip of Xiao Chen's finger was unstoppable. As he pointed, it struck the white-robed old man's palm. Pu-ci. Xiao Chen went flying back and vomited a mouthful of blood. However, a bloody hole appeared in the white-robed old man's palm. Cold qi spread out from the white-robed old man's right palm. The bloody, scarlet hole looked very ghastly. "You really have many trump cards." The white-robed old man was slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen managed to injure him. Taking advantage of the moment the white-robed old man was stunned, Xiao Chen glanced at Xiao Suo's battle. Feng Buyu's group was currently bombarding Xiao Suo with attacks. In just a short while, the wounds and blood on Xiao Suo's body were already very scary. Flawless saber technique, dragon subduing stance. Xiao Chen roared ferociously and swung his saber. The 1,000 dragons gathered into a saber light and chopped down in a berserk manner. When the saber light landed, the sect disciples and Purple Cloud Pavilion cultivators, whose cultivations were not much higher than Xiao Chen's, were all knocked into the air. This immediately alleviated the pressure on Xiao Suo. "How dare you get distracted before me? Brat, it seems like you are not dying fast enough." The white-robed old man snorted coldly and flung his hand. The surrounding cold qi suddenly intensified. Clearly, he had underestimated Xiao Chen earlier. How cold! Xiao Chen's body trembled uncontrollably. A late-stage major primal core cultivator was truly an undefeatable existence. Should I use the dragon blood soul-breaking finger and fight to the death? However, just at this moment, Xiao Chen's heart suddenly thumped even faster. It's over. The Black Lotus Church's experts are already here. Over there, Xiao Chen looked up and saw a black hole suddenly appear in the sky. A beam of black light quickly flew over from the hole towards the rubble of Purple Sun City's Idle Cloud Pavilion. The instant the black shadow appeared, everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and they felt an indescribable sense of nervousness. Chapter 1605. Xiao Chen could not help feeling disheartened. There was a tiger in front and a wolf in the back. Was he really going to fall here? The main forces of the three rank 2 sects were definitely on their way. Since even the first elder made a move, the other elders and elite disciples of the sects would definitely not be idle. However, the 3 first elders were rather fast and arrived early. After all, the Scarlet Blood War banner was too tempting. No one wanted the Scarlet Blood War banner to fall into the hands of another rank 2 sect. They would bring out their strongest combat prowess. There was no doubt about this. After that, there were the sect reinforcements. Now, there were the mysterious experts of the Black Lotus Church chasing after him. Xiao Chen did not care about anything else for now, not thinking about the reinforcements of the 3 sections. Right now, the situation was already bad enough. This Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man already pushed Xiao Chen to a dead end. Just as Xiao Chen hesitated about whether to fight to the death, the pursuer that he worried about the most appeared at this moment. Does heaven want me to die? As that pursuer approached, the black lotus mark suppressed by the Buddhist pendant released continuously, making Xiao Chen feel like his chest was blocked, burning up uncomfortably. To think that you still have a backup plan. However, just at this moment, the expression of the white-robed old man, who was about to attack Xiao Chen, suddenly sank. Then, he turned around and threw a palm strike at the black light heading for Idle Cloud Restaurant. Bang! The newcomer sent out a black swastika and clashed with the white-robed old man, producing an intense explosion. Blood leaked out of a corner of the white-robed old man's lips. He revealed a grave expression as he soared into the air and took a few steps back. Xiao Chen revealed a surprised expression on his face, feeling somewhat confused. Xiao Chen looked at the newcomer. This person wore black monk robes, had a bald head, and held a Buddhist monk staff. His facial features were regular, giving off a solemn and dignified air. However, the heavy hostility in his eyes spoiled this dignified air. Buddhist cultivator, who are you? Why are you interfering in the matters of my Ice Snow Mountain Manor? The white-robed old man shouted coldly. However, that black-clad arhat did not even look at him. Instead, he shifted his gaze and fixed it on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. His soul seemed to be frozen for a moment, and he felt a deep sense of fear. At the same time, he instantly understood that the black-clothed arhat wanted to capture him alive. So the person I was looking for, headmaster, is actually you. The black-clothed arhat revealed a look of disdain. The headmaster actually sent out so many people to deal with this ant-like existence. To think that the 72 arhats, the 4 protectors, and the holy son Ming Xian were all sent out. For such a character, the headmaster was making a big fuss out of nothing. Come with me to see the headmaster. The black-robed arhat took a step forward and walked towards Xiao Chen. There seemed to be an illusory Buddha image behind him, and the might of Buddha restrained Xiao Chen. When the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man heard that, he thought, how can this be? How can I let Xiao Chen go? Stop! A long sword appeared in his hand, and with boundless coldness, he immediately attacked. Courting death. The black-clad arhat raised his eyebrows. They were like 2 sharp swords that instantly gleamed with sharpness. The Buddhist staff in Xiao Chen's hand swept out, giving off a large Buddhist light. The instant it came into contact with the white-robed old man, it sent him flying. This arhat was merely an early-stage major primal core cultivator, yet he killed the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's first elder without being able to retaliate. Xiao Chen's heart had already started pounding in that instant. The dragon blood soul-breaking finger was already in his hand, ready to be unleashed. The 2 of them started fighting again, giving Xiao Chen the perfect opportunity to quickly leave. The fish dragon art flashed and arrived beside Xiao Suo. Flawless saber technique, falling moon stance. A silhouette streaked across the sky, the moon falling from the sky. With a flash of saber light, a bright moon fell to the ground, forcing Feng Buyu and the others to retreat once again. "Are you all right?" Xiao Chen glanced at Xiao Suo and asked in a deep voice. Xiao Suo gritted his teeth. "I can hold on. Don't worry. Let's go. It's time to retreat and return to the Pirate Alliance." This was a rare opportunity. If Xiao Chen did not retreat now, he would not be able to leave after a while. "You bald donkey. You are indeed here to protect Xiao Chen." Seeing Xiao Chen and Xiao Suo's group quickly leave the battlefield, the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man raged and charged at the black-clad Arhat again. How stubborn! The black-clad Arhat was proud and arrogant, not bothering to explain. When he saw this white-robed old man charging over endlessly, he became truly enraged. Buddhist magic skill, rage of the world. The white-robed old man roared, and the formless Buddha image behind him suddenly materialized, turning into a huge Buddha that looked like the Gautama Buddha. However, this Gautama Buddha did not have any auspicious aura at all. Instead, it radiated a startling killing chi and gave off a black light that filled the sky. The black-clad Arhat raised his Buddhist staff with both hands and ferociously smashed it down. Immediately, the mountains and rivers trembled, and all things prostrated. An overwhelming Buddhist might descended together with the Buddhist staff. The white-robed old man materialized a sword, sealing everything within 5,000 kilometers in ice. However, when this Buddhist staff struck, it immediately shattered. The white-robed old man vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back again. On the other side, when Senior Hua and the Jiao snakes saw that Xiao Chen had already retreated, they both moved back, not wanting to tangle with their opponents. The white-robed old man lay on the ground in a sorry state, finding it difficult to even get up. The black-clad Arhat looked coldly at this person. Then, he raised his head and fixed his cold gaze on Xiao Chen's figure, which was already far away. The black-clad Arhat raised his leg to give chase. "Stop him. He is here to protect Xiao Chen. We must kill him. Otherwise, we will lose the Scarlet Blood War banner." The white-robed old man on the ground coughed and shouted to the first elders of the Burning Moon sect and the Wind-Chasing sect. The expressions of the azure-clad old man and the red-clad old man changed at the same time. After hesitating for a moment, they charged over. Since the other party was an enemy, there was no need to hesitate. The azure-clad old man was very fast. He immediately charged over, leaving behind countless afterimages in front of the black-clad Arhat. The afterimages were like the wind, hiding sabers in the wind. Every strand of wind contained great might. Glaring guardian deity. Suddenly, a fiery light blazed in the black-clad Arhat's eyes. He looked like a guardian deity, and his skin gave off a metallic glow. When the black-clad Arhat's gaze locked on, he instantly saw the azure-clad old man's true body. He allowed the other gusts of wind to strike his body, making crisp sounds. The black-clad Arhat's heavy Buddhist staff gave off a sharp Buddhist light as it swept towards the black-clad Arhat's true body. This startled the azure-clad old man and caused him to retreat in a fluster. However, it was too late. Fortunately, the Burning Moon sect's red-clad old man charged over. His entire body burned with flames as he punched the Buddhist staff. Dang! An intense clash rang out. For the first time, the black-clad Arhat moved back. However, it was only half a step. As for the red-clad old man, he moved back 10 odd steps before he stabilized his body. His fist also felt pain. This monk is somewhat strong. The red-clad old man shouted, and the flames on his body surged up, burning fiercely and continuously illuminating the night sky. The fiery light illuminated half of Purple Sun City. The black-clad Arhat wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he looked at the red-clad old man lunging over. The black-clad Arhat stabbed his Buddhist staff into the ground and executed the golden Arhat body, exchanging 3 punches with the red-clad old man. With each punch, a black swastika burst out of the fished light. After 3 punches, the flames on the red-clad old man's body seemed to be extinguished by cold water. He stopped and fell to the ground. Just as the black-clad Arhat displayed his might, dense footsteps rang out on the dilapidated street. Dong! 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 The experts and elite disciples of the Burning Moon sect, the Wind-Chasing sect, and the Ice-Snow Mountain Manor rushed over at this moment. Although there were no peak late-stage major primal core experts, there were many of them. The 3 sects had more than 100 minor primal core venerates. The number of half-step primal core and yang essence elite disciples was even more uncountable. Form the formation and protect the first elder. Kill this bald monk. Seeing the sorry states of the various sects' first elders, the sect disciples and elders immediately gave the order to surround the black-clad Arhat. The black-clad Arhat calmed down. As he looked at Shao Qin, who had already gone far away, he trembled in anger. Then, when the black-clad Arhat saw the many primal core venerates surrounding him, he frowned heavily. No matter how strong he was not strong enough to deal with so many people at the same time. More importantly, there were still 3 late-stage major primal core old men currently recovering from their injuries, coldly eyeing the black-clad Arhat. With this, it would be difficult to leave even if I wanted to. Shao Qin, who had already retreated to the west of the city, executed his heavenly eye. When he saw the heavily surrounded black-clad Arhat in the distance, he relaxed slightly. The black-clad Arhat's strength surpassed Shao Qin's expectations. He was just an early-stage major primal core cultivator, yet he could kill 3 late-stage major primal core cultivators without them being able to retaliate. This strength was probably even stronger than senior Jiao snakes. Are all the experts of the Black Lotus Church this horrifying? Chapter 1606. As expected, the experts of the 3 sects surrounded the strong and horrifying black-clad Arhat. Even if that black-clad Arhat managed to escape, he would be severely injured and would not be able to chase after Shao Qin for the time being. However, Shao Qin could not cheer up at all. Many things weighed heavily on his mind, and his expression was complicated. Clearly, the Black Lotus Church would not send just one person to chase after him. This person should be just a member of the army chasing after him. Furthermore, this person was just an early-stage major primal core cultivator, and he was already so strong. Was the Black Lotus Church really that horrifying? How did Shao Qin offend such a strong enemy? No wonder the Thunder King said that even if Shao Qin left the Kunlun realm, he would still die. Why is the Black Lotus Church chasing after me? Big brother, where did your reinforcements come from? How can they be so strong? Xiao Suo asked with a smile after he relaxed and entered the western part of the city. Shao Qin retorted indifferently, when did I say that they were my reinforcements? They were not. When Senior Lu, Fei and Luo Nan heard that, they all stopped and looked at Shao Qin in shock. Shao Qin revealed a bitter smile. Could it be that these people also thought that they were his reinforcements? Although the result was unfortunate, Shao Qin still told them the truth. That black-clad Arhat was not only not his reinforcements but also his greatest enemy. Ha ha ha. Little brother Shao Qin, you are really blessed. To think that you managed to escape even under such circumstances. When Senior Lu heard that, he was stunned for a moment before laughing loudly. Xiao Suo also sighed in amazement. This is really a coincidence. To think that these 2 groups of people actually started fighting. That monk is incredibly stupid. He is so arrogant and cannot be bothered to explain himself to these people. He even thinks that he can forcefully capture Big Brother with his own strength. Shao Qin shook his head but could not bring himself to smile. Now that his whereabouts were exposed, things would become even more troublesome. Shao Qin, if I did not see wrong, that monk should be one of the 72 arhats of the Black Lotus Church. How did you offend such a strong person? The Jiao snake asked Xiao Qin, feeling somewhat doubtful. Unable to explain too much, Xiao Qin could only try his best to give a general idea. I also have my doubts about the specific reason. Perhaps we can only capture a member of the Black Lotus Church's upper echelon and interrogate him. Senior Lu smiled embarrassedly and said, that will be somewhat difficult. The black-clad arhat that appeared earlier is merely one of the 72 arhats of the Black Lotus Church. Above arhat, the Black Lotus Church still has the 4 great guardian deities and the mysterious Black Lotus Church's sect venerate. You have to capture at least one of the 4 protectors before you can find out the reason. However, any one of the protectors is a Cloud Sea expert. Xiao Qin frowned and said, I do not have such thoughts for now, either. Right now, I just want to strengthen myself quickly. Senior Lu seems to understand the Black Lotus Church very well. Senior Lu nodded slightly and replied softly, I understand a little. This Black Lotus Church had a great origin many years ago. At its peak, it was said to be a rank 7 sect, an existence comparable to the 3 holy lands of the Buddhist sections. It's just that it slowly declined and was suppressed by Buddhism, which is why it's like this now. Although it is now a rank 3 sect, the strength of the Black Lotus Church is no weaker than that of a regular rank 4 sect. Regular rank 3 sects are not strong enough before the Black Lotus Church. This is also why that black-clad arhat is so strong. Sects were divided into 7 ranks, from lowest to highest, from rank 1 to rank 7. Rank 7 sects were considered peak existences. Xiao Qin had not expected this Black Lotus Church to have been a rank 7 sect a long time ago. The black-clad arhat could be so strong mainly because of the accumulations of the sect. The cultivation techniques and martial techniques that he cultivated were much stronger than those of the elders of rank 2 sections. At the same cultivation level, a primal core venerate of a rank 1 sect would definitely be much weaker than a primal core venerate of a rank 2 or 3 sect. This sect is too mysterious. Even if I speak for 3 days, I will not be able to finish. Now that your whereabouts are exposed, you need to leave Purple Sun City quickly, Senior Lu said with a grave expression. Xiao Qin nodded and said, I know. I'll go to the Pirate Alliance first, then. The Pirate Alliance was a neutral land. As long as Xiao Qin entered, the 3 sects would not dare to charge in. However, if Xiao Qin left, the Pirate Alliance would not care. However, it would be enough for Xiao Qin to rest. Clearly, the matter of Idle Cloud Restaurant had already spread to the western part of the city. Along the way, several people looked at Xiao Qin with shock and some malicious gazes. They all knew that the Scarlet Blood War banner was in Xiao Qin's hands. However, they also knew that Xiao Qin's means were startling, so they did not dare to act rashly. After entering the pirate hall without any mishaps, Xiao Qin went to Senior Gui's room. Without saying anything, he handed over the Heavenly Yang Pill's alchemic recipe. After Senior Lu obtained the alchemic recipe, he was pleasantly surprised. His excitement could not be expressed in words. After asking around, Xiao Qin learned that Senior Lu had been unable to make any breakthroughs in alchemy. In the past 10 years, Senior Lu had been searching for all sorts of forbidden medicines to temper his alchemy skills. Furthermore, he was quite fond of forbidden drugs, and had a special interest in them. Hence, when Senior Lu learned that Xiao Qin had the Heavenly Yang Pill, he was startled and readily agreed to Xiao Qin's conditions. Good. It is indeed the Heavenly Yang Pill. This alchemic recipe has been lost for who knows how many years. Unexpectedly, it can see the light of day again. Senior Lu looked at Xiao Qin and said, I'll accept this alchemic recipe. I'll help you refine the Heavenly Yang Pill as well. At the same time, I can temper my alchemy skills. Xiao Qin rejoiced when he heard that. With Senior Lu helping him refine the Heavenly Yang Pill, his chances of success would increase significantly. This is the Source Tracing Pill. give it to your friend. It is not considered precious. However, some of the ingredients are extremely rare. You can only use it once in your life. Be careful. Senior Lu took out a jade bottle and handed it to Xiao Qin. Fei Er and Luo Nan immediately revealed joyful smiles. Xiao Qin smiled and said, "Take it, Fei Er." "Thank you, big brother Xiao Qin." "Thank you, Senior Lu." "Thank you, Xiao Suo." Fei Er could not contain her joy. Her baby fat face filled with smiles. Xiao Suo rubbed his head and smiled embarrassedly. "Why are you thanking me? I did not do anything." This was the first time a girl thanked him so politely, so he felt somewhat embarrassed. Fei Er covered her mouth and smiled. "I have to thank you. You were the one who shielded me and senior brother earlier. Otherwise, how could I have survived until now?" Luo Nan's hand trembled as he held the jade bottle containing the medicinal pill. For the sake of this medicinal pill, Xiao Qin paid a rather high price. Luo Nan looked at Xiao Qin, not knowing how to express himself. "Big brother Xiao Qin smiled and interrupted, "There is no need to say some things. Fei Er, bring Luo Nan to consume the medicinal pill. The earlier he consumes it, the better the effects." Fei Er nodded and helped Luo Nan down. "Xiao Qin, I'm going to refine the heavenly yang pill. I'll take my leave first." Xiao Qin nodded and sent Luo Nan off with his eyes. Then, he found a quiet room with Senior Gui and entered closed-door cultivation. After the consecutive battles at Idle Cloud Restaurant, Xiao Qin was severely injured and gained a lot. This battle was also the most intense one since he left the Kunlun realm. It could be considered the beginning, but it was definitely not the last battle. Some of his shortcomings in battle were also revealed. Of course, his cultivation was his biggest shortcoming. If he didn't have those heaven-defying trump cards, he wouldn't be able to win. Without those heaven-defying trump cards, Xiao Qin would not be able to hold his own against an early-stage major primal core expert. However, trump cards were called trump cards because they could not be used frequently. Xiao Qin could not rush his cultivation for now. When Senior Lu refined the heavenly yang pill, he could break through to the yang essence stage. With the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy and the heavenly yang pill, Xiao Qin could establish a very firm foundation in the veritable personage realm. At that time, he would condense a primal core and shock the world with a single move, far surpassing that of a regular primal core venerate. Right now, Xiao Qin's top priority was to consolidate his Dao realm and comprehend the new fish dragon art. Consolidating these two would greatly improve his current combat prowess. In the boundless starry heavens, a white-clad monk held Buddhist prayer beads and stood on a lotus platform, walking in the starry heavens with his eyes closed. Suddenly, this monk opened his eyes. A holy Buddhist light flashed in his eyes, illuminating the pitch-black night sky. "Have you discovered it already? Purple Sun City in the Purple Sun region. I think I'm the closest." The white-clad monk entered deep thought. After a while, a Buddhist light released from the lotus platform, forming a long belt of light. The lotus platform moved at an incredible speed through the starry heavens on the belt of light, rushing towards Purple Sun City. Chapter 1607. In the dilapidated street where Idle Cloud Restaurant was in Purple Sun City, the 50-kilometer-long street was in ruins. The shops and tall buildings along the way had all collapsed. Blood flowed like rivers on the ground, and corpses piled up. A heavy stench of blood lingered in the air. G.A. 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 Many red-eyed vultures circled the city under the night sky, spreading their wings and crying out strangely. They stared at the corpses below, continuously circling, raring to go. The vultures outside the city actually smelled the stench of blood and flew in. This was the first time such a thing happened in Purple Sun City. One could easily imagine how many people had died on the street. Many of the corpses had terrifying saber wounds on them. The hazy saber intent still lingered. However, even more corpses were torn into pieces, a cruel sight to behold. They had been violently blasted until not even bones remained. Formless wisps of broken souls struggled in pain, unable to dissipate. The black-clad Arhat, who was previously unrivaled and swept through the three first elders, knelt on the ground in humiliation as he was being escorted. Most of the corpses on the ground were his. For the sake of killing the black-clad Arhat, the disciples of the three great sects and the purple cloud pavilion formed a formation and surrounded him, suppressing him heavily. However, he still killed most of them in the end, leaving the street littered with corpses. Who asked you to be arrogant? The surviving cultivators of the purple cloud pavilion and the other sects continuously whipped the black-clad Arhat kneeling on the ground. The black-clad Arhat did not say anything. He only closed his eyes and allowed the whipping to land on his body. Earlier, all of them had fought with all their might. Among the people who died were their friends or fellow disciples. Naturally, their hatred for the black-clad Arhat was incredibly intense. The first elders of the three great sects and the purple cloud pavilion's anti-by let these people do as they pleased. What should we do with this bald monk now? Should we kill him or keep him? The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man asked as a faint murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The Burning Moon sect's red-clad old man replied coldly, just kill him. Keeping him alive will only bring trouble. We should keep him alive first. Perhaps he will be of some use to Xiao Qin. He definitely did not expect this bald monk to end up in our hands. Isn't he very loyal? Let's detain this bald monk and bring him to the Purple Cloud Pavilion to auction. Given his temper, he will definitely rush over. The wind-chasing sect's azure-clad old man thought of a solution. Anti-Bai nodded and said, that's a good idea. We'll auction him off as a slave the day after tomorrow. If Xiao Qin hides, it'll be troublesome for us to look for him. Let him come by himself, and we'll set up an ambush in the dark. Anti-Bai also had her own plans. Auctioning off a major primal core venerate as a slave would be of great help to the Purple Cloud Pavilion's reputation. A cold smile flashed across the white-robed old man's face. That's right. Let's do that. This bald donkey has killed so many of our people, so he should at least have some value to us. Otherwise, it would be too easy on him. While they were discussing, they didn't know that the black-robed Arhat who was kneeling on the ground had a sneer on his face, as if he had heard something extremely funny. All right, it's settled then. We'll imprison this bald monk now and auction him off the day after tomorrow. When Lan Luo saw this scene from afar, she could not help but shake her head. Young miss, that is the black-clad Arhat of the Black Lotus Church. This group of people is really seeking death. To think that they dare to auction off a black-clad Arhat of the Black Lotus Church, should we advise Anti-Bai? When the mysterious guard hidden in the dark saw this, he laughed hoarsely, feeling speechless. A cold light flashed in Lan Luo's eyes. She said indifferently, there's no need. I already see through her. If she wants to seek death, let her be. Previously, when Feng Biu sought out Anti-Bai, she immediately sold out Xiao Qin. This had flabbergasted Lan Luo, rendering her speechless. Lan Luo had already advised Anti-Bai many times, but it was useless. Instead, she reprimanded Anti-Bai for not understanding business and not having sufficient experience. Now, I finally understand why the clan gave up on this place. They are just a group of people chasing their own interests, completely forgetting the existence of the clan. Heavy disappointment flashed in Lan Luo's eyes. And you said softly, that Xiao Qin actually managed to form a relationship with the Black Lotus Church. He is truly incredible. No matter how I look at him, he seems like an outstanding talent with a great desolate Ian bloodline. However, I just can't tell. Lan Luo was not surprised. Aside from the strongest 100 races, the Great Desolate Aeon bloodline still has some secondary bloodlines. Back then, during the Great Desolate Aeon, when the 10,000 races fought, not all went extinct. Some bloodlines have been passed down, but they are not as famous as the Great Desolate Aeon's 100 races. No wonder. And you nodded gently. So, that was the case. However, the two were mistaken. Xiao Chen's bloodline was one of the strongest 100 races of the Great Desolate Aeon. However, the Blue Dragon bloodline had been extinct for too long, so most people did not have any impression of it. When the sky was about to brighten, Xiao Chen came out of closed-door cultivation and saw Senior Gue, who had just returned from a busy day. When Senior Gue saw Xiao Chen, he was stunned. The other party had a strange Dao on him. The strong aura dazzled Senior Gue. What the heck is this? The legendary Dao. This was especially so for Xiao Chen's eyes. They were bright and untainted, like gems in the starry sky, filled with charm and boundlessly deep. With just one glance, one would feel like they were about to sink in. Xiao Chen's comprehension of the Saber Great Dao had completely stabilized his Saber Great Dao's second realm. This gave off an extraordinary feeling. After one night of closed-door cultivation, Xiao Chen thoroughly absorbed the comprehensions from the battle at Idle Cloud Restaurant, stabilizing his hard-earned second realm of the Great Dao and the new Fish Dragon art movement technique. This could be considered a complete rebirth. However, Xiao Chen knew that this was far from enough. He still needed to raise his cultivation. Only then could he truly fight against a major primal core venerate without using his trump cards. Of course, fighting with a late-stage major primal core expert was still a long way off. Senior Gue, has Senior Lu come out of closed-door cultivation? Xiao Chen asked with a relaxed expression. Senior Gue recovered his wits. Then, he said with a strange expression, I'm not sure. Several explosions came from his side last night. I went over to take a look, but he did not let me in. I wonder what happened in there. Failed. This was within reason and not surprising. Refining medicinal pills was not guaranteed in the first place. Furthermore, this was the Heavenly Yang pill, a forbidden medicine that had been lost for many years. I'll go and take a look. Right now, Xiao Chen could not come to a final conclusion. So, he calmed his emotions and headed for the refining room where Senior Lu was. Go on, then. The modification of that pirate ship is at the final stage. I cannot delay for too long either. Senior Gue had a strong sense of responsibility. After receiving Xiao Chen's spirit jades, he had been working hard. When Xiao Chen arrived at Senior Lu's refining room, he smelled a burning stench coming from a crack in the door before he even entered. Little brother Xiao Chen, you are here. Come in quickly. Senior Lu's excited voice came from inside. When Xiao Chen pushed the door open and entered, he saw that the place was a mess. All the tools were shattered, and berserk baleful yang energy spread in the air. Dust filled the room. Xiao Chen fanned himself with his hand and saw that Senior Lu was in tatters, his hair charred, and his face covered in wounds. Xiao Chen felt slightly stunned before asking, the furnace exploded. Senior Lu showed a somewhat embarrassed expression as he nodded. It exploded 3 times, and you saw the results. Furnace explosions were something that only low-ranked alchemists would do. When the pill flame was not properly controlled, it would detonate the pill furnace. This was commonly known as a furnace explosion. There would definitely be failures when refining alchemy. However, a skilled alchemist would not cause a furnace explosion. Furthermore, after a furnace explosion, the destruction and danger that resulted were uncontrollable. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he knew what happened. However, he had not expected that the furnace would explode 3 times in one night. Senior Lu, there is no need for you to work so hard. Are you all right? Xiao Chen found this incredibly strange. This was truly too much of a risk. Senior Lu did not care about his life at all. However, Senior Lu laughed loudly, not caring at all. He pulled Xiaochen forward somewhat excitedly and said, "I'm fine. I feel like I'm about to break through my bottleneck. Your heavenly yang pill is done. Look." Xiaochen looked in the direction of Senior Lu's finger and saw a bright white medicinal pill in an incomplete brocade box in the corner. Perfect flame patterns covered the surface of the medicinal pill, flickering with a glassy golden light. Occasionally, a strong light flickered. The piercing light nearly deterred Xiaochen from looking directly at it. Xiaochen could not help feeling excited in his heart. The heavenly yang pill really succeeded. Furthermore, it was of perfect quality. When Senior Lu saw Xiaochen's expression, he revealed a satisfied smile. Anyone who saw their medicinal pill garnering the attention of others would feel satisfied from the bottom of their heart. Chapter 1608. A vast scarlet light leaped before Xiaochen, looking extremely shocking. Xiao Suo exclaimed excitedly when he saw Xiaochen arrive on the deck. He laid a total of 3 formations. One is the Dark Night Bewildering formation used to hide the ship. One is the Pirate Alliance's 3-star defense formation. The last one is incredible. Xiaochen held the formation plate and thought for a while. Then, he looked at Xiao Suo and said, "He did not say anything about this. Don't ask, either. Just act as if nothing happened." It was like an ancient ferocious beast roaring, thirsting for blood and souls. Fortunately, Xiaochen had already left and did not know about this. If he did, he would definitely laugh his head off. After Xiao Suo stabbed the pirate flag with the black scimitar, he turned his head and said, "Big brother, Senior Gui is really interesting. This ship looks like a mediocre pirate ship, pitifully small. In reality, it is just a miniaturized 3-star pirate ship. It would have no problem traveling in the real Starry Sea." This was different from what Xiaochen expected. After the modifications, the pirate ship became even smaller. When Xiaochen arrived at the secret underground room where Senior Gui modified the pirate ship, he saw a vast lake below. The lake in the west of the city was densely packed with this pirate ship. Xiaochen turned around and smiled as if nothing had happened. "Very good. I can tell that Senior Gui is very considerate. However, don't get happy too early. This fellow has a huge appetite. Even for you, lighting up a pearl is extremely difficult. The further you go, the higher the grade of the ferocious beast you need." "I understand." Xiao Suo nodded to indicate his understanding. On the pirate ship, Xiao Suo and his subordinates were busy listening to Senior Ghost's commands. Xiaochen's eyes lit up. He had not noticed this detail. "Let's put this matter aside first. Senior will explain it to me in detail later. I'll go to Senior Gui's place and see how the modification of the pirate ship is going." Xiaochen entered deep thought and temporarily accepted this suggestion. If he could obtain the protection of this Senior Yi Zifeng, he would be able to obtain a lot of benefits. To Xiaochen, this would be excellent. He would be able to get rid of a mental problem. Senior Lu laughed loudly and said, "Good, I'll accept this favor. Brat, if you are lucky and can escape this calamity from the Black Lotus Church, your future will be limitless. I have to accept this favor." The formation plate was pure black with a protruding ferocious beast carved on it. It looked ferocious, glaring at Xiaochen. A mysterious small sword hung at the corner of its mouth, looking like it was alive. "This is..." Xiaochen keenly sensed that the scarlet light on the formation seemed to be the blood of a real ferocious beast. Senior Gui nodded and said, "That's true. After offending the Black Lotus Church, it is best to leave early. If you want to leave, you can leave at any time. The ship has been modified." After Chen received the formation plate, of Xiaochen said, "I, Xiao," and said, "Chen, Chen, when Chen, he, I, Chen, can Xiao Chen, can, and said, when can Chen, I, of. Just at this moment, news came from the Purple Cloud Pavilion that they wanted to auction a major Primal Core Realm slave. At the same time, he secretly spread the word that this was the black-robed Arhat related to Xiao Qin, and his strength was extremely high. Alright, then it's settled. However, have you thought about where you want to go? Elder Lu asked a very practical question. This immemorial demon soul formation was likely a formation from a pirate king's legendary warship. If that pirate king learned of Xiao Chen's unique formation, if he didn't have the Sky Sun pill, he would have to disperse his cultivation and force out some of the 10,000-year baleful Yin energy. Purple Sun City was no longer safe. Now, he had already made up his mind to leave. In that world where Lu Ruel lived, the competition was unimaginably intense. Xiao Suo extended his hand, took out the array plate at the core of the array, and handed it to Xiao Qin. The other pirate ships also had such weapons. The consequences would be dire, even more terrifying than offending the Black Lotus Church. It was pitch black all over. The color should be a special paint. However, how precious was Xiao Chen's time? How could he afford to waste it? He urgently needed to raise his cultivation and strengthen himself, so that he could find a place for himself in this great thousand realms. Xiao Chen did not delay for long. He asked about his junior sister Luo Nan's preparations. Since the two of them were willing to follow Xiao Qin, he let them be. If Xiao Qin had time, he could slowly wait and search for fortuitous encounters. Xiao Qin nodded slightly and walked over to Xiao Suo. At this moment, the other party was fiddling with the banner of the Black Scimitar, appearing excited and somewhat serious. This was Senior Gui's secret base. Outsiders could not enter. Xiao Chen's Yin essence realm absorbed 10,000-year-old baleful Yin energy. It would be very difficult to find matching baleful Yang energy. Many thanks. Just the major primal core experts of the Black Lotus Church were already terrifyingly strong, inspiring fear. However, would others help Xiao Qin? Elder Lu was open-minded and did not bother with trifles, not standing on ceremony as he accepted Xiao Chen's favor. Xiao Qin frowned slightly, revealing a troubled expression. Our destination is Ancestor Dragon City. However, it is difficult for me now as well. Shaking off the Black Lotus Church's pursuit is the most important problem. Xiao Qin pushed off with his feet, and a faint flame flashed on his body. It looked like he teleported as he appeared on the deck, startling everyone. This startled Xiao Qin. He whispered, "What is the background of this Senior Gui?" Xiao Suo replied in a similar whisper, "I don't know much. However, I once accidentally heard him mention that he was once a formation master on a 9-star pirate ship. However, when that 9-star pirate ship's captain advanced further and became the Pirate King, he left." Xiao Suo had also dabbled in the formation Dao. With one glance, he could tell that this immemorial demon soul formation before him had an extraordinary background. It was astonishingly powerful. Furthermore, it was an evil Dao formation. Right now, none of these pearls have lit up. The Yazi Beast demon soul is only as strong as a peak major primal core cultivator. However, it still possesses a ferocious might and cannot be underestimated. Senior Gui handed the formation plate back to Xiao Qin. When he noticed Xiao Chen's expression, he smiled and said, "Don't worry too much. This formation plate was given to me by the original owner. It has been gathering dust in my hands for more than 100 years. Now, it is time to give it to a fated person. I hope that you can really light up the 18 pearls in the future. Big brother, quickly come up and look at this ship." Ha ha ha. Xiao Qin smiled and said, "If there is an opportunity, I will definitely drink to my heart's content with Senior Lu, having a few drinks to my heart's content." Senior Gui walked over and took the formation plate from Xiao Chen's hand. Then, he pointed to the pearls on the ferocious beast's neck and said, "Do you see these 18 pearls? When all 18 pearls light up, the Yazi beast demon's soul will be able to burst out with 1/10 of its combat prowess when it was alive." Fortunately, most of the existing pirate kings were adventuring in the forbidden seas. She was striving for the highest honor of a legendary pirate king. She did not have time to care about a minor character like Xiao Qin. "Greetings, Captain. Little brother Xiao Qin, what do you think of this immemorial demon soul formation?" Footsteps rang out from behind, and Senior Gue walked down with a smile. The entire bottommost layer was covered in blood-red formation patterns. Light leaped around the complicated patterns, dazzling one's eyes. In the starry heavens, these formations were hard to see with the naked eye, nearly merging with the night sky. Anyone with eyes would know that the Purple Cloud Pavilion wanted to force Xiao Qin to show himself, to make him take the initiative to deliver himself to them. "Xiao Qin, how about you go to the Grave Sea first? I know that Pan Huang's master has a nominal disciple, Yi Zifeng, who is in a sect in the Grave Sea." The Jiao snake seemed to know what Xiao Qin was worried about. It explained, "It's fine. You can be considered half a disciple of Pan Huang. That person is still your senior brother in name. Furthermore, I know that person. If you expose your relationship with Pan Huang, he will definitely not leave you in the lurch." Xiao Suo smiled mysteriously and led Xiao Qin into the ship's hold. Then, they passed through a partition and arrived at the bottommost layer of the pirate ship. The heavenly yang pill was refined by condensing 100,000-year-old strands of baleful yang qi along with other natural treasures. Xiao Suo said, "This is the Yazi, a famous ferocious beast from the Great Desolate Aeon. It has an unyielding nature and loves to fight. It has the head of a dragon and the body of a leopard." Senior Gue's formation is based on the famous Great Desolate Heaven-swallowing formation of the Great Desolate Aeon. "Big brother, you can call it the immemorial demon soul formation." Xiao Qin put away the heavenly yang pill and looked sincerely at Senior Liu. "Senior Liu, Xiao Qin owes you a big favor. In the past, I thought that he was just bragging after drinking too much. Now that I look at this immemorial demon soul formation, it might not be fake." That evening, Xiao Qin's group boarded the pirate ship and quietly left Purple Sun City. Xiao Qin nodded and said, "I know that. I'm preparing to pack up. After Senior Gue helps me modify the pirate ship, we will leave immediately." When the busy crew saw Xiao Qin, they were stunned for a moment. Then, they immediately reported respectfully. Xiao Qin asked curiously, "What do you mean?" "Come with me." Clearly, Xiao Qin's earlier shock was no less than Xiao Qin's. As long as we continuously pour in the corpses of strong ferocious beasts, they have to be fresh. This immemorial demon soul formation will continuously strengthen. The Yazi beast demon soul that it summons can even possess 1/10 of the true body's strength. Xiao Qin felt excited. Pan Huang's disciple was definitely very strong. Perhaps he could help Xiao Qin block the Black Lotus Church's pursuit and avoid this calamity. Due to the balance of yin and yang, Xiao Qin could form a primal core. Otherwise, he would never be able to break through. If he obtained it, he could obtain baleful yang energy that rivaled a 10,000-year-old baleful yang energy. To Xiao Qin, this was a better natural treasure than anything else. Just as Xiao Qin was about to finish speaking, Senior Liu's expression slowly turned grave. He said, "However, I suggest that you leave as soon as possible. The Black Lotus Church's people will soon find out about your whereabouts. The earlier you leave, the safer you will be." Furthermore, no matter how Xiao Qin looked at this formation, it felt very sinister and sinister, inspiring fear. Chapter 1609. Early the next morning, when sunlight shone on Purple Sun City, a Buddhist light accompanied the sunrise and landed in Purple Sun City. The Buddhist light dispersed like a lotus flower, revealing a spotless white-clothed monk. His appearance was delicate and handsome, like a green lotus that was extraordinary and refined. If it were a crowded place, the noise might immediately stop because of his appearance. His natural tranquility could infect everyone. Unfortunately, he had landed on the dilapidated street where the Idle Cloud restaurant was located. The heavy stench of blood had yet to fade. That place had already become the famous ghost street of Purple Sun City. Legend had it that one could hear ghostly wails and wolf howls in the middle of the night. No one was even willing to clean up the corpses. The prosperity faded away, leaving behind only an endless pool of blood and the bare bones of the corpses that had been eaten by the vultures. The white-clad monk held Buddhist prayer beads in his hand as he looked around with his deep, pitch-black eyes. After a while, he closed his eyes and chanted scriptures. His right hand formed the Buddhist bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind, and his left hand spun the Buddhist prayer beads. A holy Buddhist light spread out from his body, looking like a peaceful holy light. When the light swept through the air, the baleful aura in the air immediately expelled it. The air filled with the stench of blood became fresh again. Clumps of white light drifted out of the many corpses. Whoosh! 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 The countless aggrieved spirits of the corpses turned into beneficence and entered his body. When he opened his eyes, they flickered with a bright and pure light. This made his eyes look even deeper, pure, and flawless. Then, he stretched out his right hand, and his gentle, fair fingers moved. The bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind turned into the Buddhist appearing seal. The scenes that the aggrieved spirits once saw appeared, flickering on the dilapidated street. Soon, the white-clad monk found the scene he needed. It was the scene of Xiaochen fighting with the crowd, continuously killing his enemies. The scene changed again. The black-clad Arhat was escorted by a group of people, kneeling on the ground and continuously whipped, enduring all sorts of torture without saying a word. On the other side, Auntie Bai and the three old men quickly discussed and decided to sell it. When Auntie Bai understood what was going on, she revealed a smile on her face, showing an interesting expression. Scatter! The white-robed monk let out a soft groan. The souls that he had just absorbed into his body and cleansed of their sins turned into streaks of light and flew out of his body. Surprisingly, he didn't want the pure vengeful souls, but instead released them. If a Buddhist was here, he would definitely be shocked. When Buddhists cultivated, what they sought was merit and faith. What did he seek by not seeking merit and converting others for free? Only if one looked carefully would they discover that as those souls left, there were more than 10 of them. His eyes and fleshly body seemed to have been cleansed, becoming purer and more peaceful. It's a pity that we missed such a good opportunity. The white-robed monk let out a sigh before turning into a ray of light and disappearing. The originally oppressive, gloomy and dilapidated streets that were filled with a bloody and baleful aura had taken on a brand new look, and it was like a place that had just been born and was filled with a thriving aura. Today was the day that the Purple Cloud Pavilion would auction off a major primal core venerate. After one day of fermenting, the news had already caused a huge commotion in the entire Purple Sun City. Auctioning off slaves was not unheard of. However, the people of Purple Sun City auctioning off a major primal core venerate was unheard of, never seen before. If one could imagine having a major primal core venerate as a slave, that would be a great feeling. Nearly all the rich and noble people in the city rushed over, preparing large amounts of spirit jades to bid for the auction. There were even more cultivators who came to watch the excitement. Even if they could not afford to buy it, they could still broaden their horizons and watch the excitement. Furthermore, rumor had it that this black-clad Arhat had a close relationship with Xiaochen. This auction was a scheme by the three sects and the Purple Cloud Pavilion. They wanted to wait for Xiaochen to appear and make him walk right into the trap. Given how Xiaochen protected Idle Cloud Restaurant for his friends and fought many battles, many people guessed that this was a trap. Even if Xiaochen knew that this was a trap, a fire pit, he would still rush over. The only reason was that he was Xiao Qin. This person had only been in Purple Sun City for a few days, but his name had spread everywhere. Everyone knew the name of the white-robed Xiao Qin. Most of the people watching the excitement were actually here for him. In a corner of the upper floor of the Purple Cloud Pavilion, Auntie Bai and the 3 elders of the Burning Moon sect, the Ice Snow Mountain Manor, and the Wind-Chasing sect looked down, clearly seeing everyone in the hall. Damn it! That fellow has not appeared yet. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's white-robed old man frowned, feeling somewhat impatient. The azure-clad old man said, "Don't worry. He will definitely appear. However, he will definitely be able to hide from our eyes and ears. If we discovered him so easily, he would not be Xiao Qin." The pretty Auntie Bai said through clenched teeth, "As long as that fellow appears, this Purple Cloud Pavilion will be his burial ground. I already sent out all the experts of the Purple Cloud Pavilion to hide in various places." Aside from this, the 3 sects also reorganized their forces, transferring over experts from their sections. Not only were there people everywhere in the Purple Cloud Pavilion, but there were also disciples of the various sects lying in wait outside the Purple Cloud Pavilion. As long as Xiao Qin appeared, he would not be able to escape. This was a sure-death situation. Let's start the auction. I don't believe that he will not appear, the Burning Moon sect's red-clad old man said coldly. The white-robed old man nodded and made a hand gesture. Immediately, someone started to make arrangements in secret. Everything went according to plan, moving quickly and methodically. Soon, the black-clad Arhat was pushed out. His entire body was bound in chains, and he appeared on the platform in a humiliating manner. Whoosh! The crowd immediately turned excited. All sorts of startled cries rang out endlessly. It really was a major primal core venerate. The Purple Cloud Pavilion's announcement was true. Many potential buyers immediately felt tempted. The auctioneer smiled and said, "As everyone knows, today is a big day for my Purple Cloud Pavilion. The venerate tied up on the platform will be auctioned off. Everyone, please do not worry about safety. The experts of the 3 sects have already placed restrictions in his body. As long as he resists, he will explode and die. Whoever is his master will control his life and death. Even if he does not want to submit, he will have to submit. My Purple Cloud Pavilion's reputation has always been excellent. Everyone can bid without worry." Under the auctioneer's introduction, the auction quickly entered the bidding phase. The price soared, making everyone feel the enthusiasm and determination of the bidders. However, the expressions of the 4 people in the upper echelon slowly turned unsightly. Even now, everything was still calm. Xiao Qin still had not appeared. Just at this moment, a white figure arrived outside the Purple Cloud Pavilion. As he stood on the street, he looked extraordinary and graceful. His white monk robes and handsome face combined with his gentle and serene aura attracted the attention of everyone on the street. What a handsome monk, several girls could not help praising him, attracted by his face. This showed how charming he was. The white-clad monk looked at the Purple Cloud Pavilion. His deep gaze inspired wild and fanciful thoughts. No one knew what he wanted to do. Suddenly, the white-clad monk stretched out his right hand with his palm facing down. His index and middle fingers curled together, and Buddhist prayer beads hung from them, forming a profound hand seal. His jade-white, untainted hand was filled with a gentle beauty. Everyone fixed their gazes on that pure white right hand. Everyone was attracted by that profound hand seal, unable to look away. All of a sudden, a golden swastika symbol burst out from the palm seal. Boom! Amid the boundless golden Buddhist light, the vast, simple, and imposing Purple Cloud Pavilion instantly collapsed. The people inside were still excitedly bidding the moment before it collapsed. Auntie Bai and the others in the upper echelon were still waiting anxiously. Without any warning, the Purple Cloud Pavilion collapsed into rubble. Countless people died or were injured in the process. Countless corpses exploded into pieces and shot into the air. Amidst the golden Buddhist light, blood rained down. Severed limbs flew up and down in a dazzling display. The people around the purple cloud pavilion showed shocked expressions. Their brains instantly short-circuited, they could not react at all. In the next moment, the shock wave sent them flying. The white-clad monk withdrew his hand, and his lips moved slightly as he chanted a scripture. As the scripture chanted, the restrictions on the bodies of the black-clad arhat buried in the rubble unraveled one by one. "Who are you?" Auntie Bai and the other three descended from the air in shock and rage, surrounding the white-clad monk. Blood trickled down the corners of their lips, and their complexions paled. The white-clad monk smiled faintly and stopped chanting. Then, he said softly, "The Black Lotus Church's holy son, Ming Xian." The expressions of the three sects' first elders and Auntie Bai changed drastically at the same time. Their expressions changed continuously: shock, astonishment, horror, and panic. The encirclement around the white-clad monk loosened uncontrollably. They retreated, feeling fear in their hearts, wanting to retreat. Die. However, it was too late for them to leave now. A black figure leaped out of the rubble, radiating Buddhist might. With a shout, he charged at the four while holding the black chain in his hand. Chapter 16:10. This time, the black-clad arhat did not show any mercy. With the support of the scripture, the arhat did not show any mercy. With the support of the scriptures, not only did he recover from his injuries, but his combat prowess also increased by more than 20%. Auntie Bai and the others were injured by the holy son Ming Xian in the first place. Their combat prowess had dropped significantly. Furthermore, they were already a match for the black-clad arhat in the first place. This time, the four were not as lucky as before. They could not escape and all died at the hands of the black-clad arhat. Their deaths were extremely miserable, all inflicted by the iron arhat fist. Their bodies split apart, and they died without a complete corpse. The holy son Ming Xian chanted scriptures and prayed for the souls of these people. Then, he used pure beneficence to cleanse his physical body, making his aura gentler and more solemn, like a living Buddha. 59th Arhat greets the Holy Sun. The black-clad Arhat performed a cupped fist salute and bowed, not daring to slack off. The 72 Arhats were ranked by strength. 59th Arhat was the 59th of the 72 Arhats. This was not just their title but also their honor and strength. The holy son Ming Xian nodded slightly and said calmly, "Do you have any news of the person Master is looking for? Tell me everything you know." "Yes." After a while, the holy son Ming Xian gained a better understanding of what happened. He could not help feeling that it was a pity. He clearly could have captured Shao Qin. How could this 59th Arhat be too arrogant and overestimate his own strength? Not only did he fail to capture Shao Qin, but he even ended up losing himself, nearly being sold as a slave. "Holy Son, please punish me." The black-clad Arhat lowered his head and admitted his guilt, knowing that he was wrong in letting Shao Qin go. Ming Xian showed a calm expression, not showing any signs of anger. He said calmly, "Let's make up for our mistakes. Now that we know his whereabouts, there is no need to search for a needle in a haystack." The 72 Arhats and the 4 protectors were scattered throughout the vast grave sea cluster. Searching for one person was no different from searching for a needle in a haystack. Now that they knew Shao Qian's whereabouts, they could gather their people. Then, finding Shao Qin would not be difficult. Bringing the black-clad Arhat with him, the holy son Ming Xian went to the Wanxiang Pagoda in Purple Sun City. That was the place where the wise gathered the most in the entire Great Thousand Realms. The Wanxiang Pagoda was the most convenient way to find out about a person in Purple Sun City. After paying a sufficient price, the holy son Ming Xian and the black-clad Arhat found where Senior Lu was hiding. Shao Qin must have run away. The only thing he could do now was to find out where Shao Qin had gone. It would take a lot of time to ask the pagoda about such a secret matter, so asking Elder Lu, someone who had a close relationship with Xiao Qin, was the most direct and effective method. In a rather remote courtyard in the west of the city, the holy son Ming Xian knocked on the door and waited. Since a guest came to visit, Senior Lu did not overthink it. There were not many people in Purple Sun City that he feared. The instant Xiao Qin opened the door, he saw the holy son Ming Xian dressed in white monk robes. "You are Black Lotus Church's holy son, Ming Xian." Elder Lu's expression changed slightly. He turned around and retreated without any hesitation. However, it was already too late. The black-clad Arhat was faster than him. The holy son Ming Xian waited quietly. The sounds of intense fighting came from the courtyard for a long time before it slowly quieted down. 4 hours later, the black-clad Arhat walked out of the courtyard, carrying a sword. He said, he went to the Grave Sea. As for where exactly, this old man is not sure. Grave Sea. The area is already small enough. Inform the other Arhats and the 4 protectors to gather at the Grave Sea. The 2 turned around and quickly left this place. Inside the dilapidated courtyard, Senior Lu lay on the ground. His eyes appeared confused and unfocused. Clearly, Senior Lu had fallen for some Buddhist sect's secret technique that lured him into revealing Xiao Chen's whereabouts. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Relying on the speed of a 3-star pirate ship, Xiao Chen's group arrived at the Grave Sea much earlier than expected. As the name suggested, the Starry Sea was the sea formed by the melting of a star at the end of its lifespan. However, in reality, it was not that simple. There would be a starry sea in the center of every astral zone. The thousands of great realms in the astral zone would revolve around the starry sea, using it as the core. Even now, the existence and origins of the starry sea remained an unsolved mystery. There were many different theories. The most popular theory was that the star's lifespan ended and melted into a sea. A star was the center of an astral zone. The peak sects of the entire astral zone gathered here. The places where spiritual energy gathered were 5 to 10 times that of the outside world. Most of the spirit jade veins also gathered in the Grave Sea. Everything was logical, as if the heavens had arranged it. The starry sea was the center, the core of an astral zone. To pirates, the starry sea was where they should go. Pirates who had not explored the starry sea before could not be considered true pirates. The sea was the true home of pirates. Of course, aside from emotions, the greater truth was that plundering the starry sea was the greatest harvest. In 2 months, Xiao Chen finished refining the heavenly yang pill. Then, he continuously used the baleful yin energy and baleful yang energy to temper his veritable essence energy. Be it baleful yin energy or baleful yang energy, these 2 external objects existed to temper his veritable essence energy. He could not put the cart before the horse. Xiao Chen's comprehension ability was extremely high. Furthermore, he had comprehended the Taiji Dao himself. Hence, he was very proficient in this cultivation realm. With the veritable essence energy, the yang energy and yin energy in Xiao Chen's dantian formed a Taiji diagram. Such a situation had never happened to anyone before, as only Xiao Chen understood the Taiji Dao in this world. The balance of yin and yang that ordinary people found hard to grasp did not hinder Xiao Chen at all. He just went with the flow. Xiao Chen's cultivation surpassed the yang essence stage and reached the half-step primal core realm in one go. Vaguely, Xiao Chen also touched a threshold to the state of being one with heaven that only primal core venerates could comprehend. One could say that Xiao Chen's strength had improved by leaps and bounds in the past 2 months. Compared to when he was in Purple Sun City, his combat prowess was several times stronger. The strong accumulations benefited him greatly. When Xiao Chen broke through to the primal core realm, it would be a qualitative breakthrough. The benefits of vast accumulations would benefit him for life. In the past 2 months, Xiao Suo, Luo Nan, and Fei had all improved. Although their improvements were not as exaggerated as Xiao Chen's, they were still several times greater than usual. Naturally, all this was due to the many resources Xiao Chen had bought from the Pirate Alliance before he left, spending spirit jades to purchase for them. The pirate ship drifted quietly in the starry sea, sailing far away and advancing quickly. The water in the starry sea was not seawater in the ordinary sense. It was strongly corrosive and horrifying heavy. When ordinary people fell into the water, they would melt into dregs, leaving nothing behind. The speed of regular cultivators would also be greatly restricted in the starry sea. It would be extremely difficult to fly in the air. Due to the huge mass, the suction force was extremely horrifying. It would make people in the air feel like the surface of the water had a magnetic force, sucking them into the water. A pirate ship that could travel normally in the starry sea had to be at least a 3-star ship. Otherwise, just the corrosive force would melt the ship, not to mention traveling long distances. Naturally, the oceanic ferocious beasts born in such a harsh sea environment were even harder to deal with. Xiao Suo, where are we? Xiao Chen's voice rang out in Xiao Suo's ears. Xiao Suo, who was in the control room, immediately answered, "Captain, we just passed the edge of the grave sea. We can be considered to have officially entered the grave sea." Xiao Suo's tone was rather calm, containing some joy. He had not stepped into the starry sea for many years already. After leaving the Purple Sun region, Xiao Chen requested that everyone just address him by his name and that there was no need to be so polite. However, everyone felt respect and gratitude for Xiao Chen, so it was not convenient for them to address him by his name. Hence, they compromised by calling him Captain. It was like heaven was looking out for them. When the Black Scimitar pirate ship entered the Grave Sea's periphery, it did not run into any strong storms or oceanic ferocious beasts. They didn't encounter any big storms, nor did they encounter any fierce sea beasts. The sky was clear and boundless, and the wind was gentle and sunny. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. The 2 months of peace had not dispelled his wariness. The Black Lotus Church would catch up sooner or later. Senior Jiao Snake had already said goodbye to Xiao Chen, preparing to search for other fortuitous encounters. Xiao Chen needed to rush to the sect of Pan Huang's disciple, Yi Zifeng, as soon as possible. However, the Grave Sea was boundlessly vast, even vaster than 100 great thousand realms combined. It was truly difficult to find. If Xiao Chen wanted to reach Yi Zifeng's sect, he would need a lot of time. Furthermore, this did not take into account the unexpected encounters along the way, such as oceanic ferocious beasts, other pirate ships, factions that were at odds with the Pirate Alliance, or storms. Chapter 1611. Xiao Chen came out of his room and went to the control room. Xiao Suo and the others were currently controlling the Black Cutlass pirate ship as it sailed through the vast sea. The Black Cutlass was the abbreviation of the Black Cutlass, the name Xiao Suo gave the pirate ship. Xiao Suo was no stranger to the Starry Sea's environment after his experience at sea. The Black Cutlass pirate ship traveled very smoothly through the complicated Starry Sea. "Captain, you're out." Xiao Suo looked at Xiao Chen in surprise. Xiao Chen had not shown himself for the past 2 months, communicating through voice projections. Today, Xiao Chen officially came out of closed-door cultivation. A water screen in front of the control room showed the scene of the sea region ahead. Through the adjustments of the formation, the water screen could display a 360-degree view without any blind spots, which was very convenient. Being in the control room gave one the feeling of being in control of the entire situation. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. He was not very satisfied with the pirate ship's speed. They had just entered the depths of the Grave Sea, yet another month had passed. Who knew how long they would have to wait to reach Senior Yi Zifeng's sect? The vastness of the Grave Sea somewhat surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Xiao Suo could tell what Xiao Chen was thinking. He explained, the Black Cutlass is already very fast for traveling through the Starry Sea. Even a late-stage major primal core venerate is not as fast as the Black Cutlass. Xiao Qin knew this. The gravity in the Starry Sea was 10 times that of the outside world. Flying on the surface of the sea would not only exhaust a lot of energy, but it would also be very slow. Furthermore, there was the danger of falling into the sea at any moment. The strong corrosive nature of the Starry Sea was no joke. No one would be willing to soak in it. I only hope that the Black Lotus Church does not discover us before we meet Senior Yi Zifeng again. Xiao Qin knew that this matter could not be rushed. As for the Black Lotus Church, he could only pray. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of huge waves came from the sea in front. The waves were startling, and the aura of a strong oceanic ferocious beast arrived. The water screen in the control room showed a sharp, black object on the surface of the sea. Xiao Suo's expression changed slightly. He said sullenly, "We probably ran into an oceanic ferocious beast. Based on this dorsal fin, it is at least 1 kilometer long. I'll go take a look." Xiao Qin did not panic. He quietly activated his heavenly insight divine eye and turned into a beam of light, flying out of the ship. He hovered in the sky and looked ahead. The heavenly insight god eye pierced through the seawater and looked down. He realized that the dorsal fin that was exposed on the surface of the sea was only the tip of the iceberg. His line of sight continued to sink along the dorsal fin of this marine beast. After 500 meters, Xiao Qin found a sawtooth shark that was thousands of meters long. This was definitely the largest oceanic ferocious beast that Xiao Qin had ever seen. It was several times larger than the Jiao snake, giving off an even stronger pressure. Xiao Qin withdrew his heavenly eye and said sullenly, "Circle around." This ferocious beast is several kilometers long. Its dorsal fin is just the tip of the iceberg. It is not easy to deal with. Could it be a black star sawtooth shark? The experienced Xiao Suo immediately thought of a certain oceanic ferocious beast. The black star sawtooth shark is a rather strong oceanic ferocious beast. It is born with the strength of a primal core venerate. After it reaches adulthood, it can stand shoulder to shoulder with a major primal core venerate. At the strongest, it can rival the horrifying strength of a cloud sea cultivator. Luo Nan and Fei who were in the control room, quickly provided information about this black star sawtooth shark. During the past 2 months, the two had learned a lot about the sea. It's over. There is no time to circle around. Xiao Suo's face sank. The black star sawtooth shark in the image suddenly leaped out of the sea, revealing its huge body. Its abdomen was covered in black star patterns, the mark of the black star sawtooth shark. The black star sawtooth shark soared into the air and leaped out of the sea. Then, under the pull of the Starry Sea's gravity, it charged towards the pirate ship. Under the influence of gravity, its huge body shot forward like an arrow, moving at a horrifying speed. "Don't panic. Xiao Suo, stabilize the ship. I'll use the immemorial demon soul formation to deal with it." At the crucial moment, Xiao Qin stabilized the situation and calmly issued orders. Xiao Qin gently pushed off with his feet and leaped out of the control room. With a few flashes, he arrived at the top of the pirate ship. The first thing to arrive was the towering waves that the black star sawtooth shark kicked up. The strong waves could kill a regular Yang Essence stage cultivator. They were very mighty and had a strong corrosive nature. Even though the pirate ship had a protective barrier, it could not avoid being shaken and damaged. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and grasped the lunar shadow saber. Then, he sent out a resplendent saber light. The saber light chopped the towering waves in half, not landing on the pirate ship at all. Sheathing his saber, Xiao Qin took out the Scarlet Blood War Banner. Then, he gently waved the war banner, and the immemorial demon soul formation in the ship instantly activated. A dense layer of bloody clouds erupted with a startling bloodthirsty aura, spreading out in the sky. Whoosh! A huge Yazi beast image quickly encased the exquisite pirate ship. In this huge image, the pirate ship was like the Yazi beast's heart, located within its body. As the spirit jades in the formation drained, white bones continuously appeared in the Yazi beast's demon soul image. Then, they connected and formed a huge skeleton. This made the image appear much more substantial. Boom! The Yazi beast demon soul opened its mouth and welcomed the incoming black star sawtooth shark. Cassier! Cassier! The black star sawtooth shark's huge and sharp teeth shattered. Intense shock waves spread out. After passing through several obstacles, the pirate ship at the heart of the Yazi beast demon soul only shook slightly. There was no need to control the Yazi beast demon soul. When it fought, it would activate its bloodthirsty and savage nature. Even after turning into a soul, the Yazi beast demon soul could not eliminate its bloodthirsty nature. The Yazi beast demon soul had the head of a dragon and the body of a leopard. As it stood on the surface of the sea, its huge body was incredibly nimble. The Yazi beast demon soul instantly fought an intense battle with the black star sawtooth shark. Spirit jades continuously drained from the immemorial demon soul formation, turning into bloodthirsty lights leaping about in the formation. Xiaochen thought to himself, what a strong black star sawtooth shark. Furthermore, it is still a juvenile and has yet to grow up. To think that it can fight the Yazi beast demon soul to a draw. After all, this demon soul was not affected by gravity. Furthermore, it did not feel pain. It was bloodthirsty and possessed an unyielding character, completely inheriting the nature of the Yazi beast. Fortunately, this fight did not last long. 4 hours later, the black star sawtooth shark clearly lost. It gradually gave out and became completely powerless, unable to move. The bloodthirsty Yazi beast demon soul started to consume the blood of the black star sawtooth shark. Soon, the black star sawtooth shark turned into an empty shell with no blood flowing through it, slowly sinking into the sea. The starry sea slowly absorbed the black star sawtooth shark's body. Soon, only a skeleton remained. This scene happened too quickly, making one's scalp go numb. Now, they had a deep understanding of the strong corrosive nature of the starry sea. Xiaochen waved the war banner, and the formation scattered. The Yazi beast demon soul turned into countless clumps of light, continuously shrinking. Finally, it turned into drops of blood that fell into the immemorial demon soul formation. Whoosh! It looked like a rain of blood fell in the immemorial demon soul formation. A sinister blood mist rose up from the surface of the formation. The Yazi beast carved on the formation plate at the core of the formation seemed to show an expression of enjoyment. Xiaochen entered deep thought. I should be able to light up a pearl if I consume a few more of such huge oceanic ferocious beasts. At that time, the strength of the Yazi beast demon soul will improve further. Before Xiaochen could heave a sigh of relief, a low, sorrowful cry suddenly rang out in the surroundings of the vast sea. This sound wave shook the surrounding 50 kilometers, causing the seawater to undulate intensely. The waves rolled over the waves, fluctuating violently and irregularly. The pirate ship started shaking intensely, rising and falling with the waves, completely uncontrollable. Xiaochen stood at the top of the ship, doing his best to stabilize himself. Then, he looked around and saw a black star sawtooth shark several times larger than the pirate ship in the distance. It floated out of the water and whimpered softly. The young black star sawtooth shark that Xiaochen killed earlier might be its offspring. Otherwise, it would not make such a sorrowful cry. As the sorrowful cry spread out, similar cries echoed in the distance. Many black dorsal fins appeared on the surface of the sea. This startled Xiaochen. This is bad. This black star sawtooth shark thinks of me as a strong enemy and is calling for companions. Retreat. Xiao Chen landed in the control room and got Xiao Suo to control the pirate ship to retreat quickly. Xiao Chen could deal with one young black star sawtooth shark. However, there was no chance of victory against a group of adult black star sawtooth sharks. The people in the control room also took action urgently. The image on the water screen showed at least 100 black star sawtooth sharks gathered together. "Captain, the waves are too big. We are too slow." Xiao Suo skillfully controlled the pirate ship. However, the waves grew increasingly larger, and the black star sawtooth sharks were completely pinned down. On the other hand, after the black star sawtooth sharks gathered together, they moved forward in the water as one. "Go down and hide." Xiao Chen made a prompt decision and decisively gave the order. No one doubted Xiao Chen's orders. Fei activated the Dark Night Bewildering formation on the pirate ship. The ship turned pitch black, looking like a black rock sinking into the water. After activating the Dark Night Bewildering formation, the pirate ship silently merged with the dark light, concealing all signs of life at the same time. The pirate ship's 3-star defensive formation also activated at the same time, resisting the corrosion of the starry sea. The ship fell silent. No one dared to speak. In such a life-and-death situation, everyone felt incredibly nervous. Several minutes passed. The pirate ship did not show any major movements. Everything was incredibly quiet. It seemed like the school of black star sawtooth sharks had not discovered the pirate ship. However, no one said anything. After some time in the dark sea, Xiao Suo felt that something was wrong. He said softly, "Why do I feel that the pirate ship is still moving quickly? The undercurrents should not be that fast." Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He did not know much about the undercurrents at the bottom of the sea. When he heard Xiao Suo's words, he silently sent out his spiritual sense. His spiritual sense was affected at the bottom of the sea. He could not see many places. However, when Xiao Chen saw some of the surrounding scenes, he was so shocked that he did not dare to go down. There were adult black star sawtooth sharks everywhere. This school of black star sawtooth sharks had trapped the pirate ship. However, these black star sawtooth sharks were still moving forward, searching for the pirate ship. However, these black star sawtooth sharks did not know that the pirate ship was already in the middle of them. As they swam, the undercurrents they created pushed the pirate ship forward. When Xiao Chen told everyone about this situation, everyone in the control room was startled silly. This was like a sheep moving with a pack of wolves. They could be discovered at any moment. The pirate ship could conceal its signs of life, merging with the darkness. However, it would not truly vanish. If one touched it or accidentally bit it, it would be a disaster. Xiao Chen turned his head and said, "Xiao Suo, control the ship based on the feeling of the undercurrents. Do not let them touch it. Otherwise, we will all die." When Xiao Suo heard that, he felt immense pressure. His hands trembled. However, he saw Xiao Chen's trusting gaze. Xiao Suo clenched his teeth and charged forward at this crucial moment. Chapter 16:12. In the dark and deep sea, hundreds of black star sawtooth sharks, each of them several thousand meters long, were crazily chasing in a certain direction. Each black star sawtooth shark looked independent, but in reality, their auras were connected to each other. They formed a huge body, looking like a single black star sawtooth shark swimming. This reduced the resistance, allowing them to move very fast in the water. They were far faster than some pirate ships. Furthermore, the complicated sea conditions did not affect them at all. They were simply blessed by nature. Compared to this huge body, the Black Cutlass pirate ship seemed exceptionally insignificant. Everyone on the ship felt their hearts in their throats as they focused their gazes on Xiao Suo. At this moment, as long as Xiao Suo made a mistake and bumped into any of the black star sawtooth sharks, the Dark Night Bewildering formation would be broken. The dark night bewildering formation would be destroyed, and the life auras of everyone on the ship would be exposed. At that time, everyone on the ship would die. In the quiet underwater world, every second was torture for everyone. How long can the 3-star defensive formation last us at the bottom of the sea? Xiao Chen asked as he looked at Luo Nan. Luo Nan made some calculations before answering, 3 days. 3 days later, we have to surface to repair it. What about the dark night bewildering formation? Fei Er said, that is still fine. As long as we have sufficient spirit jades and are not disturbed or destroyed by the outside world, we can last forever. 3 days should be enough. Now, it all depended on Xiao Suo. Every jolt of the pirate ship made everyone shudder in fear, thinking that they had run into black star sawtooth sharks. The ship stumbled along the way, on edge. However, they did not run into any black star sawtooth sharks in the end. They are going to change direction. They have already given up. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense sensed that this group of black star sawtooth sharks finally stopped wasting energy after chasing for a long time. Whoosh! Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They could finally escape from this dangerous situation. Their hearts could not take it anymore. However, suddenly, the entire ship started spinning intensely. Everyone swayed left and right, their bodies shaking intensely. What's wrong? Xiao Suo said anxiously, the undercurrent they are driving is too strong. The pirate ship is forcefully changing its direction, that was to say, the entire pirate ship was still being pulled along. It truly made one feel a bit of despair. They had just thought that they had escaped from the sea of bitterness, but who would have thought that the result would still be the same? Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He started to calculate his chances of escaping if he forcibly activated the immemorial demon soul formation. No matter how he thought about it, the chances weren't very high. The Yazi Beast demon soul was still somewhat weak, only equal to a major primal core cultivator. However, this group of adult black star sawtooth sharks were all as strong as a major primal core cultivator. The chances were slim, but he still had to do it, because this was the only way. At the very least, if he forcefully broke through, he would still have the initiative in his hands. It was much better than being discovered and having to defend and counterattack. However, when Xiao Chen spoke of his plan, a complicated light flashed in Xiao Suo's eyes. Captain, trust me, okay? I guarantee that I can persist until the end and not make any mistakes. What Xiao Chen was worried about was that Xiao Suo would make a mistake, because he was under too much pressure throughout the entire process. Believe me, we can definitely do it. Putting our lives on the line is too risky. Xiao Suo's gaze was no longer perplexed, and it became even more resolute and confident. Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Suo and asked, "Are you sure that the lives of everyone on the ship are in your hands? You know that if you insist, I will definitely promise you." "I insist." "Good, I believe you." Xiao Chen did not argue or ask for too much of an explanation. He trusted Xiao Suo unconditionally, which gratified him. "Do your best. We believe in you, too." Fei Er encouraged Xiao Suo, sharing the pressure. "Leader, we believe in you, too." At this moment, Xiao Suo's original subordinates also trusted Xiao Suo without hesitation. The heavy trust allowed Xiao Suo to completely let go. As Xiao Chen stood at the side, he revealed a smile on his face. After this matter was over, Xiao Suo would probably undergo a true transformation. The people on the ship would become even more united. As the undercurrent surged, the black star sawtooth sharks dove deeper and deeper. The situation became even more complicated. However, Xiao Suo completely let go, performing exceptionally well. Although he stumbled, he did not run into any of the black star sawtooth sharks and did not expose himself. After an unknown amount of time, everyone could clearly sense that the speed of the pirate ship had slowed down. The school of black star sawtooth sharks scattered. The water screen in the control room had been pitch black. After a few flashes, an image finally appeared. Many towering trees grew in the sea region in front. These trees were crystalline and gave off a crystalline fluorescence. It was this light that illuminated the bottom of the sea, allowing the image to reappear on the water screen. Several black star sawtooth sharks swam quietly and contentedly among these fluorescent trees. The originally dark and sinister bottom of the sea formed a beautiful scene under the illumination of these fluorescent trees. Everyone somewhat forgot that they had already escaped danger. How beautiful! What tree is that? Fei said affectionately. Not only was that tree huge, but it was also crystalline and gave off a bright fluorescent light. Xiao Suo startled awake and said somewhat excitedly, "This is the starry sea fluorescent tree, also known as the tree of life of the sea. It has a long lifespan, a living fossil of the starry sea. We should have been brought to the most mysterious nest of the black star sawtooth sharks. If not for a fortuitous encounter, even a cloud sea super powerhouse would not be able to find this place. The juice that the tree of life secretes is known as the life juice source. It is said that the starry sea can give birth to life because of its existence. It is extremely miraculous. This life juice source can not only change the quality of a cultivator's physical body but also strengthen their bloodline. If I had a bottle of life juice source, I would be able to advance immediately." The crew members on the ship spoke of the various wonders and value of the tree of life. However, they were just saying it. The black star sawtooth sharks swimming peacefully in the tree of life were not just decorations. This was the nest of the black star sawtooth sharks. It was very likely that there would be a chief here. That would definitely be an existence surpassing the cloud sea realm. Strengthening the bloodline, improving the physical body, improving the physique, strengthening the foundation, and increasing the chances of advancing would increase explosively. These were the benefits of the life juice source. Every one of them was very tempting. Of course, Xiao Chen was tempted as well. As Xiao Chen stared at the towering trees on the water screen, a light flashed in his eyes as he instantly made up his mind. It was not Xiao Chen's character to just leave these natural treasures like that. He wanted to take a risk. The life juice source was actually the source of life. The various benefits it brought were truly worthy of this title. More importantly, to Xiao Chen, these spiritual trees were extremely valuable in themselves. "Xiao Suo, you all slowly float up first and wait for me on the water surface." The moment Xiao Chen said that, everyone on the ship was shocked. What was he doing? The nest of the black star sawtooth sharks was just ahead. Xiao Chen had already made his decision, but he could not implicate Xiao Suo and the others. He would take the risk alone. Although Xiao Suo was not willing to let Xiao Chen take the risk, he understood Xiao Chen's character. "In that case, we will wait for you to come up. Captain, you have to come up alive." Feeling these people's sincere concern, Xiao Chen felt very warm in his heart. No matter where he was, it was a happy thing to have such a group of people following him sincerely. After leaving the pirate ship, Xiao Chen withdrew his aura and allowed the Buddhist pendant on his chest to bring out its greatest effect. Then, he slowly made his way to the nest of the black star sawtooth sharks. There were hundreds of trees of life there. To Xiao Chen, every tree was a supreme treasure. The starry sea had an intense corrosive nature. Xiao Chen constantly drained his veritable essence energy to form a protective barrier around him. Xiao Chen could only stay for 1 to 4 hours. He absolutely could not stay any longer than that. He tried his best not to fight. That way, he could stay even shorter. With some anticipation, Xiao Chen slowly approached the nest of the black star sawtooth sharks. Chapter 16:13. Soon, Xiao Chen was less than 1,000 steps away from the nearest starry sea fluorescent tree, which was commonly known as the Tree of Life. At this distance, Xiao Chen looked extremely insignificant compared to the Tree of Life. The tree in front of Xiao Qin was not a tree at all. It was more like a small mountain. Instead, the huge black star sawtooth sharks appeared more normal. Xiao Qin himself seemed to have shrunk by 100 times. After resting for a while, just as Xiao Qin was about to continue forward, he stopped. A black star sawtooth shark swam by slowly, scaring Xiao Qin into not daring to move. After the black star sawtooth shark went far away, Xiao Qin slowly arrived below the Tree of Life. When he raised his head slightly, Xiao Qin immediately felt dizzy. This tree was really too tall and too big. To extract the juice from the tree, one had to cut a hole in the tree horizontally. Then, one just had to insert a diversion tube. Without thinking too much, Xiao Qin took out a dagger and infused it with veritable essence energy. Then, he inserted it forcefully and slowly cut a hole. Immediately, pale white juice seeped out of the cut, looking very eye-catching in the seawater. Xiao Qin revealed a smile on his face. It did not seem as difficult as he imagined. Xiao Qin took out the diversion tube and inserted it. After fixing it in place, he aimed it at a jade bottle. He had refined this jade bottle before. It did not look big, but in reality, it was a storage bottle similar to a universe ring. Soon, juice flowed out of the diversion tube. As it moved slowly, it contained a strong aura of life force, looking very intoxicating. However, soon, Xiao Qin frowned. How can it be like this? The white juice started to turn turbid. Many impurities were mixed into it, making it look very unsightly. Xiao Qin immediately gave up and sealed the cut tightly. Then, he revealed a doubtful expression. In reality, the value of this turbid life juice source was already pretty good. In the Starry Sea, the life juice source circulating in the market was of such quality. Even so, it was still very valuable and rare. However, it was not that miraculous. Clearly, it was not what Xiao Qin wanted. Xiao Qin did not give up. He climbed up the Tree of Life and extracted sap from a higher place. The result was the same without exception. Then, he cautiously walked around the other trees of life in the vicinity, but nothing changed. Standing on a branch of a Tree of Life, Xiao Qin looked into the depths of the black star sawtooth sharks, deep in thought. He couldn't understand what was going on. Right at this moment, 3 black star sawtooth sharks passed by. Xiao Qin moved like a fish. With a flick of his tail, he hid among the leaves. He only revealed himself after the 3 black star sawtooth sharks swam past. What's that? He saw that the 3 black star sawtooth sharks had the corpses of oceanic ferocious beasts in their mouths, but they did not eat them. Strange, could it be that he was full? But there was no way to preserve corpses in the sea. Once dead, the corpses of most oceanic ferocious beasts would not be able to resist the corrosion of the Starry Sea. Just like the black star sawtooth shark earlier, its corpse quickly corroded after it died. Let's go over and take a look. The puzzled Xiao Qin thought for a moment before silently following behind, swimming over. Although the black star sawtooth sharks were huge, their mental energy was extremely strong. If Xiao Qin was not careful, he might be discovered. Not daring to get too close, Xiao Qin could only follow from afar. After a while, he saw an unimaginable scene. The roots of a Tree of Life were filled with ferocious beast corpses. The corpses rotted, turning into nourishment for the Tree of Life to absorb. The Tree of Life before Xiao Qin did not have any obvious changes to its size. However, its color was several times brighter, and the fluorescence of its leaves was even more intense and piercing. A group of black star sawtooth sharks surrounded that Tree of Life, crying out softly like they were praying. The sound waves caused the Tree of Life to sway. The leaves swayed, and drops of silver sap fell from the sea like motes of light. Then, those black star sawtooth sharks opened their mouths and swallowed the silver juice mixed with seawater. No wonder the black star sawtooth sharks were born with the strength of a primal core cultivator. Eating the life juice source was like eating snacks, continuously strengthening their bloodline. It would be strange if their descendants were not strong. However, such a method was outdated and wasteful. It did not bring out the life juice source's effects to the greatest. He simply swallowed it savagely without refining it at all. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He understood. Only these trees of life that had received special care could obtain pure life juice source. That must be the case. The color of this life juice source is much denser than outside. Furthermore, it is pure silver. However, with so many black star sawtooth sharks guarding it, Xiao Chen did not dare to act rashly. Wait! Xiao Chen's mental state was very good. He did not let his emotions get flustered as he waited calmly. Finally, the opportunity came. After 15 minutes, these black star sawtooth sharks left in satisfaction, leaving only one black star sawtooth shark guarding it. Xiao Chen looked around and somewhat understood. The structure of this black star sawtooth shark tribe was made up of small groups of black star sawtooth sharks. Every similar group of sharks should be guarding a tree of life that could release pure life juice source. With this thought, Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. This time, he had struck it big. With a casual look, Xiao Chen discovered at least 20 such groups. The amount of life juice that he could obtain would be extremely horrifying. After calming down, Xiao Chen executed the fish dragon art and silently swam over. Bang! Suddenly, without any warning, a huge force assaulted Xiao Chen. A heavy object struck Xiao Chen, and his internal organs immediately churned. Intense pain spread throughout his entire body, and he flew back. I was discovered. Horror immediately spread in Xiao Chen's heart, causing it to beat faster. Xiao Chen, who had already thought of a way out, prepared to flee immediately. However, from a distance, he discovered that the black star sawtooth shark only flipped around casually. Then, it found a comfortable spot and landed against a tree trunk. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. That had truly frightened him earlier. He had been dancing on the edge of a knife. He was not a match for any mature black star sawtooth shark, what more a large tribe with thousands of them. Xiao Chen's expression turned even more cautious. It was just a casual flip, but one tail's swing already contained such great force. Xiao Chen wondered how horrifying it would be when it got angry. This time, Xiao Chen was even more careful. Finally, he successfully approached that special tree of life. Then, he quickly swam upstream, putting some distance between him and the black star sawtooth sharks under the tree trunk. As Xiao Chen swam upwards, he suddenly discovered that at some point in time, the surrounding leaves were covered in dense silver life juice source granules. As he swam upwards, Xiao Chen suddenly discovered that at some point in time, the surrounding leaves were densely packed with silver life juice source granules. Because no one had extracted the high-quality tree of life juice source, it had already seeped out. Those black star sawtooth sharks were preying below to shake the leaves and make the life juice source granules fall by themselves. What a waste! Xiao Chen shook his head and smiled. However, this was a good waste, benefiting him. Actually, Xiao Chen did not know that this fluorescent tree was a divine item in the black star sawtooth shark tribe. It could not even be touched. Xiao Chen made a cut with his dagger, and juice immediately seeped out. Then, he quickly took out a jade bottle and caught it. This time, the silver juice continuously flowed into the jade bottle. Xiao Chen quickly took out a jade bottle and caught it. In just a short while, the juice had filled up by several dozen kilograms. Furthermore, it was still flowing in, causing Xiao Chen to rejoice. After 250 kilograms, the speed at which the juice flowed out slowed down. Furthermore, a turbid substance appeared. Xiao Chen understood something. It looked like this tree of life might look huge, but it actually did not have much pure juice. It required a period of accumulation. After the pure juice flowed out, it would turn into a turbid liquid. However, this was enough. However, there were still 20-odd such special trees of life waiting for him. After Xiaochen sealed the cut, he immediately changed targets to save time. The drain on his veritable essence energy was somewhat horrifying. There was a limit to what he could do at the bottom of the sea, so he needed to move quickly. Slowly, Xiaochen discovered that he really did not have enough time. When Xiaochen collected 10 such trees of life, he discovered that his veritable essence energy was insufficient. He could stay at the bottom of the sea for only 1 hour. Am I going to leave just like that? Xiaochen's harvest was already very large. Based on his initial estimates, he had obtained at least 2.5 tons of silver life juice source. Furthermore, none of it contained any impurities. However, Xiaochen looked towards the center of the black star sawtooth shark nest. There was an exceptionally different tree of life there. Even more black star sawtooth sharks surrounded the tree of life. That was the tree of life that belonged to the tribe leader. Chapter 16:14. After collecting so much life juice source, Xiaochen already had a good understanding of the black star sawtooth shark tribe's composition. The topmost chief had the best tree of life. Below him were the 20-odd black star sawtooth sharks, which were similar to sect elders, who had slightly inferior trees of life. Needless to say, the sap released by the High Chieftain's tree of life had to be the best of the best. In fact, it might even be several levels higher than that. It was extremely tempting. With only 1 hour left, there were still 10 silver trees of life. Clearly, he would not be able to collect them. At most, he would be able to collect one before leaving. Should he use this final bit of time to save for the silver tree of life or take a risk? He could not make up his mind. 3 seconds later, Xiaochen made up his mind. He would play it safe and leave directly. Today's harvest was already great enough. 2,500 kilograms of silver life juice source did not contain any impurities. However, just as Xiaochen was about to leave, the nearby seawater suddenly surged intensely. A strong, suffocating aura came from below the largest tree of life. This startled Xiaochen. He tightly grabbed onto the branches of the tree, not daring to leak out any aura. This aura felt completely unblockable. Xiaochen closed his eyes and entered a state of suspended animation. After a long time, when he felt that aura leave, Xiaochen woke up automatically. When he opened his eyes, he saw a black star sawtooth shark several kilometers long swimming slowly in the distance. While it looked like it was moving forward slowly, it was actually moving extremely fast, quickly distancing itself from the black star sawtooth shark's nest. Why did the chief leave? Just as Xiaochen was about to give up, the black star sawtooth shark chief, who was strong enough to casually kill him, suddenly left the nest. Although Xiaochen did not understand why, it was normal. It could not possibly stay there and not move. Xiaochen checked his veritable essence energy. The veritable essence energy shield, which could last for 1 hour, could only last for 15 minutes now. There was still a slight chance. However, should he gamble? Gamble. The blood flowing in Xiaochen's body gave him the courage to never lack. Once he made up his mind, he didn't want to waste any more time. He silently executed the fish dragon art. Before those huge black star sawtooth sharks, Xiaochen was as unremarkable as you. As he swam, the ripples in the water were almost negligible. For Xiaochen to be able to move freely among the black star sawtooth sharks without being discovered, aside from being cautious, he also had the Buddhist pendant to conceal his life aura. The most crucial thing was the fish dragon art. This movement technique was very helpful to Xiaochen in the water. If it were anyone else trying to move as fast as Xiaochen in the water, the black star sawtooth shark would definitely notice the commotion. To others, Xiao Chen's actions were something that even a peak major primal core cultivator would not dare to imagine. Hot blood coursed through his veins. It had been a long time since Xiao Chen had experienced this kind of thrilling adventure where he danced on the edge of life and death. Amidst the nervousness and caution, there was also a little excitement. I arrived. Without using much time, Xiao Chen successfully avoided the black star sawtooth sharks guarding below and arrived at the largest tree of life. Xiao Chen gently pushed off the tree branch and continuously leaped up. When he found a height far away from the black star sawtooth sharks below, he stopped. At this moment, Xiao Chen was extremely nervous. However, he still maintained his calm as he methodically took out his dagger. Dang! A soft clang rang out. To Xiao Chen's surprise, he did not manage to stab the dagger in. How troublesome. This scene was within Xiao Chen's expectations. However, the hope that he had harbored at first was now dashed. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and touched the tree bark. He felt confident that if he infused his great Tao energy into it, he should be able to cut it open. However, he was currently in the center of the black star sawtooth shark's nest. If he used his great Tao energy at this moment, he would definitely expose himself and take the initiative to seek death. Time slowly passed. The time left for Xiao Chen decreased. He did not have much veritable essence energy left in his dantian. Don't panic, at this moment, Xiao Chen's extraordinary mental state was perfectly displayed. He closed his eyes and entered deep thought. Countless thoughts flashed in his mind like sparks flying. After a while, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. The instant he opened his eyes, his hands quickly formed hand seals. Magic energy burned in his sea of consciousness as he executed the life bestowal spell in an instant. Whoosh! A Jiao snake suddenly appeared in the seawater, perfectly imitating Senior Jiao Snake's aura. The instant it appeared, it attracted the attention of all the black star sawtooth sharks. Rumble! Suddenly, a foreign ferocious beast appeared in the nest. How could this be? No sea creature would allow such a situation to happen. Loud rumbling rang out continuously. The sediment at the bottom of the sea, as well as all sorts of remains, surged up with the huge waves. All the black star sawtooth sharks rushed towards the Jiao snake, roaring ferociously as all sorts of auras surged out. As of this moment, the situation in the seawater was extremely complicated. Right now, there was only 1 second. Xiao Chen brought out his great Tao energy and infused it into the dagger. Ka-Xie. It entered. Just as Xiao Chen expected, he infused his great Tao energy and easily stabbed the dagger in, creating a cut. Chi! Immediately, golden juice flowed out of the tree. It's golden. Xiao Chen revealed joy on his face. Indeed, the quality was much higher. The Jiao snake puppet did not last for long. The moment it appeared, it was instantly killed. However, after the chaos passed, Xiao Chen successfully scattered his great Tao energy, dodging this calamity. Alright, that's enough. I can't be greedy anymore. After collecting only 5 kilograms, Xiao Chen rationally chose to give up. At this moment, he could leave calmly. 5 kilograms of the highest quality life origin source was already heaven-defying in value. One had to stop while one was ahead. In the midst of a fervent adventure, one had to maintain their final bit of rationality. Boom! However, just as Xiao Chen put away the jade bottle and was about to leave, the aura that made him feel suffocated and forced him to fake his death appeared again. It was the chief of the Black Star Sawtooth Sharks. The earlier commotion made the Sawtooth Shark King, who had gone out, return. Whoosh! Xiao Chen immediately paled. How can I leave? If I leave at this moment, I will definitely be discovered by that Sawtooth Shark King. Xiao Chen already felt the other party's gaze fixed on the Tree of Life. However, as the target was too large, it did not discover Xiao Qin for now. However, once it moved, it would be hard to say. A huge pressure bore down on Xiao Qin. The seawater pushed forward in the direction that the Sawtooth Shark King came from. Bang! Xiao Qin lost control of his body, and the seawater pushed him against the tree. It's here. The Sawtooth Shark King looked like it was moving slowly. However, in reality, it moved extraordinarily fast, arriving below the Tree of Life in a few breaths. Then, it swept its gaze towards the Tree of Life. The target was too small. The Sawtooth Shark King did not immediately discover Xiao Qin, who was blocked by the tree branches. However, the Sawtooth Shark King still did not feel assured. Its strong mental energy turned into visible yellow light waves radiating out in all directions in the water. It didn't take long for the chief of the Sawtooth Sharks to inspect the entire nest. The water stopped squirming. When Xiao Qin saw this scene, he heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was above the Sawtooth Shark King. Whoosh! After the yellow light covered the entire nest, it suddenly shrank, wrapping around the bottom of the Tree of Life and continuing to spread upwards. We are in big trouble. Xiao Qin's expression changed dramatically. The light that represented the Sawtooth Shark King's mental energy kept rising, like a death knell. At the moment of life and death, Xiao Qin moved at lightning speed. He stabbed the dagger in the tree and quickly drew a circle. Then, he thrust the 5 fingers of his left hand deep into the center of the circle. Intense pain came. Xiao Qin felt many wood shavings stabbing into his fingertips. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart, and the intense pain was unbearable. A look of determination flashed on Xiao Qin's face. At this moment, he thought about many things. Why did he put in so much effort? Why was he willing to risk his life? Many scenes flashed in his mind. During the Kunlun realm's demonic calamity, his old friends who died one by one, the many lucky survivors of the Dragon's Gate, the anticipation of the old dragon horse in the Blue Dragon Palace, and Lu Ryue, who was definitely waiting for him. I have to become stronger. Ka Xie. Xiao Qin forcefully pulled out the entire piece of wood. It was a conical piece of wood. Without thinking too much, Xiao Qin entered the tree hole in a flash. Then, he used his dagger to cut off the tip of the conical piece of wood before filling it in. After Xiao Qin did all this smoothly, the yellow light soon covered the entire area. Then, it continued to spread upwards. I was not discovered. Chapter 16:15. The yellow light extended to the top of the tree and then to the roots. The Sawtooth Shark Chief relaxed and stopped checking. Originally, he had only done this for the sake of caution. Anyone who dared to come to the Sawtooth Shark nest and steal the life source would die even if a Cloud Sea powerhouse came. Furthermore, this place was not that easy to come to. It would be extremely difficult for a strong Cloud Sea powerhouse to hide their aura. However, after running back and forth, the Sawtooth Shark Chief was no longer in the mood to go out to hunt for food. Instead, it lay down under the tree and rested. The tree hole was pitch dark. Xiao Qin did not even dare to breathe loudly. Xiao Qin had luckily escaped the Sawtooth Shark Chief's pursuit. However, he could not relax, as his veritable essence energy was nearly drained. In the final strike, Xiao Qin had relied on the strength of his physical body to stab his fingers into the tree. However, he had exhausted most of his vital qi in that instant. If not for his vital qi merging with his veritable essence energy, he would not have been able to stab his fingers in. Even so, he was still in incredible pain, tired and fatigued. The tree hole was not very large. In the darkness, Xiao Qin squatted down. Furthermore, he had to seal the hole in place. This position was extremely uncomfortable. While it looked like he was safe, in reality, he was trapped here. His veritable essence energy and vital qi were all drained. Not to mention making a move, just the starry sea's seawater would corrode his physical body. Xiaochen could only slowly recover and wait for the sawtooth shark chief to come out again before leaving. What is this? Why is it so sticky? Suddenly, Xiaochen felt a rather viscous liquid dripping down from his head. Unknowingly, a thick layer of it had accumulated under his feet. When he stepped on it, he could clearly feel it. Xiaochen reached out and touched some of it. Then, he brought it before his eyes. It was juice, the highest quality golden life source juice. What a waste. Xiaochen opened his right hand, and a suction came from his palm. All the golden life source juice in the tree hole was sucked in. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well refine all this golden life juice source. He wanted to see what miraculous effects the highest quality life juice source had. As the golden life juice source seeped into his palm, it melted into his blood and flowed through his entire body. Xiaochen instantly felt refreshed. The wounds and pain on his fingers healed quickly. A warm current flowed through Xiaochen's body, making him feel extremely comfortable. His dispirited and weak spirit was swept away, and he was immediately filled with vigor. This greatly startled Xiaochen, somewhat surprised. He had not expected the highest quality golden juice source to have such an immediate effect. Interesting. Xiaochen's lips curled up in a smile. The natural life juice source in this narrow space gave him an excellent space to recover. Closing his eyes, Xiaochen temporarily forgot about everything and devoted himself to refining the life juice source. As the golden juice seeped out, Xiaochen slowly refined and absorbed it. The warmth in his body grew stronger and stronger. Finally, his entire body felt hot and scalding. After a while, all the bones and flesh in Xiaochen's body, including his limbs and internal organs, seemed to endure the pressure of a great desolate Aeon life form. Even though Xiaochen already cultivated the early-stage blue dragon war body, he felt intense pain and pressure. However, at the same time, he also felt his physique slowly being cleansed, undergoing a sublimation. The blood in Xiaochen's body surged even more intensely. He felt very hungry. The blue dragon bloodline in his blood was like a huge, greedy dragon. Xiaochen's appetite was huge, continuously absorbing the golden juice source. However, it was still not enough. The scarlet dragon seal in his dantian, which had not moved for a long time, actually started pulsing at this moment. It was like the heart of a huge dragon, thumping non-stop. The whirlpool that Xiaochen created with his veritable essence energy in his palms suddenly spun rapidly. A surge of energy rushed out of his bloodline uncontrollably. That was because it despised Xiaochen for absorbing too slowly, so it could not resist taking action. Whoosh! Whoosh! The golden juice source, which had fallen naturally, flowed down rapidly under the suction of this horrifying whirlpool. Soon, the hole was filled with the golden juice source. Xiaochen's entire body was submerged in it. The speed at which his bloodline absorbed the golden juice source also increased. At this moment, Xiaochen could no longer control it. Half a day passed. Xiaochen felt that his physique had undergone a clear metamorphosis and improvement. Every inch of his flesh, blood, and bones contained strong energy and life force. His 5 senses and 6 senses were even sharper. Compared to before, his entire body felt like it had undergone a complete transformation, becoming brand new. More importantly, the blue dragon bloodline in his blood became even purer and denser under the refinement of this life juice source. Xiaochen still did not understand the benefits of this. However, he had a vague feeling that it would bring him a huge pleasant surprise in the future. At this moment, the berserk energy in his bloodline had already stabilized. It seemed to have reached a certain saturation point. Limited by Xiaochen's cultivation, he could no longer continue absorbing the golden life juice source. If this continued, Xiaochen could not guarantee that his physical body would not explode on its own. Xiaochen had already returned to his peak state. Although his cultivation had not increased, Xiaochen knew that he had undergone a complete transformation. He had completely stabilized his cultivation at the half-step primal core realm. Furthermore, breaking through the bottleneck of the primal core realm was just a matter of time. Many people would be stuck at the bottleneck of the primal core realm for 10 years, 100 years, or even their entire lives. However, this fortuitous encounter allowed Xiaochen to advance to the primal core realm much earlier. Furthermore, his foundation became even firmer, completely eliminating the hidden dangers of Xiaochen absorbing the 10,000-year-old baleful yin energy and the 10,000-year-old baleful yang energy. My bloodline seems to have an innate, irresistible attraction to this life juice source. Now that the danger was temporarily resolved, Xiaochen thought about something else. Although he could no longer absorb the life juice source now, this golden life juice source was invaluable. He should collect as much as he could. With this thought, Xiaochen repeated the same trick, taking the initiative to drive the power of his bloodline and form a whirlpool in his palm. Immediately, the golden life juice source spewed out again from above and below. Indeed, it works. Xiaochen revealed joy on his face. He took out a jade bottle with a large storage space with his left hand and happily collected it. This golden tree of life had an exceptionally large amount of pure life juice source. For the other silver trees of life, Xiaochen could collect at most 400 kilograms of it before it became impure. However, now that Xiaochen had collected close to 500 kilograms, there was still no impure liquid. Rumble. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. Xiaochen felt the trunk of the tree of life shake violently. The entire tree of life shook endlessly, kicking up horrifying undercurrents that shook the sawtooth sharks in the nest uncontrollably. Ka-xie! Ka-xie! The roots of the tree of life rose from the seabed one by one. The 3-kilometer-tall tree of life started running in the water. It turned out that this tree of life was already somewhat psychic. It could feel its blood rapidly withering, but it did not know what was happening. Its instinctive reaction was to leave this place. Xiaochen's body shook endlessly, unable to maintain his balance. He wanted to go out, but when he sensed it with his spiritual sense, he was so frightened that he no longer dared to think about it. Crazed black star sawtooth sharks surrounded the tree of life in all directions, not understanding what was going on. The tree of life was the divine item of their race. This was especially so for this golden tree of life. It was a god among gods, something that they worshipped. In ancient times, many savage races had a stubborn pursuit of faith. Now, this tribe of black star sawtooth sharks was like that savage race, all going crazy. They surrounded the tree of life, roaring in panic. However, they did not know what was going on. They did not dare to rush forward, afraid of injuring the tree of life. They could only surround it and swim forward as it did. Xiaochen, who was in the tree of life, was somewhat stupefied. He had not expected the matter to blow up so much. If it went out now, it would probably be torn apart by this group of enraged black star sawtooth sharks, not even leaving scraps behind. I have to get the tree of life to float up. Only then will I have a chance of survival. A brilliant light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. In for a penny, in for a pound. He continued to frantically collect life juice source. After killing this tree of life, it would naturally float up. Chapter 16:16. After making up his mind to take a risk, Xiaochen stopped thinking about anything else. Xiaochen quickly collected the golden life juice source. His surroundings did not change much. The group of black star sawtooth sharks seemed to have gone crazy, surrounding the tree of life and roaring continuously. As if his stamina couldn't be depleted at all, the clan head in the lead looked extremely anxious. It could sense that the tree of life's aura was weakening bit by bit, and it couldn't help but grow even more anxious. Since ancient times, the tree of life had been a godlike existence to their tribe. If it were to suddenly collapse, it would be like how some humans lost their faith. The consequences would be unpredictable. There were several times that he wanted to pull the tree of life back, but out of respect for it, he didn't dare to touch it. He could only follow behind it. The script was similar to what Xiao Qin expected. As more and more of the life juice source was absorbed, the life juice source disappeared. That gigantic tree of life slowly floated up from the bottom of the starry sea. When it finally emerged from the water, the group of black star sawtooth sharks also surfaced. The several hundred black star sawtooth sharks went berserk, creating huge waves on the starry sea. It looked like a terrifying storm. Xiao Qin, who was in the tree, had already collected 1,000 kilograms of life juice source. However, when he looked at his surroundings, he could not bring himself to smile. In such a situation, the moment Xiao Qin poked his head out, he would immediately be torn apart and eaten by this group of black star sawtooth sharks. There would be no second path for them to take if they were to die without leaving even their dregs. What should I do? The life juice source in the tree hole was no longer pure. Xiao Qin stopped collecting it, his expression clearly troubled. In this kind of situation, he really had no idea at all. He couldn't show his head at all. He could only wait for the tree of life to die completely. Then, he would see if these black star sawtooth sharks would leave. However, even if the tree died, this group of black star sawtooth sharks would probably not leave. They would think of a way to drag the tree back to their nest. Moreover, if the tree of life died and its bark's defenses weakened, the starry sea would corrode it, exposing him. No matter how he thought about it, the current situation did not seem optimistic. Suddenly, Xiao Qin felt a disturbance. The life aura of the tree of life, which had been dropping all this time, suddenly stopped and started to slowly rise. Xiao Qin quickly released his spiritual sense and saw that the tree of life floating on the sea had tens of thousands of complicated roots and branches. Like tentacles, they all pierced into the body of the black star sawtooth shark chief, absorbing its flesh and blood to replenish itself. Surprisingly, the chief of the black star sawtooth shark tribe, an existence with heaven-defying strength, did not resist. This scene shocked Xiao Qin for a moment. In the blink of an eye, he understood. These trees of life grew by relying on the prey that the black star sawtooth sharks brought. Relying on absorbing the flesh and blood of the chief of the sawtooth sharks to sustain his life, it made sense. However, this group of black star sawtooth sharks were normally savage and ferocious. Unexpectedly, they would go crazy for the so-called divine item. In Xiao Qin's opinion, it was more or less not worth it. Of course, all of this wasn't the main point. The main point was that his current situation didn't look optimistic. Half a day later, the aura of the black star sawtooth shark chief had already weakened significantly. However, its aura still gave off waves of horrifying might. On the contrary, the tree of life had completely stabilized, and its life aura was rising bit by bit. Over the starry sea, a flat, sea-blue merchant ship traveled on the sea and arrived in this region. Black star sawtooth sharks. Heavens! A tribe of black star sawtooth sharks. Quickly go around. Go around. Several dozen figures appeared on the ship. None of them had low cultivations. With one glance, it was clear that they were not the ship's guards. However, with just one glance, they quickly hid in the ship. If it were a regular stormy land, they could barge their way through. However, there was a group of black star sawtooth sharks in there. They could only spend some time going around. Following that, some adventuring cultivators and ships passed by this turbulent sea region. When they saw the black star sawtooth sharks, they did not bother to look. Instead, they chose to stay far away. However, in this vast grave sea, clearly, not everyone feared the black star sawtooth sharks. There would always be experts. The sky turned dark. A boundless aura tore through the air and pushed back the countless waves under the tremendous aura. Translator, Zephizi editor, Dioquin. As this aura descended, it forcefully suppressed the vast waves that the black star sawtooth sharks kicked up. Then, this aura merged with the surface of the sea. Immediately, no more waves appeared. The wind was calm, and no waves could be seen. The torrential rain stopped, and the vast sea could be seen clearly. Xiao Chen, who was in the tree hole, felt slightly shocked. A late-stage major primal core expert. However, this late-stage major primal core expert was several times stronger than the elders of the Purple Sun City's 3 major sections. This puzzled Xiao Chen somewhat. After thinking for a while, he understood. The Grave Sea's spiritual energy was very dense, and the space was of a higher level. The gravity there was also several times that of the outside world. Cultivators who grew up in such an environment were definitely stronger than those in the outside world. It was just like how the Sky Dome Realm's martial sages were like paper before the Kunlun Realm's martial sages. This also proved why an initial stage black-clad Arhat of the Black Lotus Church could kill the 3 elders without being able to retaliate, even though he was only an initial stage black-clad Arhat. Fluorescent tree. Master, is it really the legendary tree of life of the sea? However, doesn't this tree live at the bottom of the sea? A gray-haired old man in a long gray robe passed by this sea area with 2 young men. Without the obstruction of the storm and waves, they could easily see the gargantuan tree of life surrounded by the black star sawtooth sharks. The gray-robed old man entered deep thought, finding it strange as well. He smiled and said, "This fortuitous encounter is really a coincidence. This tree of life has lived for at least 10,000 years. The life juice source in its body is probably of the highest quality. However, even if it is not of the highest quality, it is still rare to see." Life juice source. A clear light flashed in the eyes of the 2 youths. The person on the left seemed to have heard of life juice source before. "I heard that when one bathes in this life juice source, it can allow the body to undergo a rebirth. If it is a heaven-defying outstanding talent with a great desolate Aeon bloodline, it would be a tonic among tonics. Its effects would be several times greater." "That's right." The gray-robed old man smiled and said, "Although the 2 of you do not have a great desolate Aeon bloodline, this life juice source will still be of great benefit to you. Even to me, it will be extremely beneficial. If the 2 of you can have this life juice source, not to mention anything else, you will be able to achieve a physical body comparable to a primal core venerates within 2 years. Furthermore, the firmer your foundation, the greater your chances of breaking through. Your future accomplishments go without saying." Upon hearing this, the 2 youths appeared somewhat excited. The 2 of them were peak yang essence cultivators. It was hard to say when they would reach the half-step primal core stage. With this life juice source, Xiao Chen's future became bright. However, the gray-robed old man's next words immediately chilled the hearts of the 2. "However, it is just wishful thinking. The black star sawtooth shark in the middle is as strong as a cloud sea cultivator. The hundreds of black star sawtooth sharks around it are not easy to deal with either. This fortuitous encounter was indeed extremely rare. However, it was still lacking." The 2 youths revealed extremely dispirited expressions. They even felt like dying. On the other hand, the gray-robed old man revealed a calm expression, very accepting of this. As one grew older, one had seen many things and experienced many things. The gray-robed old man had once seen an ancient sex Dao tool in a forbidden remnant. Many experts had rushed up and died in it. Sometimes, many things were not necessarily yours just because you saw them. That's not right. Suddenly, the gray-robed old man's expression changed slightly. He focused his mental energy in his eyes and looked into the distance. Then, his gaze landed on the black star sawtooth shark chief. The gray-robed old man discovered that the roots of the tree of life were all stabbed into the black star sawtooth shark chief's body. "So, that's how it is. A dying tree of life and a cloud sea black star sawtooth shark that only looks impressive. The gray-robed old man revealed a smile. Just as he was about to leave, he changed his mind. A look of excitement flashed in his eyes. "Master, what's wrong?" The two disciples noticed that something was wrong. The gray-robed old man smiled mysteriously. This fortuitous encounter might really be a fortuitous encounter. "I'll send a message to inform my two junior brothers to come over." Chapter 16-17. Inside the tree hole, Xiaochen entered deep thought. After listening to the old man's words, Xiaochen tried to think of a countermeasure. This was an opportunity. However, if he did not grasp it well, he would still end up the same. However, one would die in the mouths of the black star sawtooth sharks, and the other would die in the hands of a sect expert. Actually, there was no difference. The latter might be more miserable, but the former would at least give him a quick death. Xiaochen waited and saw how the old man dealt with this group of black star sawtooth sharks first. Even if the black star sawtooth shark chief only looked impressive, the hundreds of black star sawtooth sharks would not be easy to deal with. Every mature black star sawtooth shark was as strong as an early-stage major primal core realm cultivator. Some were even late-stage major primal core realm cultivators. They were not much weaker than the gray-clad old man. Xiaochen noticed that this old man and two youths were not on a ship. Instead, they were on an oceanic ferocious beast. Based on the appearance of that ferocious beast, it seemed to be a tortoise beast similar to the black tortoise. Clearly, it had been tamed. 4 hours later, 2 red dots appeared in the sky. When the red dots got closer, Xiaochen discovered that they were 2 gigantic seabirds with ferocious gazes. Upon seeing this scene, Xiaochen, who was in the tree hole, felt slightly shocked. The sect that the gray-clad old man came from should have a special method to tame ferocious beasts, or a sect that focused on taming ferocious beasts. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 ferocious seabirds stopped on the surface of the sea. As they flapped their wings, they instantly kicked up 1-kilometer-tall waves. A strong wind blew on the surface of the sea, giving off a strange roar. Xiaochen did not recognize these seabirds. They had hook-like claws that flickered with a cold light. Their wings were like sharp scimitars. When they spread their wings, they were like unsheathed blades. The feathers on their bodies were like steel, giving off a metallic luster. "Senior brother, what is so urgent that the 2 of us brought the 2 remaining cold steel eagles of the sect over? We put in a lot of effort to convince the sect master." On the seabird, there were 2 old men dressed in similar clothes to the old man, but they seemed to be slightly younger, who spoke. The gray-clad old man smiled and spread out his aura again. Then, he forcefully quelled the storm caused by the black star sawtooth sharks. Black star sawtooth sharks. That is, fluorescent tree, the ocean tree of life. The eyes of the 2 old men on the cold steel eagles immediately lit up. They instantly understood what the gray-clad old man meant. The gigantic tree of life was thousands of meters long, floating above the sea. Xiaochen hid very well in the insignificant tree hole. As Xiaochen looked at the 2 cold steel eagles, he felt somewhat doubtful. Could 2 cold steel eagles deal with a group of black star sawtooth sharks? However, in the next moment, his doubts were solved. He now knew that the seabirds that could fly in the starry sea were all overlords of the sea. The black star sawtooth shark was so strong that regular late-stage major primal core venerates would not be willing to touch it. But in this world, there would always be a natural enemy. That was right. This was the infamous ferocious beast of the grave sea, the cold steel eagle. Its feathers were as sharp as cold steel, and its body was like steel. It did not fear the corrosion of the starry sea. One of its tail feathers was said to be invaluable, hard to find. The 2 old men jumped onto the back of the tortoise beast and played a small flute. The melodious and pleasing flute music immediately spread in all directions, echoing over the sea, sounding exceptionally pleasing to the ear. When the flute music rang out, the two cold steel eagles immediately entered a state of combat. The cold steel eagles spread their wings and attacked. Every time the cold steel eagles landed, their claws would leave 6 bloody and miserable wounds on the black star sawtooth shark's body. The cold steel eagle's sharp metal beaks could easily peck through the black star sawtooth shark's skin. More importantly, these cold steel eagles were ice-attributed. When their wounds froze, they could not recover. The cold steel eagles moved as fast as lightning. The black star sawtooth sharks could not catch them at all. Soon, the black star sawtooth sharks howled miserably. Blood quickly dyed the seawater red, and a heavy baleful aura spread in the air. As for the chief of the black star sawtooth sharks, which could pose the greatest threat to the cold steel eagles, it was on its last breath. The tree of life had already sucked away all of its life force, leaving only an empty shell. This was simply a tragedy. The strong black star sawtooth sharks could not retaliate at all, and they all dove into the water. Even so, the black star sawtooth sharks could not truly escape. These cold steel eagles had the ability to dive into the water temporarily. The two cold steel eagles worked together to grab a black star sawtooth shark into the air. The cold steel eagles plunged their metal hooks deep into its flesh and bones. Then, the two cold steel eagles flew to the side, and a bloody scene appeared. The black star sawtooth shark was torn apart on the spot, and its blood splattered into the air. This cruel scene was something that even Xiao Qin could not bear to watch. The remaining black star sawtooth sharks no longer dared to show themselves, all diving into the seawater. Suddenly, the flute music rose in pitch. The two cold steel eagles folded their wings, and their feathers shot into the water, carrying cold chi. Blood spread out, and waves roared at the bottom of the sea. The black star sawtooth shark tribe was utterly terrified, and they fled frantically. The two cold steel eagles achieved a complete victory. After personally witnessing this scene, Xiao Qin understood something. In the future, if he saw any seabirds that could fly in the starry sea, he would have to make a detour. These were the natural overlords of the sea, the starry heavens eagles. The tortoise beast carried the 5 people in the seawater, smiling as it swam towards the huge sea. Xiao Qin, who was in the tree hole, immediately fell into danger. Originally, Xiao Qin was thinking of taking advantage of the chaos to escape while the other party fought the black star sawtooth sharks. However, the earlier battle was one-sided. There was no chance at all. If the other party knew that Xiao Qin emptied out the life source in the tree, he would not be able to survive even if he had 9 lives. The 5 people on the tortoise beast chatted and laughed. Xiao Qin, who was in the tree hole, could even hear some of their conversation. 10 steps, 9 steps, 8 steps. When the tortoise beast was only 5 steps away from the tree of life, Xiao Qin braced himself and came out of the tree hole. He revealed a joyful smile as though he had been pardoned. He performed a cupfist salute and said excitedly, "Junior Xiao Qin thanks seniors for saving my life." Whoosh! The sudden appearance of Xiao Qin startled the 5. Who could have thought that there would be someone among the hundreds of black star sawtooth sharks? However, when the gray-clad old man saw that Xiao Qin was just a half-step primal core cultivator, he immediately revealed a cold smile. "Speak. Why are you in this fluorescent tree?" The gray-clad old man demanded softly as he looked coldly at Xiao Qin, radiating might without being angry. Xiao Qin calmed himself and explained unhurriedly, "This junior's ship capsized due to the wind and waves. Everyone got separated. I was lucky and ran into this strange tree. However, the black star sawtooth sharks soon surrounded me. Fortunately, seniors made a move and saved me." The gray-clad old man smiled and said, "Your explanation is reasonable and not flustered. You did not dodge my gaze, either. It does not look like you are lying. However, do you think that I will believe you?" "I will not. When Xiao Chen heard this, he smiled helplessly. The gray-clad old man was an experienced veteran. It would be impossible for Xiao Chen to use his acting skills to bluff his way out of this. However, it was good that Xiao Chen took the initiative to come out. If he had turned to flee earlier, he would have died at the hands of the 3 late-stage major primal core venerates. When the gray-clad old man saw Xiao Chen's calm appearance, he smiled and said, "Based on your air, you are not a bad person. My beast-governing sect is a righteous sect and will not kill people randomly. Hand over your storage ring and come back with us to the School of Imperial Beasts. After we investigate your identity, we will naturally let you live if you are not someone of the evil path." The gray-clad old man's words were flawless. He handled the situation very well. After living for so long, the gray-clad old man knew that some people could not be killed. He trusted his judgment. This white-clad youth before him had an extraordinary air and did not panic in the face of danger. He was definitely not an ordinary person. If the gray-clad old man could avoid killing, it would be best not to do so. By taking away the other party's storage ring, he would already be able to maximize his benefits. If the other party's seniors wanted to blame him, Xiao Chen would be able to advance or retreat freely, preventing the other party from finding an excuse to make things difficult for him. "Sorry, this junior cannot accept this condition." Xiao Chen immediately rejected. Then, he gently pushed off with his feet and soared into the air. As the 3 major primal core venerates watched Xiao Chen leave, they shook their heads slightly, revealing mocking expressions on their faces. Despite being in the starry sea and having 2 cold steel eagles by his side, he still dared to flee into the air. That was true, he was very cool. When the flute music rang out, the 2 cold steel eagles raised their heads slightly, locking their cold eyes on Xiao Chen. Then, they cried out and spread their wings to take flight. The others climbed up the tree of life and no longer looked at Xiao Chen, he was already a dead man. Chapter 16-18. This trip, from collecting the life juice source to now, had been full of twists and turns. However, he did not expect that in the end, he would still end up like this. He was truly somewhat unwilling. Little Goldie. Compared to torturing the black star sawtooth shark, this scene looked even more miserable. It was like 2 ferocious tigers toying with a lamb. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Don't be careless. Be careful not to capsize in a simple task. It was not in vain that he had persevered until now. In life, there were many things that seemed impossible, but after persevering to the end, one would realize that there was still a way out. After 100 moves, dozens of saber wounds appeared on Xiao Chen's body, and blood oozed out of them. Yes. If Xiao Chen could successfully kill this sawtooth shark, not to mention the life juice source, just the sawtooth shark's corpse would be a huge windfall. He had long since become a ghost under the claws of the 2 cold steel eagles. Whoosh! For the first time, the 2 cold steel eagles chasing Xiao Chen paused for a moment. They spread their wings and glided, doing their best to look into the distance. 2 sonic booms came from behind him. Those were the tail feathers of the cold steel eagles. They emitted a biting cold chi as they whizzed over. Noticing this detail, Xiao Chen's pupils constricted. He focused his gaze and seemed to have comprehended something. However, they did not dare to take the risk of flying over the water, so they let Xiao Chen and Little Yellow Feather come over to support Xiao Chen first. This white-robed bladesman has